All right, good morning, guys. Today is June 13th. The time is 10:03. I want to welcome everybody to this special meeting. I appreciate everybody being here. It's 10 a.m. on a Saturday, so we're all here, it looks like, with a happy heart to get business done. All right, so we're going to call this meeting to order. Can I please get a roll call?
Flores-Kill.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have all 7 here. Thank you guys for being awake in this time. And so next up, we're going to have citizens' comments period. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. But you know what? I think I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to go back. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll do, so I apologize for that. Consistency is important to me, even if I forget. So if we can all please stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you guys for your patience for that. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning City Council business, and we ask that you please observe the 3-minute time limit. I also want to state that when you guys come up here to speak, please speak to the council and not to the audience, as to keep some consistency. So I have one public comments form, and that is for Larry Gott.
Good morning, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Talking about budgets. The $600 million budget that we currently have is not the operating budget. There seems to be some confusion about that online. The $14 million, or the $4 million plus shortfall for this year is a continuation of bad policies. The only way to prevent that from compounding is to make immediate changes. I believe that's what this council and the interim city manager are planning on implementing. When we're short, like we are, the reins need to be pulled in. That's exactly what council and the city management intend to do. I find it comical and appalling that a previous council member's public comments suggest that people in the community do not understand the budget, offering to sit down and educate us on that budget. Personally, I've written accounting software for a $500 million nonprofit for the past 25 years. I can read a budget. I don't need tutorials from a former council member that sat on this dais watching over the past 3 failed budgets. Thank you.
I thank you. Is there anybody else? I don't have any more forms. Okay, Betty Conley. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Betty Conley. I'm a resident of Cal. I'm going to speak about a few things that I see that gets posted online. And I think if we're going to be posting things online, we need to post the exact truth online and not innuendos. I think that there's a chain of command to follow. And with all this, with the budget and that, we need to make sure the chain of command is followed. And that's why we have an interim city manager, we have a mayor, and we have a council. To put something online to make it like the rest of us don't know or understand or unintelligent to figure things out, and you have to help us, is very disrespectful for me, because I am intelligent. I do have a college degree. I do know budgets. And if we don't, then we can come here and ask, because we know it's free, transparent, to come and ask any question that we need to ask. So I feel that next time things are put online, they're put in perspective, because the Park and Rec's terminations weren't all 4 people. When you said the top people, 2 of them left on their own. David Lopez left to follow Brian. Amy resigned. So there were only 2 out of the top that were terminated.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that was a
Yeah, that was
fast
quick.
3
Sorry.
minutes.
Yeah.
They're
I
gonna
know
say,
you
"Thank
want
you,
to get
Jesse."
me
The
off
clock-
the mic
the clock
here,
didn't
but.
reset.
You know what, now you get an extra minute.
Right. But anyway, so when things are put online, they need to be put totally in perspective, not just half-truths, not innuendos, not trying to scare people. Those tactics don't work, especially with me. And so I just ask next time anybody's going to speak like that. But first of all, follow the chain. There is a charter. There is the interim city manager. There is the mayor. There is the council. We don't need to be stepping on toes to make like it's going to be I'm in charge attitude. And that's what happens. Even on the dais, we have a mayor that gets disrespected. And that happens quite often. And it seems it needs to be enough. It needs to stop. And then we had the interim manager grilled as if he was being grilled by a judge and jury. That has to stop because he had no way defending until you, Yvonne, asked him if he saw all those credit cards. So I think it's wrong to try to sway people one way or the other with misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think, yeah, come on up. If you could just state your name for the record, please. Come on up.
Bring your form and give it to the mayor, please.
You're good. We'll get it figured out. Yeah, there's a little sign-in sheet. If you want to fill that out freely, that'd be fantastic.
All right,
Thank you.
I'm glad you have a timer. My name is Alvino Regalado, and I've been a longtime resident of Kyle. I came up here to say, first of all, thank you guys. I've seen Kyle grow from nothing, and I know that you serve and you've done a very, very good job. But I also wanted to come up here this morning and give a special thank you to the following people who are helping us currently with our 605 Live Oak calming measure. Dr. Laura Lee Harris, Rahali, you told me I can't talk to the audience, and Scott Egbert. They've been working with us because Live Oak is now the mini Burleson. Everyone goes through it. And so they're helping us. They came up with some very good ideas. Ravi is working on that. I just wanted to say thank you guys so much. I know we're always asking y'all for stuff, and we always want everything, and we don't want to pay for it. But thank y'all for all that you do. And then if you want to consider 605 Live Oak, that street in the future for a sidewalk, you've got a yes from me. I don't know about the other ones, but if y'all would like to consider that. But once again, thank y'all all so much for everything you do and for serving us. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Dr. Laura Lee Harris. And Ravi.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, come on up next, Ellen. And if you want to, sir, if you want to fill out one of those sheets, yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, I thought they were out of sheets. My name is Ellen Ermis. I am on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and also on the board of the Kyle Area Senior Zone. We're really excited about our transition this summer to the new building. We took a tour last week, and it's exciting. Thank you all. Regarding the Parks and Rec Department, having been on the board for 3 years now, I am not sorry to see the management go. I think that they created a white-collar elite, and then the workers were left to do the work. And so here we are. And I also, with the board, I feel like sometimes they just talked at us. They gave us limited choices. They didn't really ask for our input. They gave us forced choice options that didn't always relate what the board had talked about. Also, several of the people in the elite category were hired at the top of the range, sometimes even over the posted range of salary, and I just don't think that's ethical. So there's good and bad in these transitions, and I thank the people that are making the hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Mr. Rocha?
Hello, good morning, Mayor, Council. I'm Kenneth Rocha, hometown Kyle. This council meeting has a lot of detail in it, so I'm going to make sure I don't miss anything. So So I want to begin by crediting our financial and city staff. With each interaction, you have remained professional and engaged, reviving a gold standard of service. The presentation before you today is deeply detailed, but the raw numbers from the slide 68 are staggering, accepting that this CIP plan, as written, means issuing $816 million in new principal debt, pushing Kyle's total debt past $1.1 billion and potentially topping $1.4 billion once interest to maturity is calculated. I am not here in opposition to spending. The lean bond strategy I shared with this council earlier this year actively protects our 2022 road bond commitments, our core wastewater interceptors, critical street maintenance, and the Lehman booster station, if its grant is secured. What it strips out are non-essential expenditures our current debt profile cannot responsibly support. It comes back down to the framework for decision-making, and council has a clear path today to achieve 230 to 280 million debt reduction by taking 3 concrete actions. First, freeze the Kohler Crossing roundabouts. Staff's own numbers show $2.73 million spent and $4.9 million obligated on a $28 million project. That means over $23 million remains uncommitted. Halting the August letting is not wasting a sunk cost. It is choosing not to spend $23 million more on a project our debt profile cannot support. The design asset is preserved. The obligation is not. Second, separate and defer Chevo Pastrano. I understand the development agreement carries a September 2028 deadline, and the staff has flagged that timeline will not be met. That is precisely why council should tonight direct the city attorney to assess the DA's consequences, separate the TERS reimbursable $16 million tranche for individual review, and defer the unfunded $66 million portion. Do not issue the 9 figures in CO debt for a growth-serving road without putting it to voters. Third, condition wastewater Phase 2. Phase 1 to 6.0 MGD must be completed. That is a regulatory obligation and no one disputes it. But do not authorize open-ended debt for Phase 2 expansion to 9.0 MGD before the 2026 wastewater master plan is formally adopted and actual post-Phase 1 demand data validates the need. These are the 3 highest dollar, most actionable decisions council will face today. If facilities like Lake Kensington, the animal shelter, and Greg Clark improvements are desired, defer them to the ballot and let the voters decide. That path already exists in today's presentation. There's more, but I appreciate your time. You sure? All right. Another paragraph. If a project lacks an immediate regulatory or safety emergency, do not fund via non-voter authorized COs. One final reminder, a ratepayer and a taxpayer are the same person. Whether the bill comes through their water service or their property tax notice, the burden is identical. I urge council to enforce Senate Bill 1453 minimum debt service calculations, target the no new revenue rate as the budget baseline, and commit to fixing our existing footprint before borrowing hundred millions to expand it. I appreciate your due diligence. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yay, bring it on up here. All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizens' comments. Before we proceed, I want to make sure that we have an orderly meeting today. What that's going to look like is the council will wait to be acknowledged by the chair, which is myself, before speaking. Also, no one is going to speak twice without everyone having the opportunity to speak once. These are not my rules. These are Robert's rules and the council's rules. And so moving forward, that's how we're going to proceed. So up next, we have consider and possible action. The reason why it's under consider and possible action is because we are going to eventually take votes. This is not going to be maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. We are going to give our opinions, and we're going to stick by what we say, and we're going to give staff good direction. So up next is receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding the city's 5-year capital improvement program, CIP spending plan totaling $858.3 million for fiscal years 26 and 27 through 2030 and 2031. The staff presentation, report, and discussion will cover the following topics. I think I can let you take it over from here, right? Okay. I don't want to speak too long, so go ahead.
So good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. So today's presentation is focused on the CIP program, the next 5 years. And basically, we're going to show you that the projects that were adopted in the current 5-year program, how they're carrying over to the next 5-year, and what are some of the new projects. So we'll go over it very specifically. We have a total of 5 speakers today, and we'll take turns. We all have specific topics we'll cover. So I'll do the intro and then hand it over to Mike after that. So with that, I'll go over the discussion objectives that we want to accomplish today with council, with the help of the council. So number 1, we are presenting to City Council and our residents the city's draft 5-year CIP, our capital improvements program, for fiscal years 26-27 through 2030-31. And the reason I say draft, it's important to note that because this is a draft plan at this time. We want council's feedback, your priorities, your direction to us, and then we take that after your final vote on those projects, and then we'll come back and finalize the CIP spending plan to include in the city manager's proposed budget. Number 2, we're going to recap key highlights from the current approved 5-year CIP spending plan, which totals about $1.27 billion for fiscal years 2025-26 through 2029-30. Number 3, we'll review and highlight for you major CIP projects that are included in the draft 5-year capital improvements spending plan for fiscal year 26-27 through 2030-31. Number 4, we will clearly outline and identify and show exactly which CIP projects included in the draft spending plan are currently funded and which ones are not. So we will go through that list and walk you through. Number 5, we will provide full disclosure of the city's current CIP internal funding policy from prior administration, and today we will request City Council's direction for going forward. Number 6, we'll review city's current long-term debt position, meaning where are we today with outstanding debt? How much does the city owe today? And then in number 7, we will clearly show you how much additional debt would have to be issued to support the draft 5-year capital improvements program that we will go over in a few minutes for fiscal years 26-27 through 2030-31, assuming we were to use the current internal funding policy that's in place. So we need direction from council on that. Number 8, we will request City Council's direction for each unfunded CIP project for staff to A, proceed and continue issuing certificates of obligation debt under the current internal funding policy, or B, defer the CIP project for a future bond election, or C, defer the CIP project indefinitely until surplus funds are available from non-debt sources, and D, eliminate or do some combination thereof based on your direction. And finally, we'll review the next steps in the budget development process, kind of go over the timeline, and remind you of the next workshops that are coming up, and then the final proposed budget when that's going to be delivered to City Council. So unless you have any questions, I'm going to hand it over to Mike Trimble, our Director of Transportation and Public Works.
Thank you, Pervez. So just to kind of go over the discussion outline for this part of the presentation, We will be talking about the approved CIP spending plan, as well as what is the draft proposed, as Pervez said. And then, just to be clear, what is in the proposed CIP budget and plan are a mix of unfunded and funded projects for discussion. We will get to which ones are included for funded and which ones are included as unfunded to provide background and context for your conversation, as Pervez said, towards the end, where we start to talk about specific unfunded projects. So here's an overview of what's been approved for the CIP spending plan, and this was approved for the FY26 fiscal year. And so that total amount was $1.27 billion, basically. And so that included several projects. That included a lot of intersection improvements, a lot of roundabout intersection improvements. That included several parks projects. It included some of the projects you're going to see today. But that also included about $460 million of spending for FY 2026. And one of the things we've done this year is really gone back and looked at realistic implementation timelines for what realistically we can get done from a project development, design, and construction standpoint. And we've really set up a new process in conjunction with our finance department to review those projects and pair that up with existing and anticipated funding sources, but really scrubbing those numbers with the departments. And so that brings us to the proposed 5-year CIP spending plan, which is a total of $858.3 million. And that's about over $400 million reduction from what was approved last year. And again, that's us going back and scrubbing those projects and then trying to match those projects with the priorities that you have articulated, Council, as well as those priorities that have been established and identified out of the various master plans that have been done, whether it's a parks master plan, water master plan, transportation master plans, et cetera. And so, again, very proud of the process that we were able to put in place this year, kind of year one of that partnership process. And so that's what we'll be using going forward, working in conjunction between the CIP team and the finance team. Of that number, about 47 or 48% is tax-supported capital projects, and then 52.3% is non-tax-supported CIPs that are funded by water revenues or other funding sources. So just a comparison, this is just putting these numbers kind of next to each other for the 5-year spending. Again, as I was talking about with some of the smoothing out of those spending plans, you can kind of see that here. I think our spending last year was around $200 million to $250 million. And so we're trying to get that back to more realistic spending timelines. You can see the numbers for FY 27 to 31, even those 286 and 293 numbers for 27 and 28. That is primarily your road bond program, since we're moving into construction phase on several projects, as well as your wastewater treatment plant project. So just to note, some of the projects that are not included in this proposed CIP spending plan, and again, this is based on council discussions and priorities to date. We did not include the Old Stagecoach Heritage Tree Pocket Park. I believe you guys had talked about that in your visioning session. We are also not including the TPW and Kyle Water Utilities headquarters project at this time. We're also not including downtown revitalization projects, as well as roundabout beautification, and again, just based on recent council direction and conversations. Okay, so we have a couple of different categories of projects we're going to go through, and starting with the 2022 road bond program. We will also, I'll turn it over to Jesse to talk about parks and recreation projects, and then we'll talk about TPW projects, water wastewater utility projects, stormwater drainage projects, and then projects that are funded through tax increment reinvestment zones, as well as a couple of facilities projects as well. So let me start with the 2022 road bond program. I know you've received several updates, and you will receive another full, robust update in July. And we're going to start doing a quarterly update for council on the status and progress of the road bond going forward, beginning with that July timeframe. But just to give you a quick overview, on the map, you can see some of the projects in red that are in construction, and that includes our Kohler to Seaton and Beebe Road West project, our Windy Hill project, and our Center Street off-system project that recently went to construction as well. We have completed Marketplace, which is in green. The projects in blue are still in design, but most of our projects are nearing 90 and 100% design. So we're making good progress through the PS&E design phase as well. I anticipate we'll have a couple more projects that are going to be going to construction this year. So again, making good progress on the program overall. And then I think all but 2 of our projects will be in either bid or construction by the end of this calendar year. So again, getting through the bulk of the program. I do also want to note this week, we're going to be opening up the first segment of the Kohlers to Seton project, and that's going to be the connection from BB over to 35. And so, we're excited to see that open, and that will allow us to provide a detour while we're doing work on the BB Road West project that connects to 35 back over to Kohlers to Seton. And so, again, we're seeing good progress on that project, but I just want to make sure you're aware of that and the community is aware of that we are opening that. There is going to be a detour, and I think we're getting traffic notices out about that as well.
As we go through these, can I make sure that council doesn't have any questions regarding any of this? Does anybody have questions or concerns about the 2022 road bond? Looking to my left, listen to my, not yet. Okay, I do have 2 questions, so before anybody else, I want to make sure you guys speak first. So I know our last formal update for the road bond had us at a $40 million kind of deficit. We didn't have enough. So I was wondering, can you give us the best estimate? Are we still within that $40 million that we're going to have to make up? What does the future of the cost of the road bonds look like at this point?
So I anticipate we are still at a deficit versus the 294 number. I think the last update we had given, I think we were in the $20 to $30 million range versus the 294 versus our estimates to complete the program as it is now. When we bring that update to you in July, we will be talking about potential budget reduction strategies to bring that program back to the 294 number. And then we'll also talk about some of the commitments that were made out of the road bond program to other priorities that were not related back to the projects as well. And just to give you a full picture of what's happened with the road bond, the budget going forward. So yes, the short answer is yes. I think we'll still anticipate running a gap between what's anticipated for the full cost of the program versus what was budgeted. But I think we do have some strategies to work on to bring that back.
Okay, I just want to make sure as we're moving forward with this road bond, since we already have a shortage, that as we're moving forward, we're looking at it and making sure that we somehow figure out not to add up more additional debt. Because I know everybody wants everything right now, but I think we have to be very cautious moving forward on how we spend, because if we're already $20 to $30 million short, we're going to have to already decide which roads we might have to postpone. Also, I know in the fall, we're going to have this is exciting and it's kind of bittersweet. We're going to have 7 out of our 9 roads under construction, which is going to be kind of stressful for our residents. I want to say it again. We are doing exactly what you guys asked, which is to build these roads. 7 out of our 9 roads will be under construction. So this is going to cause some stress. Can you explain to us how the roads are going to be managed so we ensure that we minimize that stress to our residents?
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. So with each of our projects, we have a traffic control plan that's developed and approved for the project. And for most of our projects, we have it set up to where we will be able to keep traffic flow moving through those corridors. So for example, the Center Street On-System project that just went to construction, we are going to be maintaining traffic flow through there. At some points, there may be constricted traffic flow, but we will be maintaining traffic flow. And that also impacts the full length of construction time. Some of these projects are going to be taking longer than if we were able to shut down the whole corridor for a year and or 6 months and get the work done. But part of that is to maintain traffic flow and mobility throughout the city. We know it's going to be an impact on residents, and so we are trying to do our best to kind of manage that, not just within the project, but across projects. And I do want to note, we are having an open house on July 29th at Lehman High School, where we're going to be talking a lot more about these projects as we go into construction and what those traffic controls look like. And so I definitely invite the community out to come and learn more about what's going on and then ask any questions they have about that.
Perfect. All right. Anybody have, I'm going to come back around and make sure there's no questions. Councilmember Goza?
Can you speak more on to the projects that were paid for out of the road bond that were outside of the scope?
Yes, we'll have more information on that in July. But off the cuff, the removing the tree, the Heritage Tree that we moved over to the planned pocket park that we're not doing anymore, but the one on Old Stagecoach, that was paid for out of the road bond. It was anticipated that I think some of that would be reimbursed from development fees, but at this point in time, that's an outstanding amount that was paid out of the road bond. I think there were some other commitments made through some developments that were also paid out of the road bond, but again, we'll cover all of those when we get to the July update.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Can
Councilmember Councilmember Espada?
I get some clarification on what the breakdown of spending looks like over the next couple of years? Because we've received that breakdown for almost every other slide except for this one. And if I'm looking at it correctly, then we have around, and this is including that shortage that we have around 154 million left or promised in order to complete these roads. And I know that extends all the way into FY 28-29. So I'm just wondering, do we have any sense right now off the top of your head of what that breakdown looks like until we get to FY 28?
Yeah, so I would say the majority of the spending for this program, remainder is going to be this year, and it's going to be the next year, FY 27. And then it'll start to taper down once we get to 28, and then ultimately to FY 29. So the main projects on the backside of the program are going to be your BB East project and your Kohlers crossing and I-35, where we're doing the underpass basically, and they're raising the highway. Those are the projects that are on the back end of the program, and that will make up the bulk of the spending in your 28 and 29 timeframe. Do want to note on that, Campo did just recommend TxDOT get funding for their match on the Kohlers crossing I-35, which is about $10 million. So again, we're excited to see that money come back to the program, but right, that's kind of how that spending curve will work, and I think we're going to be giving a lot more information about the exact numbers when we come back.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then one more question. I know that we are doing what we can to also alert residents as to the changes in traffic flow and what to expect. I was wondering if we could do the same thing with some of our businesses, because there's some small businesses that are located along these roads that will be impacted. And so I just want to make sure that we're communicating with them the impacts to their businesses, different things that we can take into consideration as far as easing communication with them if they have issues that they run into, providing them direct contacts, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely, council member. So might want to make you aware that we are, as part of our outreach, is we're doing what we call block walks, basically, and we are doing that with the businesses along the corridors, and we're getting out and literally handing them information about the bond program. And again, some of them say, this is the first time I'm hearing about the bond project, so we're glad we're getting out there. But that's what we're doing on these projects before we get out to construction. We did the one, I think, for Center Street. I think we did that about a month ago. And so we're trying to get out and make sure people are aware of what's coming with the construction and then how the traffic's going to work. And so we'll continue to do that as part of our outreach. I think it's important because not everybody can make it to an open house. Not everybody's watching the council meeting. So we want to make sure they're aware of what's coming.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, anybody else? And also, if you guys push something out into social media, let us know. I know council used to get emails like, hey, this is what's coming up. And so we could post it as well for those that follow us. That would be excellent. All right.
Okay, and with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Jesse to talk about the parks projects.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mayor, I'm glad you brought that point up because we have so many slides throughout that it's probably best to take them one at a time, have the conversation, get the feedback we need, and then move on. And then to Pervez's point, at the end, I think they'll come back as just like voting items, especially the unfunded ones. But yes, if we go through them all and then try and go back, it'll be a lot. So we'll take these one at a time. So for just as a reminder, these are the Parks and Recreation projects that are funded or partially funded. We will get to, I think it's a little bit later on, the unfunded projects that we'll talk about. So if you think we missed a few projects, they're probably in the unfunded bucket when we get to them. So the first one we'll start with is Plum Creek East Vibe Trail. This is a large spine that goes from Button Creek Park all the way to Waterleaf Park. It's part of the 2020 Parks Bond Program. Currently to date, we've spent $996,455 in design. That design is 90%, it's almost complete. That isn't fully for this spine that goes through here. There was also design from Button Creek that connects all the way to 35 that is 30% done. So part of that 996 is the portion that goes to 35. But this entire spine from Button Creek all the way to Waterleaf will be the full design will be complete very soon. The budgeted cost for this is $2 million, but it's very important to mention that the full cost to build out this entire spine with all the connectors that go into it is $6 million. So this does not include the entire trail. Currently, we have $800,000 planned in 2027. What staff is moving forward with, and none of that $6 million funded for the next 28 to 31. So what staff would move forward with, this is obviously part of council's discussion today, this morning, but we have $800,000 budgeted that in going into, obviously that can't build the entire spine, but staff would look at, and I've talked to our CIP team and our parks team, critical elements along that spine that really would make an impact to be completed or to be upgraded. With that $800,000, utilizing the design that we have. And then once that money is spent and those portions are done, we would come back to council in future years with the full design still completed and ask council about future funding to finish out the spine and the connectors. But currently, we do not have the $6 million to build this spine and the connectors planned through 28 to 31. I just thought we need to mention that. So that's the kind of the overview for this, and I'll open it up for council to discuss this project.
Thank you. I do, does anybody have a question? Okay, of course I do. My question is, the $996,000 that we've spent, that's only been on engineering?
It's the full plans, yes. So the full design plans, engineering, everything. There's 30% PEC from Bunton Creek to 35 that's not outlined in this, but I think it was about $550,000 for the full design of this spine right here.
Okay, and when it says obligated cost, that's how much we're required to pay because we've acquired services?
I think that's just what's, obligated, I think in this case, is what's been encumbered. Right now, if we said, kill this project, that money would come back, obviously, but I think that's what's encumbered to go to complete full design and then start working on the actual trail.
Okay, so then the difference between the budgeted and what we have left over looks to be like $1 million. So we have $1 million set aside, but it's all $6 million.
Not set aside.
No, okay, so.
Currently.
So what kind, I guess I'd like to know, what is the real gap in between?
To fully build it, it would be about $4 million, because currently we have a budgeted $2 million, and the entire project to be completely built out is $6 million. So the gap would be $4 million, and that would be something we'd have to put in future CIP plans.
Okay, so
Mayor, another point to make here is the $2 million comes from, $1 million comes from the city's park bonds, and the other $1 million comes from the county's park bonds.
Great point.
Okay, that brings up a great valid point, because this is a 2020 park bond. The VIBE was not approved until 2021. So although I think the VIBE does qualify, when our voters went out to vote for it, I don't know if they necessarily understood that this money was going to be spent for a VIBE that had not even been approved yet by the council. And so moving forward, I would like to make sure that, this overall, it's called the Great Springs Trail. I can't remember the overall trail name. It goes from Austin to San Antonio. City of Kyle, I know we had previously leadership that didn't realize this was a big connecting trail. They thought it was just within Kyle. But are we making sure that we're aligning it with the same kind of thoughts and construction that the rest of the cities are? For example, I know there is a goal of the overall trail not to use eminent domain, to make it less invasive, to make it more natural, whereas the city of Kyle wants to be a multimodal. And so I guess I'd be interested to know how much research we've done into making it consistent throughout the trail. And also incorporating the ordinance that currently allows for us to use existing roads and sidewalks, which could significantly cut down on costs. How is that being incorporated into these plans?
I think there's a lot of answers to that question. I think currently the entire VIBE Trail, to your point, Mayor, is being evaluated in exactly that way. So certain portions of it, it may make sense to have the 10-foot, the full multimodal. Certain portions of it, like you said, follow the roadway and sidewalks. And then other portions of it, I think we had a conversation a couple months ago with one trail section that staff recommended it just be not even pavement, that it was at where it was and how it connected, it just didn't make sense to have a 10-foot paved. And so each one of these, especially now with our current budget and the way that we're scaling back on some of these things, I think each one of these portions that we come forward with, not only will staff look at it that way, but we'll also come to council with a recommendation of what fits best as far as the Vibe Trail. The trail itself and how it's all connected will probably stay, the way that we have it as far as planned, but how it looks in each connector in each section will be evaluated, like you said, for best use case, not just everything 10-foot paved.
I do want to add to that also that we are building out multiple segments of the Vibe Trail with the road bond projects. And so that is contemplated, again, working the roadways and building it as part of the cross-section. So we are including that in several of the road bond projects that were originally scoped with the projects. Also, when we're looking at the Kyle Mobility Plan, and again, you're going to be getting an full update on that in July as well, you'll see that with the cross-sections that we're looking at, that includes what's called shared use path, which is basically a slightly narrow version of the Vibe Trail, which is basically either 8-foot or 10-foot that allows for bikes and peds as well. So,
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Just a quick clarification. The Great Springs Project Trail is not our whole Vibe Trail. Our whole Vibe Trail is like 77 miles. The Great Springs Trail that goes from between Emerald Crown and Violet Crown Trails is kind of to the west. None of that really is to the east. So it's just that connector that is part of Great Springs, which is a cool group. And I'm glad we're participating in that. But that's a very small part of the Vibe Trail. The other thing is that as developers are building along what will be our plan for the Vibe Trail at this point, they are responsible for building that part of the Vibe Trail as well. So not all of that is going into the city budget. A lot of that is being built by developers, right?
Yes, portions of it will be built by developers, and as Tremble said, that they will also be built through the road bond program.
Through the road bond.
And you're right, it is a smaller portion that's connected to that trail, but it is built into our larger Vibe Trail network.
And just a note regarding moving the tree, there was in the budget something to do with the tree. I mean, it couldn't stay where it was and build that road. Our decision was, what do we do with that? If we leave it there, move the road, it was millions and millions and millions of dollars. If we cut it down, we cut down a historic 400-year-old tree. Not a great idea. If we move it, I think it came in about $250,000, $300,000 less than what we had anticipated. So that was a good thing too. So that was the decision of the council as well. Let's go ahead. It should have been included in the road bond proposal because it was obvious that something had to be done with the tree.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
So I think, one, being a grant writer, I'm always looking for free money. And I found that the Texas Parks and Wildlife, every single year, they have different grants available for non-urban outdoor recreation and non-urban indoor recreation. And specifically for local parks, so to help municipalities fund like their parks programs and master plans. There is a grant that is due August 1st, which is the Local Parks Non-Urban Outdoor Recreation Grant, and that grant ceiling is $750,000. If we think about it in terms of even applying for $500,000, that helps cover $500,000 of this trail. And I looked at the grant guidelines, and it looks like we would meet pretty good criteria within it, especially because we're creating access and connectivity in a very underrepresented area. So I think that might be good for us to be able to look into, especially because the grant deadline still hasn't hit us just yet. And I think the other question that I have is, as I was going back and watching meetings and reading over materials, trying to gain a better understanding of how exactly the Vibe Trail came to be, because I think it just happened in multiple parts. I was just wondering if there was one slide, one page or something that actually showed the different cost savings with the different types of a path that we had. So like concrete versus something more permeable versus something more natural. And so I was just wondering if there was any potential in there to explore some cost savings measures by moving away from solely concrete.
Absolutely. I think that was part of what the mayor was talking about as far as how we evaluate each portion, but putting it all together into one or, 2 pages, we could certainly do that. We could certainly start to pull that together and show the different cost savings. It's worth noting that you can tell, just this spine alone, $6 million, how quickly those costs can go up when we're talking about 70-plus miles.
Yeah, okay, because if I'm looking at it, I think that there might be areas of even just this stretch that could use natural, like a natural paved way. And so I just want to make sure that we're exploring those options moving forward, and then also looking into some potential grant funding for it as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I was on the original task force back in '21 for the Vibe Trail. And you bring up some good points, Councilmember Zapata. And I think what we did is during that time, as we were looking at the terrain of the areas we're looking for, there were some areas that would flood a lot. And there was a lot of areas that were unstable as far as the soil and the surface. So when we were looking at maybe trying to go with more of a clay kind of like surface, like in Town Lake, which I recommended, because I used to go jog out there many years ago, bring in that type of surface may not have done very well in this terrain versus like you do at Auditorium Shores. And that's kind of why when we decided to go with the concrete, I believe it was ironically a little bit less, and it was also better for maintenance to be able to handle, and because again, we were passing an ordinance at that time to bring golf carts and of course bikes and so forth on that end. So I think we're just kind of looking at it like that. That's why we decided to go with concrete on the majority of it. And then at certain areas, we did decide maybe if, as we were designing this, of course, we're still in the design phase, we would look at some areas where we would leave it all natural on that end. But a lot of it had to do with the terrain in the area that flooded a lot. That was old, east of Kyle. Everybody knows that's old farmland, right? That's all black dirt. It rains, it floods, and becomes muddy, and things get washed out. So we're looking at that as a reconstruction process of having to rebuild every time we have major storms versus the concrete on that end. So, but if you want to look at those, then get that to Ms. Zapata. That would probably help with the finances.
That'd be good to pull all that together and evaluate. Yeah, thank you.
Just one thing I want to add to that conversation too, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the considerations you're looking at this is also ADA accessibility. So as you notice, several cities have moved to more of a concrete or solid base for their trail versus more natural. And especially when you're talking about intracity connections, like the Vibe Trail has, that's a major consideration is ADA accessibility. So just something to think about also. That may also be some of the parameters we got to work with when we're building this out.
Councilmember Zapata?
Councilmember Harris, I can't remember exactly what it was called, but when we were at NLC, there was a presentation done on like more permeable surfaces that was actually, I think, more cost effective. And
yes, in matter of fact, we actually are a member of the coalition that is doing that in Austin and kind of regional. So we joined that coalition. Yet they have some excellent heat reduction for the entire community strategies, cool concrete, some things that aren't necessarily available in our, like the cool blacktop. I don't think they manufacture it over here, and blacktop can't be sent to us like hundreds of miles away. But we could certainly encourage our providers to start looking at those options. And yes, we're part of that coalition, I'm delighted to say, and that will be ongoing.
All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, Councilmember Medina. Goza.
Yeah, I would like to remind everybody that we had an agreement coming into this that we would let everyone speak at least once before people spoke again. So that was out of turn. So I just want to comment on that. But my comment as far as the Vibe Trail is more kind of the overall and how we're planning it and constructing it, because what we saw for the Center Street project is that we were taking more property from people via eminent domain in order to incorporate both a sidewalk and the Vibe Trail. And I want to minimize the impacts to our residents as much as physically possible. So if we already have a sidewalk there and our ordinance allows for us to use that as part of that modality, like that's kind of what we should be sticking with rather than inconveniencing and taking property of people who have already been here. Some of these people have been here for a very long time. So that's a very big concern for me.
Absolutely, Councilmember. And one thing that I think we're looking at, particularly with the Cal Mobility Plan, is my recommendation would be is I think we need to have different dimensions and widths that we need to look at based on the context. So in other words, when you're doing a retrofit in a current urban corridor like Center Street, you're probably more constrained, right? I mean, impacts to property owners and all of that. So, I think that the standard detail was 12 foot for the Vibe Trail. You might want to look more of like a shared use path configuration of a 10 foot or an 8 foot. And we've already started to work in some of those modifications as we've been working with property owners. I know we did that for certain segments on Old Stagecoach. And I think we're doing that for some segments of Center Street as well. And I think having that flexibility based on the context, I think we're going to need that if you want to build out more of the Vibe Trail and or just shared use paths part of the city. It's all the same intent, right? You want to have that ability for bicyclists and pedestrians to be able to get around the city.
Yes, thank you.
I think that general breakdown is probably what we could put together, and the team can put together in kind of a list like Councilmember Zapata was saying, and get that to council.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Goza mentioned on, like, downtown. We have areas that have never had sidewalks, have been asking for sidewalks, and, unfortunately, this Vibe Trail doesn't happen to go through the area, so they're still not getting sidewalks. And then you've got those who barely have a front yard, and we're taking more of their front yard away for these Vibe Trails. So I just want to reiterate that. But then I want to bring a point on the slide where the project status is talking about 90% are in development. The estimated completion is fall of '28. That's just for the design.
That would be I think that's referring to the completion of the current plan, which is to spend through 2027, the 800,000 on the critical pieces. It definitely does not mean the $6 million trail completely built by fall of 2028.
Right. So if that's what we're looking at, and we know we're already at a deficit of, 600 million that we haven't planned to spend yet. If we were in a perfect world and we had that 600 million or 6 million, what would the project status look like of when we would anticipate building to be complete? If there was not a budget issue.
I would have to research that answer, Councilmember. I don't know. If we had the full 6 million, when would we complete the full spine and all the connectors? I would not be by 2028. It would take longer to do that, but.
We can do that estimate and get it to you.
Because that would be, something worth knowing if we're going to decide, are we going to push along and magically come up with $6 million by robbing some other area of our city? Or are we going to delay this? We kind of need some of those answers to know, is this something that we want to push out a couple of years until we have more funding that's freely available, excess funding as city manager mentioned? Or do we want to put this out to a vote so that our residents know we need this much money, but this is how long it's going to take to get it built?
No, it's a great point, and currently, the way it's set up right now, it is being delayed because you can see 28 through 31 has no extra funding, which would be that extra 4 million that we would need. The reason that we're spending the 800 on the critical connectors is, one, will be great for that area.
Right.
But also this is bond funding. This is bond money, so we would get to the 2 million that was requested by the voters, and then at that point, we would never move money, especially in the current situation with the CIP and the way we're evaluating it. We never just move money to build out the rest of this. It would come before council to be put into the 5-year plan, and we would show exactly where that money's coming from and how we're going to spend it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
I want to apologize to Councilmember Goza. I couldn't see that you had your hand up. I was just responding to Councilmember Zapata's question. I would like to reemphasize that the Vibe Trail is an important part of senior mobility. Many of us are giving up our vehicles, but if we do give up our vehicles at some point, there's really very little way of us getting around. And a lot of people are beginning to develop take on golf carts instead. So I think that considering the mobility of the seniors is also an issue with the Vibe Trail.
Councilmember McKinney?
Yeah, to kind of piggyback on that, it's important to note that any bit of multimodal aspect that we give up on the Vibe Trail greatly diminishes the overall value of the Vibe Trail to our residents.
Mm-hmm.
I was a late adopter to the Vibe Trail overall. I looked at the dollars and didn't consider kind of any of the positive aspects that came with it early on. Every resident that's going to be on the Vibe Trail is a resident who's not in a car on the roads contributing to traffic. One of our biggest complaints that we get sitting in these chairs is traffic is terrible, fix traffic, and to have a completely secondary road network that we could all utilize to get in and around town without contributing to, carbon-producing emission vehicles on the roadways helps alleviate that. There's a tremendous benefit that you have to take into consideration. And when we start looking at alternative construction and alternative, I'm drawing a blank on where my mind's going here, but the materials that we're using, if it's something that impedes its intended use, then, at that point, what have we done? We've spent money and then it's not functional as a network like it was originally intended to be. So I feel like there are obviously ways that we can minimize the upfront costs and kind of spread it out. But when this thing is all built out and done, it's going to be a phenomenal network that's going to contribute tremendously to the quality of life of our residents.
Thank you. So, and piggybacking off of that, is there any way that we can get a percentage? I know Councilmember Harris said earlier that some developers are required to help with this trail. To get a good grasp and a good idea of what percentage the builders are required versus the city would be really helpful. And also, I want to note that this is the 2020 bond, and we are very limited, although we can put 2020 bond out on a ton of different things, but we only have $7 million from the county and $7 million from the city. So although this has a funding source, I think it's important to understand what is coming out of that funding source, and do we really have the $6 million capacity as far, if we spent the rest of the $4 million, and then not taking into consideration, we built a park, the skate park, I think, was the 2020 bond as well. Like, eventually, we're going to run out of bond money. And so just being very conscious about where we sit on the status of this park bond that was approved 6 years ago. And because I know at some point, we're going to talk about the sportsplex, and it was supposed to be used for that too. So just remember, you can't use one source and spend all the money at, you know what I mean? We just got to be really knowledgeable when we move forward. So go ahead. You're good, Jesse.
Excellent segue into our next project. Speaking of which, also 2020 Parks Bond Program, and for anybody, I'm just going to start this slide out by saying, for anyone that's been here and paying attention for a few years, the recreational fields project, it has taken many different forms and many different ideas of what goes there. I want to be very clear with what we're talking about tonight. It's just this portion that is part of the master plan of that site that's 1A. So not the part 2 that had the larger building in it, nothing on the east side of 1626. We're just looking at the $7 million from the bond from the city and the $7 million from the county, which, to the mayor's point, is contemplated for very specific things and very specific reasons, which we have taken into account. So to date, the amount spent, again, we talked about this on the last one. It says $3.5 million. That's encumbered because that's for full build out, full design. That hasn't been actually paid out. Right now, we have about $700,000 that's been paid out for full master plan of that site. Anyone that sat on that task force has seen the multiple iterations that we've gone through, has met big meetings where we actually build out the different elements of the park and things like that. But for the conversation today, we want to talk to you guys about just the Part 1A, which is the road that goes through the park, and then the different elements of the park you can see there in the photo. I will note that the road that goes through the park and connects to Rickertson is now one of the TERS 2 projects. It's funded by TERS 2. It's no longer contemplated to be funded through the bond program. So that leaves the rest of the monies to be spent on the actual park and park elements. And so currently, I'll say this on each one of these slides, this is the direction we're going in, but certainly that's why we're here, to have conversations with you guys to see how you feel about it. But currently, the rest of that money is contemplated to be spent on sports fields and the access to sports fields on that site. So we will move forward with, I think 2027, we had $2 million, and 2028, we had $8 million to get to that $14 million. That is multiple sports fields, multiple courts, all along that roadway, and also, I believe, the parking and the elements to connect to that. So that is the currently master planned and approved 1A portion of that, to utilize the bond money that has actually been approved to get those fields built. Those fields, just so everyone knows, were evaluated to fill the largest gap that we have in our master plan. So the master plan contemplated the whole city, our residents, all the different courts and fields and stuff that we have, and then they showed the largest gap that we have based on what residents want and what we have. And I believe the top ones were soccer fields and basketball courts, which this has on it.
Those basketball courts are outside?
I believe so, but we can get a breakdown on them. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I understand soccer and baseball being outside. Things like volleyball and basketball should really be more of an indoor focus. I cannot fathom the idea of anybody doing a outdoor basketball tournament in Central Texas. Basketball is during a very specific time, about March, well, and all through summer if you do AAU. And so I wouldn't let my kid play basketball outside. Might dehydrate. I would have real concerns with basketball courts being out there, unless it's just fun recreational, like you get to go out there and shoot some hoops. But at that point, I don't think you would even necessarily have to have this grandioso plan. You could just get some pavilions, put some basketball courts underneath it, like Buda does over by their park. That place is always packed. Councilmember McKinney.
I'm on this task force, and I've seen probably 50 iterations of this thing. And this one, if I'm not mistaken, is exactly what you're describing. It was not meant to be for hosting tournaments or anything like that. It was meant to be so that, if residents just want to have a pickup game and just go out and shoot some hoops, that there were a handful of courts available to do that. Now, I actually pushed for more soccer fields and was told that the cost was too high. But that could be for tournaments, things like that. That could be some revenue generating scenarios for the city. My overall goal with this from day one was to have this where it was a net positive into the general fund when it was all fully done out. We've had several partners that have come to the table, and they would not contribute enough to get us there and wanted to take more than they were giving, and so we didn't move forward on those. But there's some opportunity for some revenue out of these fields.
Okay, any other questions or concerns, Councilmember Goza?
What does the maintenance of these fields look like? What does that do to our budget once they are built out?
Well, we're currently in the design phase, so we have not calculated exactly what it is, because these fields could change, how many are built, the way they're built, what they're built with. Our plan right now is if council is moving forward with this plan, we would get the task force back together, get the full breakdown of those fields along with maintenance costs and all that, and then bring that back to council and show you guys and then start moving forward. Once the full design is complete, then we would have all of those numbers come back to council, and then we'd begin construction on those fields. I do know that in every conversation we've had with the task force and when we brought to council, maintenance was a conversation we had, and we currently, unless something changes drastically, feel that we could maintain the fields. To Councilmember McKinney's point, there was conversations at one point about having a partner that either rented the field, leases the field, but contemplated currently the way it is, these are city-owned fields that anyone can play on at any time. And if we ever did host anything on these fields, it would be that they come in, do it, maybe gain some revenue and leave. It wouldn't be that they own the fields or in control of the fields. This is fully a city park.
Okay, and then, so if we are using the Parks Bond Program, it was a $7 million from the city, $7 million from the county, so that's putting us at 14 million. So if we're already doing part of that money for the skate park and we're doing part of that money for the Waterleaf Trail, then where's that gap being made up?
I believe, I don't know, I might ask Pervez on that one, because I believe there was more money, the 7 and 7 was specifically for the sports fields in this case. But I don't know specifically how much.
Councilmember Goza, the total bond program was 10 million for the city.
Okay,
And county matched 10.
and so we set aside then the
7 for the
these
fields.
fields. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Zapata?
So, for the recreational fields, and I sent you an email about this too, so thank you for responding to me about it. On June 8th, the Department of Interior announced a $461 million fund for parks and outdoor recreation across America. And this would be grants administered through the National Park Service. They do up to $15 million in matching. I think that our recreational fields, I went through the grant guidelines once again, roughly, I don't know all the specifics, but roughly from what I saw, it looks like this would be an opportunity that we could definitely apply for some potential matching funds. And I know that as I bring up grant opportunities, it is not guaranteed, but I also think that we have a really good basis as far as like where we're placed at nationally, with like the New York Times shouting us out again, what was like a month ago, for being like one of the fastest growing cities in the US. I really do think that we're poised in a good position to submit some really strong grant applications. So I just wanted to point that out as a possibility, because, they say it specifically that they want to expand access to outdoor recreation, improve visitor amenities, and support projects that enhance quality of life for local residents with a specific focus on indoor recreation and outdoor recreation. So I just want to mention that. And then the same thing with the Texas Parks and Wildlife. They have their local parks non-urban indoor recreation grant that's also due August 1st, and that's a grant ceiling of 1.5 million. So even if we wanted to explore the part 2 of that, which would be the potential indoor recreational facilities, perhaps that could go towards figuring out like whether or not that would be possible, drawing up plans, development, all of that. And then my other question is, just so that way I am remembering this correctly, the road connection in between, that's not a part of this conversation at this moment, correct?
Right, I think we have a slide on that later on,
Okay.
but that's within the TERS project list.
Okay, all right. And those were the only 2 additions that I had.
Appreciate you passing those along. We're having the team look at them. We took a cursory glance at that one you sent, and we think it qualifies as well, so we're going to look a little bit deeper
Okay,
into
trust
that.
me, I'm looking out for grants all the time,
Thank
all
you.
the time.
Councilmember Harris?
Just a quick question. The land that these are on was donated by the Plum Creek North Development, specific for sports fields.
Yes.
That's a great partnership, especially if we're doing grant writing, to be able to include that the land has been donated to us specifically for these purposes.
Okay, and going back to the fact, I want to make sure I have a good understanding of this area, because this is technically inside of TERS, right?
Yes.
So what we're
TERS
doing is we're taking our general bond money that's supposed to benefit all of our city, and we're going to put it into a TERS, which to me is kind of bothersome, because this is the most economically alive area, part of our city. And so I think taking that into consideration, if we're taking our general bond money which should be, because now that it's in a TERS, I have to question, like, where is the revenue going to go? That, any kind of revenue that we generate, does it stay within that area? And if it does, is that what's financially best for the totality of our city? And so I think that's on a different kind of level of concern because it is a TERS. And I feel like we have fed into this TERS the last at least 5 years, money from our general fund to the tune of over $20 million. And nowhere else in our city, nowhere else do we get that kind of investment. And if anybody understands what a TERS is, it's specifically created so the developers, and not the city, the developers invest into this area and they keep it. They're able to keep a certain percentage. And I think in this one, it might be 50% and 50% from the county as well. So it's a match. And here we have a downtown that's dying. And here we have an east side that needs road updates. And we're sticking $14 million investment into this area. I do have a concern about that overall. That's it. You can go on. Oh, Councilmember Zapata.
What would be the process of amending the geographic sprawl of the TERS?
Perez?
That would be a legal question.
I think that's an excellent question, yeah.
Okay. If we could just get just a framework of how that's done and at a later time when legal is
Sure.
able to get back to us,
Sure.
I would appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Good?
We're good, thank you.
All right, this one is our Greg Clark Skate Park. There's not much to say, too much to say about this, because I'm sure, as you all know, it is nearing completion. We have no more budget through 27 through 31 because we're about to complete this, and unless there's any significant discussion on this, we wanted to show it and let the council know that we will be having a ribbon cutting that we're putting together in August, which we believe will be a pretty big event. We've already had multiple sponsors in the community say they want to be a part of it. Many residents that want to be there, many that want to come and skate for the grand opening of it. And the Parks Department plans to have not only this for our residents, but also regionally have maybe tournaments here. It's built also for all access, so we could have like wheelchair tournaments here as well, and all kinds of different access tournaments for this. So this will be a shining project for our city when we fully unveil it. So ribbon cutting in August, and obviously open for full discussion, but this is nearing completion.
All right, any questions, comments? Councilmember Goza?
I just want to say I had some comments from some people online about this, and they were quite upset about the amount of money that we spent. And they were like, well, you can stop this if you want to, but I just want to confirm that this is not a project that we can stop at this point, correct?
You can stop anything you want at this point, but it will be completed in one more month, so at this point, it would be odd. It would be odd to be sitting out there at 90% completion, having been stopped. But council can do whatever they'd like.
That's always going to be the answer. It's
I
always
think
going to be
that
the answer.
clarification, though, that it's already 90% complete is an important one. And so especially as we've gotten that far into construction, it would not be practical to do that. And so I just kind of wanted that put onto the record of how far it was into completion.
Councilmember Harris.
I remember when we first started talking about the skateboard park, I was on Parks and Rec. And I was kind of, let's kind of do the minimum. Until we had a stakeholders meeting, a public meeting here, and the skaters came.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, that was the most involved, interested, excited group of any project we have ever done. They were delighted with this. They suggested what should be in it. And then when it finally came to council, I was then on council. And the motion was that we make it a really excellent facility, rather than just a skateboard park, kind of like some of the other cities have. make it one that is a shining star in the area so that it will draw competition. And then I was especially delighted when the discussion led to it really needs to be all wheels. So wheelchairs, kids with little bitty scooters. This is a large enough skateboard park to accommodate all of them. So I think it's going to be a great asset to the city. I at first was kind of, well, it's okay, let's keep it cheap. I'm really pleased that the council decided, no, let's go where it's all wheels, all class, and classy. So thanks.
All right, I'm going to piggyback off of that because I was on council during that time, and I literally wrote down, it was the biggest turnout of any stakeholder meeting I've ever seen, and they were very interactive. With that said, I'm going to point back up to the fact it says 2020 Bond Park Program. I'm going to point to the fact that it's $4.2 million. I'm going to point to the fact that now we have dipped into the $10 million that or the $7 million for the sports. So we don't have $7 million. And we from the city, we are just cutting into this. And so although I appreciate the grandioseness of this skate park, we can't have our cake and eat it too. So now that this has cost us $3 million more than we originally anticipated, we've got to figure out moving forward where we're going to cut from somewhere else because that money no longer exists.
Mayor, this is a matching bond, so $2 million is our bond money and $2 million came from Hayes County.
But we originally planned for $1 million. This original park was $1 million. And so when we looked at the totality of the 10 million, 7 has already been set aside, right?
Right.
So that's 7, and then we have 3 million that's supposed to go to the Vibe and to the Great Clark, and which also includes this. And now we're looking at, so for us, it's $2.1 million for us.
Yeah, so we had 10 million of the 7 million. The 10 million, 7 million was dedicated for the sports fields. Then 2 million was dedicated for Greg Clark Park. It didn't say.
Oh, didn't say. So they just.
So and then 1 million was set aside for the Plum Creek Vibe Trail.
So we're right on budget.
It's slightly over budget. When you see the budget is 4.2.
Okay.
We only had 4, so it's slightly over budget.
Okay. Then I stand corrected, and thank you. So instead, the budgeted cost is 4.2, but our city's responsibility is 2.1, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't make me feel much better, but because I feel like there are other things that we need within our city as far as parks and trails. And so knowing that we've spent the majority in one project makes it feel like we have to take away from other projects. So I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. One last thing I want to mention, just to feel good. Councilmember Tobias was spearheaded this, but there will be an element of this skate park that is dedicated to the memory of some young people that passed away, and there's going to be a kind of little memorial. They were big skaters, and there's going to be a little memorial, and anything future could be put there as well. It's going to be a portion of that Councilmember Tobias helped spearhead and brought some folks in and stuff. So anyway, there's an element of this that's also very poignant.
It was a tribute in memorial to our young adults, our young teenagers that we lost in fentanyl crisis. And it is still going on. And it is in memory of those people we've lost. So that way, when we do have, I know there's a lot of people that are very critical about the expenditures and all that. But when we have a young group of young people come out to utilize this, whether skateboarders or scooters, they'll be able to see this and understand where we were at and the dangers of what the fentanyl crisis is going through. And maybe we can be able to memorialize those we lost in this sense. And so I want to thank you for that.
We appreciate you bringing those groups together. We had multiple meetings that were very powerful, and having the community come out, specifically the skater community come out to those meetings and support it and talk about putting skateboard, signed skateboards out there as part of a memorial, bricks with names on it. It's been very powerful. So that's an element of this that we're also looking forward to.
Yes.
Hey, look, we're giving our youth something to do, and so
Yes.
as much as
Exactly.
it's $2 million and
That's-
as much as it could go to other places, this is so important.
That is true. And I know that we're all being fussy about the dollars, and I get it. But we have 60,000 people, 70,000 in here. We got to give these kids something to do.
Yep, I
Okay?
agree.
We got to give these kids an outlet somewhere, whether it's skating or whether it's the basketball goals we're talking about at the rec center or at the rec area, even if it's a pavilion. Because you go to, anybody been to East Austin or South Austin, we got those old school things there we used to play out there, and it's hot. Yeah, I get it. But I was a farm boy, and that's all we had was Kyle Elementary School. And that's what we did. But we got to provide an outlet for our youth. And thank you for helping spearhead that. And I'd also like to add, if we can add kayak group to this and invite them out there.
To the ribbon cutting.
To the ribbon cutting. And that also could probably recruit, and they gave some some feedback as well. So I want to say thanks for that.
We certainly will. And we'll get the ribbon cutting and everything to you guys and get it on your calendars because that's going to be a big one. Councilmember McKinney said that he's going to drop in off the 6 foot.
Oh,
He
Yeah,
promised me.
I'm willing to watch that.
I've got my Eagle Knievel helmet ready to go, guys. I want to really show you guys how it's done.
Got the check already made out for that insurance deductible.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, go ahead.
Okay, last funded project in Parks before I turn it back over to Mike, I believe, and we'll get to unfunded later, is the Marriott Hartson bathroom. This one, approved by council, is moving forward. Amount spent to date is zero. I think that's just because we haven't, that's currently what we've paid out, but this is encumbered. It's underway. I believe it's, the materials have been ordered and are coming to start the build. I will tell you all that our engineering team is looking at the plans and have said that they've found some ways to value engineer this project and maybe, I don't want to give you guys a number because I don't want to put them on the spot, but maybe get some real cost savings on just some of the engineering of how we put this together. But this is moving forward. It has completion in 2027, I believe, and the total amount is $899,759.
I'm still sad that this is within the park. I'm going to be honest. I wish we could have put this across the street at 104 South Burleson, made a little welcome center, maybe a little Kyle store, sell Kyle stuff. But this is what the council voted on. They wanted to have the bathroom within that park. And so, I've got to respect the vote. Council, Mayor Pro Tem?
Is there a way to where we can really look at all the options now? I mean, it was voted on as this budgeted area, but just like with everything else, things can change, right? And so, is there?
Do you mean in value engineering it to be cheaper or in completely re-evaluating where it is and what we're doing with it?
Exactly, on that end.
If that's why we're here this morning. If council would like to pause what's currently been done, obviously there's some money spent as far as what they've been doing with design and stuff, but if y'all would like to pause at this point, we can pause everything and come back to council with a full evaluation if you'd like. That's why we're here this morning for these types of
Would you all
projects.
like to consider that? I'm open for that.
Mayor Pro
Because I
Tem.
know that you guys were not on the dais at the time and as we're moving forward, but it's just throwing that out
Mayor
there.
Pro Tem, just a suggestion, let's have the Assistant Director of Engineering that is very close to this project.
Sure.
Give you all a quick update as to how much we've already invested, what obligations we have,
Sure, of
and how much, if we were to change plans, what's our sunk cost?
Sounds good.
So Lou, if you could please come up.
Since we're on the subject, and it was something that was needed, but at the same time, very controversial.
I'm going to have Councilmember Harris ask a question real quick, if that's okay.
And the total budget for this, just to remind everybody, includes the park development areas around it. It is not just building the restroom facility. So it's that full thing and its improvements to the park as well as buying the restroom and installing that. And we did include, there was public comment. We had several meetings about this. We evaluated the areas around where it could be placed, so it wasn't like it was a casual conversation historically. We've been talking about this for several years.
Thank
So
you.
Lou,
Go ahead, Lou.
Thanks, Lou.
if you would please start with the latest estimate and where we are on this project.
So we had a meeting with the contractor yesterday to go over this. The budgeted cost, the $899,000, currently includes the building itself. They are working on the plans for the building, the architectural plans. It also includes the sidewalk preparation for the landscaping area and where we would put the picnic tables. It does not include the picnic tables itself, does not include planting the landscape, also does not include the site preparation and grading. So those are expected to be in-house work. So we're looking at some internal labor and material that has to put towards this project in addition to what's presented here. At this point, probably going to be over $1 million. So we did go back onto the website itself, the company that's going to be doing this building, and there's some other options of the configuration of the bathroom that we would like to evaluate if you were to direct us to do that.
Feedback. Councilmember Zapata.
I remember there being some different options for the facade. And if they're in the plans of currently, like, if the architects are currently looking at the development of that plan, then I would be interested to know what the different facade options would be like, what cost savings could be achieved there. And I know that and I don't remember if we added this or not, but like 2 water fountains, or one was attached to the building, like in between some area, but I don't know if like we added those on or if
Memory
those
serves me
already.
right, it was in between.
I think it's in between the door. Oh, sorry. In
Okay.
between the doors.
Okay, and it's just one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I think looking at the facade options, achieve some cost savings there. And then maybe some other ways to, even if we cannot create such an expansive seating area, but just a little something in that area too. I'm trying to also value engineer.
Absolutely.
Because I do think we need the facilities, but I'm trying to also figure out what are some cost savings that we can attempt on this.
Is it too late to stop the project? Can we stop the project now?
There's no material that has been ordered. They're just currently working on the engineering plans, so we do have an opportunity. And there's geotech that already performed, so we have some structural recommendations.
I am genuinely curious about why it has to be inside the park. Because we have a lot of unused area downtown. And I understand, I was on the task force for 104 South Burleson, and there is these grandiose ideas of a restaurant and all this fancy stuff. And me and Councilmember Parsley got to the point where we're like, this is not feasible. And so instead of having that empty area across the street, I'm curious why we can't put the bathroom there with the whole sitting area, or even plan a future like visitors center, and create some space out of that instead of shoving it all into the park. Councilmember McKinney.
For me, it was a safety aspect. I didn't want little kids running back and forth across the street every time they needed to go to the restroom. We've got playground equipment. I don't know how many times I've driven past like that. Playground is nonstop in use every day, all day. And I don't want to put those kids at risk anytime they need to use the restroom. By having it right there, it was a safety aspect for me. And
Well, there's a crosswalk that's there, and the seniors park across the street.
You and I both know
See-
crosswalks don't guarantee little children are going to be safe crossing them.
I completely understand that. Parents have to take accountability. I'm a parent, and I have grandkids, and I have kids, and I mean,
And
they
so
can
do
run.
we.
The truth of the matter is, they can across the street right now if they wanted to. But you know, if we
But they
allow our
don't
seniors
have
to park across the street and they walk across there, I mean, I think that's kind of dumbing it down. I think we do have very capable residents that understand that. I mean, right now they're already walking across the street to go to use the bathrooms, right? And they're also coming here and they're going to the restaurants, and anybody that's been on 104 South Burleson knows there's very little traffic in that area because there's no development. And hopefully that'll change, but I'm also thinking like sometimes you just want to take a break from that. Maybe we can fence it in, we could do something, but getting away from the chaos of the park and coming and relaxing and having a lunch or using the restroom and having an own separate area. I don't know. I understand the safety part of it. I don't want to downplay that, but I also have way more faith in our residents to be able to control their kids and to be able to cross the street to use the restroom. They do that in every city. Austin has, I mean, we ask our kids to walk a much wider road to get from Chapman Middle School onto the other side. So if we're talking about safety,
And we
like
agree that's something we need to address.
we do need to address it, but that's a 5-lane road. And so, but that's what we've allowed, right? And so I understand we don't want to make the same mistake twice, but crossing that road, I think especially since they are two controlled intersections, I don't want to base all the decisions off of maybe parents aren't going to be able to watch their kids at a park and that there's going to be an accident. I would be curious to know how many accidents there are now, how many there have been, because people park across that street to get to Greg Clark or to get to Mary Kyle Hartson Park. And so is there an issue that we need to address? And if there's not, why would we limit ourselves to the bathrooms and require it to be within the park? Is my but I understand. Councilmember Harris.
Well, part of that conversation was that if we move the restrooms off of the park area, which is problematic because we do have to work with the Texas Historical Commission and the Hays County Historical Commission. That's part of why it's expensive to put the restrooms here. But part of that conversation was that the land around the square is prime for development with some attention by the city. And especially the one on Burleson is prime for such things as restaurants, which I think would be great to have down there. So that was part of the conversation. A restroom is not necessarily as beneficial to the city as a whole or to this area as a whole as a facility that might have offices or restaurants or whatever the city decides to go there, because it is our property. We can decide what goes there. There are infill developers, and really with the downtown plan, and we'll talk about that some other time, not right now, but with the downtown plan, we're at the point where we can be ready to talk to infill developers about what the public-private partnerships could be for downtown. And if we take that feature lot, which is basically what it is a feature lot, any of those directly adjacent to the square out of the equation, it becomes a serious problem for development. So I think that was part of the reason. It's like, well, let's go ahead and put it in where the use is, which is there on the square. I'm sorry, Lou.
Councilmember Zapata?
I think what I keep on thinking about too is the city of Wimberley, because at Wimberley Cafe, for example, for years the city had just put out like temporary bathrooms, just like like ones that we rent out where kind of walk up the steps and they're kind of wobbly, kind of holding on for your life. And then with a lot of feedback, the city decided to implement actual permanent restrooms in that area. But during that time, between construction, between when they had to remove and then build those restrooms, people were having to go into different businesses and walk around and basically try to find a bathroom, which actually led to many businesses saying like, no, this is not a public bathroom, because they were just getting, an influx of individuals. And I know that our town is not as bustling as downtown Wimberley, but the goal is to hopefully one day get there and get us to that point. And so we want to make sure that we're planning for that future. And during that time, I believe that the city also faced a lot of feedback in saying, we want those restrooms back. Like where they were, it was easily accessible in the middle of everything and public. And so I really do think this was a resident-led want and a need, actually, if we think about how many times it is that we rent out like the porta potties or like the fancier restrooms, those totals start adding up. And so I think that this is an investment, and I do think that there are opportunities to value engineer. So for example, with the facade, maybe a little less room for seating. I'm even wondering what it would look like if we removed kind of that center portion with the additional trees and foliage and whatnot. Like, are those ways that we can save on our costs? But I do think it's needed, and I do think that there are ways that we can keep it and also incur some savings.
All right. Any other questions, comments? I know Mayor Pro Tem Tobias had like a legit question, like, where do we want to move forward on this? And I think that's something we could probably talk about in the end, right? Like, I know you're just presenting right now.
That's right. I made a note. This, based on that conversation, we'll definitely want clear direction from council on whether we want to pause and come back or whether we want to keep going forward. But we can do that when we get to the portion at the end.
Perfect. Thank you. Keep going. Oh, Councilmember Goza.
How much are we currently spending each year to rent those bathrooms, like for market days, et cetera?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I can definitely get it for you. We definitely have it calculated. I can get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Back to me. Okay, so these are. Sorry about that. Okay, these are the funded transportation public works programs that are included in the CIP spending plan. And so we have street maintenance, rehabilitation, and microsurfacing program budgeted at $2.8 million per fiscal year. And this is the resurfacing, all the rehabilitation that we're doing, primarily on our major roadways, our major arterials in the city. This includes the microsurfacing program, and I believe we're going to be getting underway with that in July. The map you see there includes the areas that we contemplate covering with the microsurfacing program. And again, this is all to maintain our roadways in good workable condition. Based on our PCI study, our pavement condition index study that was done in 2023, our goal is to maintain an 82.5 pavement condition index rating. And so this is to meet that objective. Our intersections and traffic safety improvements program, again, these are all of those short-term and long-term intersection traffic safety improvements, traffic calming, other things that we do, signal upgrades, are all funded out of this bucket of funding. It's planned for $1 million per fiscal year. And again, any of those ad hoc requests we get as well to look at a particular location, look at signage, those types of things are all funded out of this bucket.
Councilmember Zapata.
Safe Streets for All grants are available every single year. And I know that we applied for $1 million recently, and we were awarded that. And I saw that the city of Austin has gotten it 3 years in a row for the last 3 years. So this means to me that they do not mind funding things continuously like that. So this is possibly an opportunity where we can continue applying for the Safe Streets for All grant for up to that $1 million to help cover these intersections and traffic safety improvements.
Yeah, good point, Councilmember. So with the Safe Streets for All grant that we are, and I think we're trying to get that worked out with the through the ADA, the funding that we get through TxDOT. TxDOT administers that grant basically for the state to us. So we're getting that worked out right now. But this funding will go to fund our safety action plan for Kyle. So that would then establish the plan for what safety improvements we would do. That also includes some near-term pilot projects for the safety improvements. So once we have that plan, we'll be in a much better position to apply for the next cycle for Safe Streets for All. Right?
I had
We'll
looked
have
at
those projects teed up. And I know the the US DOT is trying to get away from funding a lot of planning projects, and they're moving more to try to fund shovel-ready construction projects. So we really want to have that plan in place to know what those prioritized projects are. So just letting you know, there is a strategy to this, but that's kind of what the strategy is.
No, and I appreciate that, because when I was looking at the grant requirements too, it was like, well, there's the planning grant, and then there's the actual implementation side of it, and they're moving towards the implementation side of it. So I know that we're trying to get that plan ready, and I'm glad that we're thinking about continuously applying for this to help cover these costs. So thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, Sunflower Circle improvements, and we did recently brief council on this on, I believe, the June 2nd date, and we talked about kind of the situation here. We are looking to do the roadway improvements as soon as we get the survey and get the, hopefully, quick claim deeds to make it all public right-of-way, and then we'll move forward on that project. But we are undertaking survey now.
Thank you.
Residential Streets Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program. So this is really looking at rehabilitation for our neighborhood streets, those streets in the subdivisions. We've talked about having a level up program, so where we have some of those roughness index issues. We've talked about some of those related to Post Oak neighborhood, other neighborhoods. This is that bucket of funding where those would come from. Mill and overlay projects back in neighborhoods. This is where that funding would come from. This also does include the mill and overlay for Atlantis in Post Oak as well. I know we had talked about that project in the update on June 2nd as well, but that is funded for $1 million per fiscal year in the 5-year spending plan. Sidewalk Master Plan implementation. As you're aware, there was a Sidewalk Master Plan that was approved and adopted back in 2025, and we do have our prioritized set of projects there that we are beginning to work on. We are currently working on sidewalk improvements on Veterans Drive, which is one of those prioritized segments. Also, I do want to note that we, Campo Transportation Policy Board, thank you, Councilmember Kinney, as being a part of that, did approve funding for our Philomena segment. I believe that's about $1 million to do that. And so that was, I think, our second highest prioritized segment. So again, we're very appreciative to Campo and the policy board for that funding as well.
Councilmember Harris?
Does the CDBG money go into this pot?
It does not. It's separate, and that has like a separate process that it goes through to prioritize what gets done out of that. Obviously, it goes into specific areas of the city that are disadvantaged, and there's just different types of things that kind of go into that. And so we are working with the planning department, on what those projects are. I know we recently briefed you on what the Brent sidewalks that would be done as part of CDBG this year, but we'll be looking at that and doing early planning for next year as well.
So that's in addition to the 500,000, that's like 284,000, something like that.
275, that's correct.
275.
Mm-hmm. And we'll be talking about that a little bit as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I will turn it over to Amber.
Councilmember Zapata had a question.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, we're moving through these fast, but that's good. So I'm like, I'm starting to get a little hungry.
Well, Jesse took up a lot of my time.
I know, you saw the time up.
Thanks a lot, Jesse.
But for the sidewalk master plan implementation, for what we have budgeted, I know that a common discussion that we've had up here has been regarding making sure that as we're going through the priority list, that we're also including kind of new categories of things to look at, like historic underinvestment, equity, and trying to achieve that as much as we can. So this is just a note, as we implement these things, for us to really take those things into consideration, so that way the areas that have seen the least amount of funding and investment in the city for the last couple of decades are the first ones to start seeing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we did have those conversations because as I was coming on board, we were trying to finish out the sidewalk master plan last year. And we did have some of those conversations in addition to where there's priority connections that needed to be made, but also looking at those types of like where underinvestment had happened in the city as well. But we can continue to take a look at that as we move forward.
All right, thank you.
One question before we move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Medina?
Back on the residential streets and maintenance rehabilitation program, if you can kind of dumb that down for me, if we're budgeting $1 million per year, but we discussed at the June 2nd meeting that the road for Langley could take about $2.5 million to repair. How does this relate and tie in together? Because I know we have the upcoming meeting with the design on the consent agenda. So I just want to kind of understand and make sure my neighbors understand if they're looking at this and we're budgeting $1 million per year, where is that other $1.5 million coming?
Yeah, so that is in a separate section. That is actually
Okay.
in the unfunded section, but I believe because we do have council direction on that, we're including that as funded now. So that was a correction we were going to make, but we do
Okay.
have that in a separate section.
Okay.
to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Amber.
Do y'all need a bio break or
Do
anything
you guys want a short
before we
break?
move on?
Yeah. Can we just stretch, get something to eat? If you guys need anything, yeah. Let's reconvene here at, do we need 13 minutes? Like, do we need, let's reconvene at noon. Yeah, 13 minutes, go. We killed at least one or two out of three, so we can make some good decisions. All
That's
right,
fine. Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you guys for your patience. The time is 12:14, and we'll go ahead and reconvene.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Amber Smites. I'm the Deputy City Manager, and I will be talking to you about water and wastewater utility projects. Before I get into this,
So Mayor and Council, before we get into the water, wastewater, and then storm drainage projects, you're going to notice almost all of these projects for water and wastewater system, and they're large amounts. And towards the end, when we talk about unfunded projects, these are not listed in that list of unfunded projects. Even though they are in true nature and characteristics, they're unfunded at this point because we do not have voter-authorized bonds for water and sewer or storm drainage, nor do we have cash funding available. But because of the nature of these projects, they're regulatory compliance type projects, we have assumed that as funding is required and needed, the city would be issuing certificates of obligations to fund these projects. So as Amber goes through these list of projects and explains what each one of them is all about, please keep in mind that when funding is required to build these, design or build, we will be issuing COs or certificates of obligations for these projects. And as such, you won't see these projects listed on the unfunded project list at the end.
Councilmember Harris?
These are part of enterprises, right? They are not part of just the regular city budget. They are
That's correct.
separate, basically businesses.
That's
separate
correct.
to
These
themselves.
are part of the utility system, and this debt will be repaid through the water and wastewater rates.
Thank you.
Not property tax.
Okay. Let me ask for clarification, because you said they would go out as CO bonds. Those CO bonds will fall on the shoulders of the taxpayers, is that correct? In its totality, or just in that fund?
They will be guaranteed by the taxpayers if the city's utility system is unable to pay through the rates. If the city council is not willing to raise rates to pay that debt service when it comes due, then the taxpayers will be footing the difference. It'll come from property tax, the difference. But so far, that has not been the case. We have been able to recoup through the rates to pay the debt service on utility system-related debt.
Okay, and when you talk about the rates, we're talking about the forecasted 100% increase in rates from, I think, last year to in the next 5 years. Is that taken into account for the increase in rates over those years? Does it include all this?
Yes, our
Okay.
projections included the capital spending plan, the last capital spending plan.
Okay, so for example, if we were hoping to bring down some water rates, we're not going to be able to do that with the current projects that we have planned.
So the last study showed next year would be 20% water and I believe 6% wastewater. Depending on how these projects actually occur, because these are all estimates and projections from our engineers and planners. In real world, the projects will move on that same time spectrum, but it may not happen what they're saying next year or the year after. So the bonds are not sold until we have actually expended the funds. So there might be a delay, deferral of projects for utility relocations or environmental reasons that we may not have to spend or incur debt funds next year as we had projected. If that's the case, that 20% rate increase is not going to happen. So we are doing everything on our side with the assistance of our engineering team to scrub, just like Mike said early on in the discussion. We scrubbed and re-scrubbed, and I'm going to send them back to scrub it one more time before we finalize these numbers, because these numbers feed into the financial projections for rates, for everything else, for property tax as well. So the 20% rate increase next year was done the same time a year ago. So we have come a long way since then. We have refined our projections since then. I believe that at this point, that 20% is not going to happen. Now, how much is going to happen, we don't know yet, but it won't be as high as 20%.
All right, are there any questions or comments before we let them move on? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, let's get started with the wastewater treatment plant expansion. This will bring our plant from 4.5 million gallons per day to 9 million gallons per day in order to comply with TCEQ regulations. Right now, we are in phase 1 of construction, and it will increase it from 4.5 to 6 to help us meet those TCEQ requirements that we have enough capacity at a certain point in time. It is scheduled to be completed in November of 2026, and then phase 2 will bring us from 6 MGD to 9 MGD to be completed in 2029. And as you can see, in 27, we're projected to spend $50 million, 28, $80 million, and in 29, $40 million.
Councilmember Harris?
These projections do not get us to potable, fully potable.
No, ma'am, not to fully potable, but it gets us to, as a phase 1, type 1 water.
Type 1, but not because type 1 can also be potable. There's two sections of type 1.
Right, type 1 is very high quality water, but yes, it doesn't get us to fully potable, which is, we're going to talk about a possibility for potable reclaimed water system.
Oh, great, thanks.
Does anybody have any, because I got concerns. And I'm going to tell you why I got concerns, because since I've been on this council from 2020, the push has been for growth and growth and growth, and I respect that and I appreciate that. But this growth has gotten into a financial kind of circle of like, well, we have to do this because we have this growth and we have this growth, so we have to support it. But at some point, I think it's okay for us to say, we don't want to continue to put this kind of finance on the back of our taxpayers. And maybe we don't do to 9 MGD. Maybe we say, okay, I mean, what's stopping us from as a city saying, we can't afford this? And our taxpayers can't afford this. Is it because people want to come to Kyle? Because wanting to come to Kyle does not mean that we have to allow that. We have to protect our investment, our city, our residents, the people that are already here. And so what I'm hoping that the council can do is to understand that I'm a firm believer, anything that's healthy will grow. And I want us to continue to grow. But we are so far behind on where we should be at that at some point it's going to be important to take a pause, allow a real true plan to kind of financially figure out our future in this growth before we just continue to say, okay, we're going to go 12 MGD next, right? Because that means we have the capacity. It doesn't mean we have the infrastructure or the staffing or other things that go along with this growth. So my ask to the council is just to be open-minded about that. We're not saying stop all growth. We're saying let's take the time to really be methodical. We are at a pivotal point in our city where we have the control to do that. And if we say, you know what, we stop at 9 or we stop at 6 until we figure out our finances, that's okay too. I don't want us to be afraid to think about that. Councilmember Goza.
I recently understood, like, we had a peak flow of about 4.2 million gallons per day. What are our average daily inflows or outflows?
Tim Sanford, could you, or Mike Murphy, either one, could you speak to that?
Tim Sanford, Assistant Director for Utilities. So our running annual average is around 4.2 right now.
Okay.
Our peak flows as of recently of 2026 are actually 4.7. That's been a max average daily flow for, I think it was this last month.
Okay.
As we received that.
Okay. That answered my question because I was looking at the, I believe, 75%, 90% requirement by TCEQ for planning and then construction. So, thank you.
Could you explain that so we can all kind of get an idea of what the requirement is?
So at 75% of daily average capacity at a 3-month time frame, once you reach 75% of that, then of your max, then you have to be planning for construction. And then once you reach 90% of that, then you have to be actually in construction in order to be in compliance with TCEQ.
Okay.
If I explained that correctly.
100%.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
Can I get a breakdown of what those numbers would be? Like if we were at 75%, 90%?
I would have to do the math real quick, but I'll.
I mean, I was hoping that someone had it off the top of their head. So, okay. So I guess maybe the other question, and maybe someone else can answer this, is in order to comply with state regulations, like that's the reason that we're moving forward on this. So the way that it seems to me is that depending on what our flow rate is and depending on where we're at in that capacity, we have to do this in order to comply with state regulations.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so it's not necessarily like a choice, and then do you?
It is not a choice. And that 90% is 4.05, so just
Okay.
rough numbers.
Councilmember Harris?
So we have been way behind in our wastewater plant development for many, many years. When did we take over the plant from Aqua?
I believe it was in 2015.
Just 2015, not that long ago. And we took it over when they were in non-compliance because of a spill into Plum Creek at that point.
Yeah, I was not here, so I don't know
That's
all the reasonings behind it, but a big reason was because of non-compliance associated with their operation.
Yeah, so we kind of started from way back from where we should have been at that point and have been gradually building up to what our current plans are. And, you know, we don't entirely, unfortunately, we don't entirely control what comes into the city because landowners do have some say in that, actually a very significant say in that. As long as they are within zoning, they don't even come to the council. So the state regulates that mostly rather than us, unfortunately. So we still are 47% built out in city, is that right? I think it's like that. We've still got a lot of land left that it's within the city limits that is not built out. So I think we can anticipate having continued growth and really do need to anticipate having our wastewater plants meet that demand.
Yeah, agreed. All right, anything else? Moving on.
Okay, next is the indirect or direct potable reuse project. This would take high-quality treatment plant water. We would build a plant to retreat it and treat it to the level of drinking water. And so right now, we are in the feasibility stage. We're going to bring a contract for award for your consideration in August to start the feasibility of doing either one of these projects. And then in 29 and 2030, we would work on a pilot program which would test the effluents. And then we would also work on permitting with TCEQ. It's a pretty involved process to get that done. $142.5 million, did I say that right? $142.5 million project in total. And as you can see, the construction is past 2031. So it's a long-term project that we'd be working on.
I mean, I know this kind of has a stigma to it, But I will say I would much rather invest into a project like this than to take the risks of like the Nueces River Authority, where we don't really know where we stand and we're giving $500,000 to something that could or could not come. If we know that we could build this and it could be long-term sustainability, that price is really, really high, and I understand that, but I feel like we would get a better return on our investment.
Absolutely, you're totally right, Mayor. This would be our best firm supply of water. We would control it. It would be, not subject to drought conditions. It's our water, and then we would have it available for our supply. So, good point.
Councilmember Zapata.
I was wondering, are there any opportunities for a separate funding that can be identified? I went through the Texas Water Development Board, and we're listed as one of the places that was recommended in the 2022 state water plan as having the potable reuse. So because we're listed on the Texas Water Development Board website and within the water plan, the state water plan, I feel like that probably opens us up to different funding opportunities. So I would, especially if we would only be the second city in the state to actually have this type of facility, if I'm looking at the map that's on the Development Board website correctly, I feel like that puts us in a really good position to acquire some separate funding. So if we could look into different opportunities, I think that would be great.
Absolutely, Councilmember. We actually do have a plan. We have all the funding sources lined up to go and get those funds. So we want this project to be on the list for the grant applications that we're going to go out for.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember McKinney.
I've been a big champion of this project since before I got elected. So, I've had a lot of conversation with staff about funding opportunities and things like that, especially with the state specifically addressing water sustainability and things like that. And this is an opportunity to just be more efficient. And yeah, if you can get past the idea that every drop of water has been through an animal at some point in time, it actually is a tremendous opportunity for us to have some fixed control over what our water resources are. And it's completely independent of rainfall, drought, whatever the weather's like. We still got access to water. You just got to take the dirty out of it.
Councilmember Harris.
So this will combine with our aquifer storage, right? So if we have any excess from this plant, it potentially could go into our aquifer storage well.
So we are not planning to put this into aquifer storage. We would plan to this would be to look at a property, either like a lake or reservoir, that we would pump the wastewater into, and then we would pump it back out to treat it. Or we would look at some sort of direct where it would feed directly out of the wastewater treatment plant and into the water treatment plant to be put back into the system.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Lehman Booster Pump Station expansion. This is adjacent to a current ground storage tank that we have on Lehman Road. This would be to build a ground storage tank with 3.5 MGD and then a additional pumping capacity. This is adjacent also to our GBRA water supply line. So this will help serve our pressure plane 1 and help us take better advantage of the GBRA water supply that we have. Currently, we're at 90% design, and they're working on completing 100%. We're coordinating with the Button Creek Road Bond project and estimated to be completed in Q1 of 2028. We will be applying for the Texas Water Development Board grant for up to $21 million. And we'll bring in back a resolution to y'all in July. And we do think we are solid to possibly get these funds. So,
and let us know as elected officials how we can support. Can we write a letter? What do we need to do? If we can get signatures from our residents, however we can move so we can get. If we get $21 million and this is 25, what a blessing that would be to our city. So
yeah.
Let us know how we can help.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, this is wastewater interceptor upgrades. As part of the 2016 Burgess and Nyepel study of our system capacity, they took a look at our system, our wastewater system system-wide, and had these recommendations. So it's just various upgrades across the city to help us improve capacity and then push through to the water treatment plant. We are also in the final stages of the wastewater master plan, and we expect to bring that back to you for approval in the next few months. And it will update, the plan will identify these projects and then kind of sequence them for you. And so that way we can, again, to Mike's point earlier, kind of smooth out what we can deliver and what we can, what we will need in terms of dollars. Currently, it's $77.7 million project. Pressure Plane 3 pump station. This is going to help Pressure Plane 3, which is on the southwest side of Kyle. Currently, it's in design. The preliminary engineering report was finalized in January, and then we are designing to 60%. This is also possibly going to serve as our third take point for ARWA. But we do not believe we need construction until later on.
Okay, I do have a question. When it comes to doing pressure planes, and in general, overall, the infrastructure, I want to make sure that we're not creating infrastructure for development. I want our development, if they want to come, that they need to pay their fair share. And so when I look at words like redundancy, I know some of that is, I know we had that for an outside water anthem. I think a couple years ago, we did a redundancy. And when I was on council, I was very worried, like, why are we creating a redundancy for an outside development when we don't have that within our community as well? So moving forward, just ensuring that whatever infrastructure, especially water infrastructure that we have, that it's not, we're not trying to build up for future subdivisions, that when they come, that they assume that responsibility. And I'm not saying that they don't, I'm just saying, I don't want this cost on the backs of our taxpayers that live here because, development wants to come in the future.
You're absolutely right. We believe we can time this right. We can so we'll get the 60% designs, and then we're going to slow down on the construction of the project, because we do believe that with some of the other improvements that we're making, that we won't need this as soon as what we originally thought. So this is kind of the plan today, but this is one that we're going to be keeping our eye on as we move into the future to be able to delay or phase or do other things.
Okay, thank you.
So these are other projects in development for water. I don't know if you want me to read them, but there's just different improvements around the city that will help us pump, store, and transmit our water through the system. And then same with the water and reclaimed water system, just various projects.
Okay.
Questions?
Yep, major question. Do you have a question though, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. When our guys are going through and doing some of these water line constructions, are they finding a lot of older pipes that need to be replaced, like say from the 50s and 60s? I mean, and does that add to some of the costs? Obviously it does, but are they finding a lot of them around the city when they're like working on these lines? By chance, as you're doing this work, you're running across a line that's been outdated for over 50 to 60 years. Is that going to include having to increase some of this cost besides adding the new pipe and so forth?
Hey, Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. So that's a really good question. In our ongoing budget, we do have a line item that addresses water line improvements and upgrades and replacements as part of this budget. And so to answer your question is yes, we are replacing older lines, especially in this particular area.
Yes.
We're doing slip lining, we're doing rehabilitation, and we're doing complete replacement. So yes,
Okay. Yeah, because I figured, this was a small old town back in the day, and I'm sure that there's a lot of pipes that you're running across as you're starting to daisy chain all the way down. You may run into one that may just need a full, total rebuilt or reconstructed versus just taking out the pipe and putting it in, adding maybe a new mechanism. Again, I'm not an engineer, but so a lot of that is added into the cost for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have about $8 million in the 5-year CIP plan for water line upgrades and improvements and wastewater line replacements and upgrades.
Okay.
Mostly in the downtown area.
In the downtown, yeah, especially right in this area. This was the old town back in the day. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I do have a few questions. Piggybacking off of what I was talking about when it comes to development, kind of building their own way. I see there's Anthem, which is an outside. Is Anthem paying for that water line, or is the city of Kyle?
The city of Kyle is paying for it. I don't know if we're using impact fees to help pay for that, but we are paying for that.
Okay. Cheva Pastrano Senior Parkway, what is that water line going to feed to?
I'm going to ask Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities.
Want me to ask it again?
Yes, please.
Cheva Pastrano Senior Parkway, what water line, what is that going to feed into?
What water line is that?
Well, it says water line, so where is that water going to go? Like, how is that going to be dispersed? Is that going to be to residents? Is that going to be to a developer? Like, where is that water line? What is that water line going to support?
Yeah, so it is an improvement to our water system. It's undersized right now, capacity-wise, and so when we go and look at these replacements, we're looking at future growth, obviously, and then we're looking at existing situations right now because our transmission system is way undersized for the amount of water that we're trying to push through it. So it's going to do a little bit of all of that. It will go directly to the residential, but it's also going to help our pressure system in pressure planes 1, 2, and 3 also.
Okay, and then if you'll flip to the next page, Plum Creek Golf Course Reclaimed Water Line, we're looking at $15.6 million. And I think some of this, it says funded by federal earmark. I like that idea, $1 million, right? But we're looking at still paying over $14 million for this. And so I remember following along with this when this was approved, and there was no total cost given at the time. Council voted to earmark that $1 million for that, and they had no real idea of what the cost was going to look like. So even though we receive $1 million, it wasn't, at the time, at the meeting that I was at, wasn't disclosed that it was going to cost 15. And so my question is, are the city of Kyle residents paying for this $15 million, or minus the million or whatever? Are we paying for water to go to the Plum Creek Golf Course?
Mayor, this project, we received just shy of $3 million. We got some additional earmark funding from Greg Kassar. But this project is going to improve the current pump station, so the current pump station that's on the golf course, and then the line will actually extend along Cromwell and go up and connect to the Heroes Memorial Park, our park property there. So it will feed out from the golf course, the reservoir there, pump up Cromwell to the park.
Okay, so then let me ask you, because now that I'm looking at it, is it 15.6 million? Is that what that totality is? Okay.
Yes.
And then the 3.6 is federal. And to be very clear, that 3.6 did not necessarily have to go to this project. That was something that was voted on by council, correct? Like it says earmarked, but if I remember, like it was a federal grant, and then it was brought to council, and then they voted on how they wanted to spend that.
Yes, yes, you're right, Mayor. Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
okay. So, because my concern is we are spending a significant amount of money to go to a golf course and then go to the Heroes Memorial, and I do appreciate not having to use potable drinking water that we currently use to fill that pond. And so I'm not opposed to that, but I'm opposed to, why are we spending so much money to put it into an area that only benefits a certain area? It doesn't benefit all of our city.
I believe it connects not at Heroes Memorial, but it would also water the Kyle Rec fields. So we have purple pipe in among the development, so it would be used for La Verde and for Heroes Memorial Park for irrigation, and then on up to the rec fields.
The rec fields that aren't built.
Right.
Yeah.
See, and that's ultimately my concern is like we have so many dire needs right now in different parts of our city, including our parks and our fields, that, it concerns me. But I'm going to let Mayor Pro Tem Tobias talk because I've talked enough. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, if I could remember that conversation, Mayor, it was grant money that I know that they went to Washington. They were able to get a grant from CASAR, and it was going to go to that pump station to filter in to say, instead of using the potable water, or the water from the city, we're going to be able to use that to refill the tank or the pond at Heroes. But it was also, you're right, it was going to be a connector to the future sportsplex fields for watering and so forth. So it's a combination of using that grant money to be able to fund, to utilize, yes, coming through from the golf course to funnel in the money, to funnel the water for the pond, and then also for the future sportsplex. So it's a combination of all of that. That's what I believe the whole plan was for.
Okay. Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, and a significant portion of that pipe was already there. Then we're just extending it because it's already to the golf course, who pays us for that water.
Kurt, that's correct. So we do have a existing line that feeds the golf course pond. That's an open pond that they pull from for irrigation. The water line that's mentioned here is the water line going down Cromwell, the existing portions, and the portions that would go up, like Ms. Amber described, is going to the future sportsplex. Not only does this pump station that's mentioned here add components in order to supply all those that were mentioned, but it also adds some components to make a more robust reclaim system. That effluent line that goes to the golf course is currently just going into the pond. There's some components that would allow us to pressurize that system, and by pressurizing that, it would allow us to irrigate other places such as Greg Clark Park and Waterleaf Park and some other areas as well. And on top of that, it would also allow us to open up the reclaim system and to utilize that for construction water purposes. So right now, the only means we have of doing that is sending something out to the wastewater treatment plant, and it's just not cost efficient for them. If we were able to do some portion of this project, if not all, we would be able to open up field stations strategically around town to make better use of that water for construction water purposes.
Okay, but those pump stations could be in different various places, right? Because like we're talking about water in Great Clark Park, which is directly near not Great Clark Park, Waterleaf, which is like adjacent to, so it wouldn't cost $15 million in order to do that.
That is correct. So it's just that's a small component of the overall project.
Right.
Is what I was trying to describe.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Councilmember McKinney.
Yeah, one aspect I think that hasn't been brought up is that by utilizing the purple pipe for the irrigation in this particular area, it means we're not using potable water. And, as a utility, we're paying for that regardless. And so to have that more available for residential use instead of for, watering grass, basically, I feel like it's an investment. And, maybe we need to spread it out beyond, 2029, but it's an investment that eventually pays for itself.
I agreed. I just didn't know if it needed to be, Plum Creek had to be involved. Like, is there a reason why that we have to include them? Because we do have an agreement. They do give us a very little amount of money for our reclaimed water. But there's so many other areas in our city that have a need for this. And why do we have to incorporate it into something that doesn't benefit the whole city in its totality? So that would be my question.
No, I think it's just named the golf course because that's where it's located at. I mean, it's not serving exclusively the golf course.
You're right. It runs. Yeah, like he said, it's going to go up Cromwell. I understand the whole aspect of it, but does this have to be included in the whole project is my question.
Well, and I think the whole city benefits from our parks departments.
Right, but nobody, the Parks Department, I don't know if that has anything to do with the Plum Creek Golf Course. Councilmember Harris?
We have a contract, right, with the Plum Creek Golf Course
We do.
to provide this water to them. It's a long-term contract.
It is. I
Um,
believe the amendment that was made, it expires 2046.
So that's part of the reason that we are committed to that. But this is, Plum Creek Golf Course reclaimed pump station does not mean that all of that water is going to the Plum Creek
Right, yeah, we talked
Golf
about that.
Course. It's only a very small portion of that full system. That's just the name of it.
Yeah, and my question would be, how much are they putting into this reclaimed pump station or the water line? Like, why are we making our taxpayers pay for something that a private entity is going to benefit from?
Well, their portion of the line is already there and being used and has been used for years. So this is additional, but it just says Plum Creek Golf Course because it's running along that golf course. And actually it's on Plum Creek Golf Course property, right?
It is
So
us.
they're giving us easement to do that.
Correct. That's what I was going to state is we have a long-standing agreement with the golf course, and that is written to the agreement as well. They'll work with us for easements that are necessary for not only this project, but other projects. There's a water line, there's wastewater lines that they've worked with us historically on easements for that at no cost to the city.
Yes, we have residents that do the same thing. So I appreciate Plum Creek doing that, and I also appreciate our residents doing that. It's part of being a part of the community. And so, again, with that said, are there going to be upgrades to these lines then that feed to the golf course? I thought that's what I understood, but I could be mistaken.
As part of the interceptor projects that were mentioned earlier in the presentation, the reclaimed water line that's routed to the golf course and for purposes that were described with irrigation of La Verde and the sportsplex and those things, that line is being upsized to accommodate that. And so, yes. it's being
Yeah,
upgraded
ultimately,
all
the
the way
answer is yes. So it is going to be upgraded. And with that said, are we in any kind of in compliance with our agreement? Is there a reason why, like, I understand, I've read the agreement, I understand the agreement. Me and Councilmember Daniel Parsley had questions about the real benefit to the taxpayers with that agreement. So, but if we are in some kind of a violation of that agreement, I understand the need to have to update it, but are we in compliance? Are we okay?
There is no non-compliance associated with the line feeding to the golf course pond currently. I will say that that line was inherited by the city, that was originally installed by Plum Creek Golf Course. And so the conditions of that line are, leave us to wanting a little bit more just for a maintenance aspect. If that line were to fail in some way, GCEQ does recognize that as an overflow event, which could lead to a violation. The actual routing of that line is not mapped very well, and so those are other things that installing a line in parallel with the interceptors will provide the city with a lot more, resilience in those ways.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Goza.
I'm just seeing a lot of projects that we're having to upgrade, and not necessarily just lines that have been there for a long time that we're needing to replace, but things that we're upgrading for growth. And so it's very concerning to me that, why have we not been collecting the impact fees and utilizing those in order to pay for all of these things? Like, what has happened in the past that's is now putting us basically so far behind, because that is a huge burden to put on our ratepayers.
I don't have the answer to that question specifically regarding the reclaim line. There was an agreement put in place that was, I believe, amended a year or two ago. if I'm
It's not
mistaken.
just the reclaimed line, though, that I'm speaking about. So, like, it's the wastewater treatment upgrades that we're having to do. It just feels like that we should have had more funds in place from collecting, fees over the years and impact fees and all of these other things, so that the ratepayers are not paying the burden of all of these upgrades that we're having to do.
That makes sense.
So, Councilmember Goza, the city does collect water impact fees and wastewater impact fees. However, those fees are collected at the time a residential or commercial or multifamily unit is ready to connect. But these lines are designed and constructed way ahead of time. So the impact fees that we do collect, they are offset for the rate-making purposes. We reduce the cost applied to the ratepayers by the amount of impact fee that we collect for water and wastewater. So they are accounted for, but there is a time difference between the time these projects are designed and constructed and when we do get the impact fees.
Okay, I would like to see maybe, can we look at possibly a different process in the future on how we're collecting from the developers or making these requirements so that it's not such a burden for our ratepayers who are buying or who are paying? Because, you know, that was a big reason that we had such a massive increase in our water and wastewater bills last year.
Yes, one of the things that staff is currently working on that they will be bringing forth for council review and approval is the LUE or living unit equivalents that we promised to developers. That we build the lines and tanks and treatment capacity for that the current users are paying in their rates. You will see a program coming forward that Mr. Murphy and Ms. Amber is going to bring forward for council consideration, where they will pay a reservation fee to the city for us building all this infrastructure while we are waiting for them to show up at our door. That, I believe, will reduce the number of LUE commitments that the city makes. When they have to pay, when the development community has to pay, they're going to think twice how many LUEs that they're wanting the city to commit. So the number of LUEs will reduce. The sizing of our treatment plant and infrastructure will reduce, and therefore the cost to the city and its ratepayers will reduce. So they're working on it as we speak.
Excellent.
So I don't know if Mike, you were going to add some.
No, thank you, Pervez. I was going to say the same thing. So we're working on a reservation fee program that Amber is heading up for water utilities. And it's also going to be a take-or-pay contract. We're not going to allow people to come in and just say we need this many LUEs for our development, and it goes on forever, right? So if they want them, they're going to have to pay for them starting from the time they sign their contract. So we're looking at some very, I guess, serious issues regarding exactly what you're talking about, Councilwoman.
Great, thank you so much.
I think this is also a good time to have a good reminder that all development comes with future liabilities. So when we talk about annexation, development, multifamily use, they're great and they bring revenue and they're good for our city. But long-term, it is Plum Creek Golf Course lines are now our responsibility. So when we're talking about roads and water line, wastewater lines, we have to think about that in terms of our future too. When we get the revenues, that's a plus, but we now have assumed this huge amount of responsibilities. Annexation, state law requires us 5 years to bring these services, certain services, to that area. And I'm almost certain there's a lot of areas that have been annexed into the city of Kyle that do not have those services that the law requires. So just being real cognitive as we move forward, that when we bring in these really fun things, these developments, things that we feel like are required, that we are actually assuming additional liabilities in our future.
Well, one thing for sure, with the drought situation we've been in for the past several years, reclaimed water has sort of come to the forefront as having a very high value to it. There are a lot of people that want water, but it doesn't necessarily have to be potable water. And so one of the programs that Amber's got us looking at is how, and Pervez also, is how we value that reclaimed water. It's a different world right now than it was 4 or 5 years ago. And so we're taking a hard look at that. And so if you want reclaimed water, there's a price to it to address everything that you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm excited that we're getting serious about our reclaimed water. This is going to be huge for our city in order to become more self-sustainable. So I'm all on board for that. Oh, Councilmember Zapata.
For any of these projects, are they located in like floodplain areas that maybe FEMA has designated as being like hazardous to infrastructure communities around it? Like, would we be solving for any of that?
I'm really not sure how to answer that question, but we run in and out and around floodplains. I mean, you can't get away from it when you're providing water and wastewater to the city. We try to avoid those as best we can, but our pipes are, you know, they're safe, they're enclosed, and you can actually put pipes in a floodplain. Obviously you avoid them as best you can, but if you do, there are ways you can get around that.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, no, I
but-
think it does, because there's a federal grant opportunity available that is called the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant. That's FEMA. They award for projects for up to $2 million, and it's specifically for infrastructure that's tied to capacity building or expansion in relation to infrastructure items that occur within areas that FEMA has designated as like potentially like hazardous and whatnot.
If you can give us that. Amber went over a few of our grant and low-interest loans that we're pursuing right now. And
Okay.
if we don't already have it on our list, we'll definitely put it on our list.
Okay, all right, yeah, we'll do. And this one has a quick turnaround. It's like July 23rd is the closing date, but I figure if we really want something, we can do it, so I'll send that over immediately.
One of the and we just barely touched on it a little bit, but one of the things we're doing at our wastewater treatment plant is on the phase two. And Amber touched on it a little bit about maybe delaying that 60 to 90 days, so we'll fit in line with the window opportunity for substantial grant funding at our wastewater treatment plant on this next on the final work package that we're working
Okay.
on that Councilwoman Goza talked about.
Perfect. That makes me happy to hear.
May I comment real fast to what you were asking about, Ms. Zapata? I know for a fact that one of our wastewater interceptor lines that's going in towards the wastewater treatment plant, that is in a flood zone.
Well, I think there's different opportunities then from this list where we can match it up against this funding opportunity and see maybe we have something that we could potentially propose for some funding.
Absolutely. We're always looking for more money.
All right, next.
Next up, Mike Trimble with stormwater drainage.
Okay, I'm going to look over your shoulder, Amber, because we're having monitor issues here. So, okay, so stormwater, there we go. Stormwater drainage projects. So these are projects out of your currently approved drainage master plan that was approved in 2018. And so they include projects such as Scott and Sledge Drainage Project. We're looking at a regional drainage project on Center Street as well. We're also doing some culverts upgrades on Goforth Road, as well as drainage improvements on Moreno Street and Live Oak. This also does include the Chevo Pastrano drainage channel that we just talked about at council the last meeting, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a minute as well. And so that includes $20.2 million overall in the 5-year CIP plan. I do also want to note that we are currently working on an update to that drainage master plan, as well as an update to our floodplain maps as well. And so I did talk to Leon. I think we're anticipating bringing those back, including an updated CIP list for you in the October timeframe.
Harris.
A lot of the staff, parks and stormwater recently went to a seminar here in Kyle on urban wastewater, or urban drainage and creeks and the design of those. So the information provided was excellent, and the presenter on that offered to be a consultant to us. So I'm hoping that information was shared. Some of it's very current. And would apply to a lot of the drainage areas that I'm aware of. So I'm hoping that we're taking advantage of all the knowledge that they learned at that.
Absolutely. Well, I know we're debriefing on that and kind of what was learned out of that. So absolutely, we'll incorporate that going forward. Okay, tax increment reinvestment zone projects. So there are 2 projects that we'll be talking about here. And the first one is the Kohlers Crossing roundabouts at Sanders and Benner. I do, first and foremost, want to note that we are not recommending moving forward. As you recall, that used to be the CBS roundabouts. There was one at Cromwell. We are recommending not moving forward with the Cromwell roundabout at this time, and that's primarily because with our traffic engineer, Rob Licosaraju, coming on board, we've had more conversations with TxDOT, and they are contemplating some improvements on FM 1626. With that and the proximity to that location, we want to see what those improvements look like and how that would tie into this location. And so we would like to do further evaluation on that. So we're not recommending moving forward with the Cromwell roundabout. We are recommending moving forward, though, with the Sanders and Benner roundabouts as part of that project. Also, the first phase of that project is already under construction, and that is the utility work that's happening before we get to the actual roadway improvements.
Now, I do have a question, because it was my understanding that TxDOT actually denied Cromwell. And so if that's the case, I would be interested to see what they also say for Brenner and Sanders. I think it's imperative that we get their feedback, and I know it takes a little bit more time, but when we incorporate TxDOT into our plans, it makes it rest assures that this is something that we can move forward with, because what I don't want to get is, I don't want to start to build these roundabouts or to build up in this area, and then TxDOT come and says, no, we can't do that. So for me, I would be more comfortable having TxDOT included from the beginning to get their feedback, instead of planning for, since 2022, to build these. And now we're, a couple years later, and they're saying, no, we can't do that.
Absolutely, Mayor. So we do a lot of coordination with TxDOT. We have a very good working relationship with the area office, Orlando Gallegos, who's the area engineer. And so we've been working on several projects, as you know. So typically, we'll work with TxDOT, particularly when we have a roadway like this that is a city roadway, but that is in proximity to the TxDOT intersection. And so it's in that service area of the intersection. And yes, there was coordination done with TxDOT in relation to the Cromwell roundabout. However, typically we wouldn't do the full length of this because it's not near their intersection. It's not really TxDOT facility. If TxDOT starts to opine on our designs and our projects, then they start to take liability for that. And again, we've had those conversations with them on other projects. And so it's just something to note on this. But absolutely going forward, we will continue to coordinate with TxDOT as we can on all of our projects.
Okay, does anybody have questions? Councilmember Goza.
I just want to say, I have talked with some citizens who live over there, and even though many of them are big proponents of roundabouts, it was noted that they did not want those roundabouts located at those locations. And additionally, there are some concerns about there being a main arterial street with those residential side streets that feed into it, and people not being able to get out as easily when you've got your peak traffic times because of the traffic differences in the two types of roadways.
Councilmember Harris?
Well, I live in that neighborhood, and I hear just the opposite. People are looking forward to those roundabouts. And one of the questions I want to ask, I think the Chief Barnett is back there, maybe. There are a significant number of accidents at these two intersections. They're very dangerous, especially the Benner, because the sight distance from there is almost zero. The four-way stops are backing traffic up tremendously. The roundabouts keep the traffic moving. So that's one of the big advantages. So fewer accidents, the traffic keeps moving. There will still be times where it's very busy, which are school times, because people cut through that neighborhood on Sanders to get to school, especially, and at work time. And that Benner one is, I try very hard to avoid that intersection because coming out though of that, the retail area and there at Benner, you really have no choice. You have to turn into the traffic at some point, especially if you want to turn to the left. So I'm looking forward to these roundabouts personally, and the people that I talk to are as well. So, Chief, can you speak to the accident rates on that area?
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police for the record. Although I don't have the specific number, I'll say that we have frequent minor accidents at that location. The ones that we do have are less likely to cause serious bodily injury than those compared to the interstate and some of our other intersections that we have where we have higher speeds. But we do have a good number of minor accidents along the whole stretch of that roadway.
Mm-hmm.
So we do respond there. I would say every month we're going to a couple of minor accidents.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think anybody's disputing that area is not well laid out, 100%. I don't like that area at all. My kid goes to Hayes High School. I drive that road probably 5 days a week. We are very, very blessed in the city of Kyle to have some engineers on hand. I would love to get their feedback as far as what they think about these roundabouts. I've talked to Ravali and sat in meetings with her. She's such a gem to have and to listen to. And I don't know if she may not have any insider information, but I also know that I don't think I've seen the traffic reports for these roundabouts.
have them.
Well, if we have them, let's go ahead and share. Come on up. And if you could just kind of give us some feedback. I mean, we're all going to be honest, this traffic in this area is not well. But are these roundabouts, what are your thoughts about, is it really going to alleviate? I know there's a stop light on each side. How does that affect it? Like, I would just like your overall opinion.
Sure. So I will start with Cromwell. I know Mike already talked a little bit about why we're not recommending moving forward with that. And that is, like he said, because of the proximity to FM 1626 and Kohlers. And we are trying to persuade TxDOT to kind of look at that whole corridor of 1626 through Kyle because it needs a lot of TLC. And Cromwell being as close it is to that intersection, it is going to be directly impacted by any future plans. So we just don't want to do something as permanent and expensive as a roundabout because it'd be very difficult to pivot from that if something dramatic did come up on 1626. So that was the reason we're recommending against it. That said, I did review the corridor, the 3 intersection traffic report that was done for Kohlers between 2770 and 1626. Are there other things that we could do at Sanderson Benner? Of course, there's always other options, right? Like roundabouts is one of the options that is out there. That said, though, you're all very familiar with the traffic that goes through on Kohlers, especially during school times. Like you all, I do not want to traverse through there, especially during school times, because parents are not the best drivers when they're in pickup and drop off times. So, myself included sometimes. So with that, roundabouts provide the most flexibility for the demands from all 4 directions at these intersections that traffic signals just cannot compete with. Because every time the light turns red for one direction, oh my God, I just said light, traffic signal turns red for one direction, then the other direction is directly impacted. It does provide a very predictable way for pedestrians to cross, but that said, it does come with a significant downgraded level of service for the traffic that's waiting. And because Kohlers carries the volume of traffic that it does, it is going to be a big detriment to moving traffic through there with signals. We're already constricted by signals on either end because of 2770 and 1626. I think in the long term, we would like to revisit those intersections as well to see how we can all kind of integrate that entire corridor better. But at these 2 intersections, with the current and the projected demand we're expecting there, roundabouts do make sense. I think as things are evolving and Plum Creek continues to build out on the north side, we may have to come back and look at more enhanced pedestrian safety measures. But all of these roundabouts are going to have those rapid flashing RFBs, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons with push buttons so pedestrians can push and activate. And they're staged crossings, so not having to cross like the 4 lanes all at once. They have protected medians in between. I know we talked to council about that before at other locations. So there are, all this to say, I do think based on the traffic analysis that we've received that the roundabouts are the preferred option here because of the continuous demand in all directions at these locations. So.
Okay, that's what we needed to hear. I mean, I will say, my one concern is if you're saying we need to come back and revisit this is a $28 million investment.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't want to come back in 5 years and then reevaluate it and it be a different, because like you said, I think in its totality, we need to figure out this whole corridor. And the sad part is it's really not even that long, right? But
Yeah.
there is a tremendous amount of traffic. And it, to Councilmember Harris, it is very scary to drive over there. My daughter just got her license. And I'd say, go to the 4-way stop. because that's where you're going to find the most safety. And so,
Yeah, let me clarify. I think I meant as a corridor, we do need to look at Kohlers and 1626 and 2770, like kind of that whole grid, right? But the roundabout analysis that was done included both current and projected demand. And unlike other locations, it is, the data is showing for it to be sustainable in the long term as well. Again, it's just one of those odd intersections where there's relatively equal demand from all directions, and in locations like that, signals just don't fare well because they're always penalizing one, direction, right? Because that's just how they're designed. So,
Councilmember Harris.
I wonder, until we get these built, if we could have stop signs at Benner. That's so dangerous. There are stop signs on Benner, but there are no stop signs on Kohlers Crossing. So like make a four-way stop there would at least slow that traffic down coming over the hill. If you're trying to turn left from the retail area, I've almost been hit several times because I can't see the traffic coming over the hill.
yeah, I can make a note to take a look at the data that we have, see how old or new it is, and see if that's something that we could implement as an interim transitional measure while we're working on
It
it.
would be helpful. It might save my life.
Okay, yeah, I always say don't be a data
little
point. So,
self-interest here.
yeah, absolutely. I'll make sure to add that to my list.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
So I know that we have the budgeted cost here, and this was for both roundabouts, correct? The 28 million. With the removal of Cromwell, what does that bring our budgeted cost total to?
I'm a traffic person. Numbers are not my thing.
Yeah.
Lou's just as good. There you go.
I'm a drainage person.
So for this project, we have 11.7 million. That is for all the improvements, including illumination, mill and overlay for in between the roundabout areas. The three roundabout, going off my best memory here. Sander is about 4.6 million. Benner is about 4.5. I think Cromwell we're looking at 4.2-ish. So we're gonna bring that one off the list. So we're looking at the savings of 4.2. I am working with one of our engineers, Joanne Garcia, on looking at the 11.7 million, the improvements in between the roundabout areas. We believe we can have some savings there too, to fund the next project, literally next slide.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was going to ask how much, where is this funding coming from? Are these bonds again?
This, yeah, go ahead.
So these will be bonds.
From the TERS?
Yes, they'll be supported by TERS tax revenue.
And how much is in that fund?
Right now, what we bring in is what we're spending. There's not a whole lot of fund balance.
So I mean, I think moving forward that we need to take that into consideration. Once we approve these bonds, which I think they've already been approved, but not issued. But once that's done, we are very limited on the changes that we can make to the TERS boundaries and to the TERS in general. And if this is a area that already is slowly paying back $20 million for the two parks that the general fund funded, and then now we have, say, even we have 18 million plus, I think there was another 8 million. I'd like to know the totality of how much is in this TERS that's going to be bonded out, because that is going to limit what we can do as far as a council to ensure that that money doesn't.
Sure, we'll give you a complete picture of the fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
So talking about some of the cost savings from this project leads into the Cromwell Extension Project, which we had talked about previously. So this is a connection that would be needed for the access to those rec fields that we had discussed earlier, that Jesse discussed earlier. And this also makes a connection from Rickardson, and ultimately it'll connect down to the existing Cromwell roadway. There's a segment that Momark is supposed to build out, but this would be the first phase of those improvements. And so what our recommendation is to take the funding, basically the savings from not doing that Cromwell roundabout as part of the CBS, now the BS project, and put it into the Cromwell extension. Okay, now moving on to unfunded capital projects. And so I think we're going to start with the transportation public works projects. And so again, then we'll be talking more about these later on, about kind of what direction we want to go with the funding, but currently unfunded. And so the first project we have is CR 158, basically the decel lane that's along the frontage road. This is a project that we've gotten pretty much through design, and then we are hopefully going to be wrapping that up pretty quickly, but we'll need to look at funding for construction for this project.
Is the county in on this one as well?
I don't believe so. I might need some verification on that, but no, I don't think so. I think this is being funded strictly from us.
Okay, because ultimately this is a county road. And so if we can, is there any way that we can get with them and say, I mean, I know they're big on, hey, we want to fix up the east side, and this would be, I mean, at 800,000, even if we paid half and they paid half, that would be, some kind of relief to our taxpayers. So I don't know if we can have someone reach out to the representatives in that area and just say, hey, what can we do to work together?
Yeah,
That would
sure.
be-
We can do
okay.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, Post Oak subdivision improvements, and again, apologies, it says Atlantis and Langley, but I think we'd already talked about the mill and overlay that we're doing on Atlantis out of the other rehab bucket, so this is primarily Langley. So this is, Councilmember Medina, this is the one where we're talking about Langley Street. So this is that funding, and I know it says this is included in the unfunded bucket, but as I mentioned previously, this is actually funded, and so I want to make that clarification because we have council direction, we discussed this with the council, and we have the direction to move forward. We're going to include this in the funded bucket. Street reconstruction, this is a kind of a new program, and this follows on some conversations we had regarding some of the Post Oak streets, is that we wanted to establish a funding category for some of those streets that because of the roughness index, because of the conditions they have, they might be similar to Langley or soon on its heels. We want to have some funding to put some of those projects where we might have to do some more full depth reconstruction on some projects. And so we're establishing this as a bucket of funding to address some of those. We don't have all those identified yet, but we wanted to establish that funding and just bring it to your attention just based on prior conversations we've had about some of the conditions we're seeing in not just Post Oak, but other neighborhoods as well. Daisy and Downing, this is another one that is in the funded, so let me be clear on that, because again, this is based on council direction we received recently, and I know we gave a full presentation on this, but this is funding to move forward. We did get the direction to move forward to design, and we are currently in design. This would be funding to move to construction on the signalized intersection. The Kohlers Overpass Project and Marketplace Intersection Improvements. So a quick 5-cent tour on this project. As you recall, I think we gave a briefing recently, but basically we have sighting here for the railroad, which is basically the rest stop for the trains, which is right here at Center Street. And one of the key issues we've had is that trains will basically rest and block Center Street, which is a primary corridor for our city. And so this project would basically support the relocation of that in the siting project, which I will talk about next. But before we can do that siting project, because of UP's requirements for how long that siting needs to be, that siting would actually carry in across Kohlers Crossing. So we can't do that siting project that we got Campo funding for until we do this project and basically get Kohlers Crossing out of the line of the roadway. And so this project would bring Kohlers Crossing above grade over that, basically make a bridge over the railroad, and it allow that connection, and then allow us to go ahead and move forward with the siting project. So one has to happen before the other. So currently, we have a lot of support from multiple agencies. Hayes County is involved in this. TxDOT is currently funding the design of this project. We are currently responsible for looking at the right-of-way and utilities associated with this project, but TxDOT has also supported our application for a Federal Rail Administration grant. So we do have that grant application in right now, and we are anticipating hearing word on that grant in August. And we are at 60% design on this project, and if we're able to get that grant funding, we would obviously progress this project into full design and construction phase. Oh, yeah, let me talk about that. So out of the preliminary engineering study that was done, a roundabout had been recommended based on the traffic study there. But because we want to come back and take a look at this intersection, we did some interim improvements already at Marketplace. We're going to do some more safety improvements, like we're going to probably look at prohibiting U-turns at that intersection, some more interim safety improvements. We want to look at how that performs and come back and do some more analysis on that. So we just want to evaluate what that intersection truly needs. So even though roundabouts came out of the PER study, we are going to do further evaluation on what intersection improvements make the most sense. Kohler Siding project, so as I just talked about, so, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Zapata.
I'm trying really hard to follow the rules right now.
You're doing good.
When, for the overpass project improvements, if I remember correctly, the amount that we approached was either 27 or 32 million. Is it 27, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, so I think the amount that we're asking for funding is 24 million for the construction of it. And so I think the total amount is listed there as 40, but I think the construction funding is 24, and that's what we're putting in for.
Okay, and I think I just want to reiterate that when we did meet with some of these agencies and we met with our reps, we met with Cruz's office, Cornyn's office, Kassar's office, and I'm trying to remember at Cloud's office as well, and they all demonstrated an incredible amount of support for this project. I mean, a lot of them seemed to think like it was a no-brainer, like, okay, you've met every single criteria, you have everything in place, and so I feel like it's very likely that we will receive this funding. So I'm really excited to hear back from that in August. I know.
Councilmember Harris.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Oh.
That trip that we made to the National League of Cities, where we spent the afternoon visiting on the Hill, was very productive. Not just for this project, but especially for this project. I think all of our Congress people are supportive of this. McLeod indicated to his staff to get on it right now and support it. So I think we have every chance of getting this funding.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for your support and advocacy for this project. Much appreciated. Okay, and as I mentioned, the siding project, and again, the overpass project would have to happen before this project goes. But then once we get this project done, this would actually move the resting stop for the trains over to the Kohler's Crossing location. And again, we do have $15 million in Campo funding for this project, but the balance of the project is currently unfunded. All right, Cheva Pastrana Senior Parkway Extension. Okay, so this project, the best way to think about this corridor is a project of segments, right? So we have the southern segment that is by Limestone Creek, and there is, Meritage is going to be constructing that segment of the roadway, and then the city would reimburse them for that. And then, as you recall, at council, we actually gave them an extension for that time frame because we're trying to coordinate that with the drainage channel as well, and so we're trying to get all those projects lined up. The next segment from 158 to 150, there is an agreement for the city to build out that. And again, I'm going to have Jason Lutz come up here in a second, talk to you more about what's in those DA agreements and those reimbursements. But that is a relationship with the development agreement to build out that segment of 150, between 150 and 158. And then the balance of that corridor, and then, I'm sorry, the northern segment, going up to BB, I think that's from Cotton Gin up to BB, is being built out by the county. That's a part of their 2024 bond, which they now have authorization to go ahead and do full construction on. So congratulations to Hays County for that. But then the blue is basically what's unfunded right now. And so the $100 million that you see there is basically, looking at that full corridor. There was an older feasibility study that was done that the $100 million came out of. I can't tell you that could be built out at $100 million right now. And so what my recommendation would be is to come back and do a new revised feasibility study looking at that corridor and get some improved numbers on that, as well as lock in the alignment so we can start working on the right-of-way and how we're going to approach that over the stretch of that entire corridor. I will tell you, too, you're going to get an update on the Kyle Mobility Plan and what's coming out of those recommendations, but I can tell you now a couple of segments of Cheva are going to be probably prioritized projects in their recommendations as well. So again, I think there's a lot to talk about there, and with that, I will turn it over to Jason to talk a little bit more about the DAs.
Yes, Mayor Council. So as part of this project, if you remember, this is area is part of the development agreement for Project City Point, Sahara, or the Grove, or the Wiegand Tract,
Is it all the same
depending
thing?
on how
Yeah,
you
let's-
know
okay.
those. Yes, ma'am.
all the same.
Just for those that aren't familiar with this is a commercial residential multifamily project. And the developer is, the city's going to construct Chevo Pastrano. The developer was supposed to fund all costs associated with drainage, water, and sewer. That would be reimbursed back to us. We would construct it as part of the road. The road is also part of different thinking Meritage. But the DA requires this road to be completed by September 28th. I can tell you right now, based on current timelines, that is beyond achievable. So timeline will not be affected, or will not be met. So we do need to have some conversations with the city attorney, how that'll affect the DA. And then any direction we get from this council regarding this project, we may need to go back to that developer and landowner to have those conversations as well. But as part of this project and development agreement, I wanted to make sure that there's if I can go to the next slide. There are some other unfunded requirements as part of this project. So if you recall, the developer was going to donate 3 acres of land to be used as a civic site. However, their stipulation was that we construct some type of municipal building within 5 years, which is very tight timelines. And if that building does not get constructed, then that land needs to be turned into a park. But again, there's no requirements on what that park can look like, but again, that's some funds that will need to be expended to do that. The DA also requires the city to utilize eminent domain powers to obtain off-site easements for sewer and water. The city will go through that eminent domain process, but those funds shall be reimbursed by the developer. So these are kind of the issues within that DA that we wanted to make you aware about as it relates to the roadway. So I'm sure you have lots of questions. I'll be glad to answer those.
I have lots of questions, but I'm going to let other people talk first. Does anybody have, Councilmember Zapata?
I'm always going to talk about more grants. Sorry, but it's money that's available. So I think one, and this has to be, I'm not too familiar with how grants would work in a TERS funded area. Especially if we're working on like the reimbursement basis within the TERS for the 16 million unfunded part of it. But there is a grant that's available. It's called the Build Grant, but it goes by several different names. It's like Build/Raise/Tiger Grant. And they fund road improvements exactly like this. So the areas around us that have received funding, like San Marcos, Austin, New Braunfels, Burleson County, around this area, all receive an average of 24 million for these projects, and they're specifically for ones that also include multi-jurisdictional areas like roadways. So I don't know, the grant application I think would be due next February. So this might be a potential opportunity where we could partner with Hays County to potentially get at least some major parts of this roadway expanded, and they seem to also fund non-multi-jurisdictional roadways as well. So I just want to throw that out there as an option, since that does give us at least, give or take a year and some months to be able to apply and see if we are a good fit for this.
Yeah, so Councilmember, good point, and I'm very familiar with the Build Grant. And so I think one of the big things that comes along with that is having local match and local commitments. And so any commitments we have to any of the segments that are going to be built out or where funding exists, we could use that obviously as part of the local commitment to building out, that segment or other segments of this. Also, that's where a good feasibility study would help, is to have better information about what we would do. They always want to know, do you know the project well? Do you have this project in design? The closer to shovel-ready you are, the better off you are in getting funding. The feds like to fund projects that are ready to go to construction. So I think being able to have that, and obviously we're further along on this segment in particular, between 150 and 158. We have the preliminary engineering done on it. So I think we're looking at those segments where we've made some progress, but also getting some additional information on some other segments would put us in better shape.
Okay, because even for the segment that we've currently progressed more on, I'm wondering if that's even an opportunity for us to be able to apply for some potential build funding. I'm not sure how well it would align with the requirements, but I figure it doesn't hurt for us to look into it.
We could evaluate that. We could take a look at that and just see what that means. Because quite honestly, I'm not sure I've ever dealt with a grant funding for a tourist project, but we could take a look at that.
Yeah, I feel like that might get kind of funky, but I just want us to look into it.
All right, in an event to try to learn from our lessons, I'd like to know a little bit more about the background of this development agreements that we created. I am very familiar with Meritage, and I understand how that was created. I am more concerned about the City Point, Sahara, whatever we want to call it. How was that development agreement created, putting a $16 million obligation onto the city? Can you just give me some background on how, like, was economic development included? Was finance included? How did we come as a city to say, yes, we're going to, one, build a city building in 5 years, and two, build a $16 million road? And to add another question, do we have to build that $16 million road before the Wiegand track is developed?
Let me answer the simple one first.
Okay.
We do have to build that road in order to develop the tract. I mean, you need access to develop that tract. So theoretically, parts of it could develop on either side of 158, but the bulk of the commercial and the multifamily, including some low-income tax credit housing, would be along Chevo Pastrano to the east. The DA does allow the developer, if we can't do it, that they can build that road, but then we would have to reimburse them for that. So as far as how we got to where we are, generally the way we are doing DAs currently is the developer will kind of meet with city staff, understand what the city zoning code requirements are. Can they meet? Can they not? Are they going to have to get into a development agreement and a PUD to do something special? At that point, they usually generate a term sheet that gets discussed with admin and council. Usually executive session, kind of go over some of those things. Planning, economic development are all in some of those meetings that come out of those. So we do have a process where we're involved to answer questions. Ultimately, any DA, anything that gets put in this is directed to by staff. And so, you know, as a planner, there are things that we recommend. Sometimes we don't, but these deals are kind of, they flow. I hope that answers your question on that.
We have two deputy and assistant city manager. My question to you would be, how familiar are you with this, and what was the staff that was involved in this development agreement?
Sure, Mayor. I was involved. We had planning staff. We had economic development staff. Finance was not involved. City management was involved. And I think that was everybody that was involved in the negotiation.
Well, council
And then
ultimately
council,
approves, yes.
Ultimately,
But
council.
my question is, how did staff come to believe that we could have done these things within the amount of time that was allotted in the development agreement?
I would say it was told to us to put that into the agreement. I also forgot to mention the former mayor and a former council member was also involved in some of those negotiations.
Could you tell us what staff was like hands-on and saying, this is what needs to be included in that?
I would say everything came from city manager, and then it got to our staff through former city manager. Sorry, I'll definitely correct that.
On guard.
Former city manager kind of directed staff on what these negotiation points would be after conversations with the developer. Again, as I mentioned to you earlier, staff considers ourselves waiters. We will bring you what you need and what you order, hopefully in a timely fashion. So we were given direction to include some of these deal points in the agreement. We worked with the landowner to negotiate those and then move that forward to council for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Harris?
The landowner came and spoke to us from the podium several times about this as well. They changed the developer a couple of times, I think. So what we started with, we didn't necessarily end with because they changed the developer. The agreements were reasonable, I think, at the time that we did them, and things have since just kind of stretched out longer than anticipated. The city facility was the city's request that we have a city facility on the east side that is easily accessible. So that was a benefit to us. The developer or the property owner provided that to the city. There was a lot of conversation about that roadway, how it would be paid for, when it would start, how critical it was for that whole system that you see here, that it go in. So I don't think it was just staff said this, we need to do this. There was a great deal of conversation about how critical this piece was to that whole system. So that's just because most of that did happen in the last 3 years, so I just wanted to kind of update from the council perspective what happened.
Yeah, I think the biggest driver on this DA as far as the changes was the changes from the original proposal to the second. So the original proposal held a 10,000 square foot grocer, or maybe larger. I don't want to say their name because I don't think they were there, but they were talking to economic development. So there was a desire from the city side to get a full-size grocer on the east side, so that's what drove us to kind of go through those negotiations originally. I would say that deal was probably 99% done when the original developer walked away. When it got picked up, that was something that was not included into that. So again, with that being the driving force, staff did have some major concerns, all levels of staff, administration. I think at the same time, there was some discussions going on about needing additional space for either CAS or a community center. So the conversation then switched to, well, could we get land to build a building, a library? What are some other benefits? That was also kind of the requirement from the developer because they saw this as a very active commercial space. They wanted to draw in the residential next door. It was hard to do if it was kind of a closed-off city offices, so that's why they wanted some kind of civic center or it to be converted to a park if a building couldn't get built. That's also what led to council's request for an indoor meeting space that they were doing. They're dedicating 1.5 acres for public parkland, basketball courts, and I think some of those requirements were pushed up into phase one to kind of offset the loss of the market. So just that's how we kind of got from point A to point B on the differences between the two projects.
Okay. Any Councilmember Medina?
So I mean, I have a lot of questions, specifically reiterating the development agreement. So I've been sitting here for 7 months. I sat out there for about a year while this was being discussed in my backyard. And you're correct, it did change, and it changed, and it changed. And right before I took council, I believe the zoning was then approved by the previous council, voted on, and changed so that this could be mixed-use development, changed from whatever it was. And if I remember correctly, it was finally agreed upon because the developer agreed to build a percentage of commercial and then a percentage of residential and follow that suit to continue through. But then how do development agreements then get built with a road? Because 7 months ago, that was 2025. We're in a 2020 road bond where we don't have roads built for 8 years. So how can a previous city manager say we're going to have a road built in less than 3 years and now we can't meet that? Not that I want it in my backyard anyway, but where does that leave us liability? I know we have to have further discussions with the city attorney, but I mean, that's just setting us up like so many other things that have been done in the past for failure. And if previous council voted on that as well, or was part of that as well, why would they think that it could be built in 3 years?
I can't answer why their thought process was on that. I think some of it was as part of the negotiations, there was some pilot payments that were going to be paid up front. I think the thought process was this was very serious or needed road connection. We already had the Meritage track to going through. They saw this as an opportunity to connect, especially 158 and FM 150. I think they were hoping to kind of piggyback those projects. I mean, I'm making an assumption on that thought, so I don't want to go too far into that.
Basically, where's the hang up from 7 months ago when the zoning was approved? Is it because the developer's waiting on us to build a road, or is it because we're waiting on the developer for something else? I mean, where does the fault lie for this being stalled?
Right now,
The bottom line, Councilmember Medina, we do not have any funds, period.
To build the $60 million road,
To
right?
build a $150 million
To
road.
build $1 million road at this point.
Mhm.
Like, it doesn't really matter.
So the
okay.
the Meritage has the first segment,
Mhm.
and part of the DA, Meritage has a TERS that's going to reimburse Meritage for its cost of that segment of the road, which
Right.
I believe is around $5 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
The next segment is City Point. That's estimated to be $16 million.
Right?
At this point, it's just pure estimate. It could be 20.
Yep.
That portion that was embedded in the DA as a commitment, whether we build or they build, if they build, we reimburse, or if we build, it would come from the TERS. The TERS has zero left after Meritage for a number of years. The DA with City Point was done, if I'm not mistaken, last November,
Yes, sir.
right?
It was approved in October of last year, yes.
So things didn't change between October and now. We were broke then, we're broke now. So the question is, how does city staff get out this far out in the forefront to commit the city knowing that we didn't have money?
Mhm.
That's the question y'all should be asking.
And unfortunately, that person's not here to answer. So how do we rectify this going forward? Do we need to wait? Can our in-office attorney help us with this, or are we going to have to spend now more money to hire outside counsel to figure this out
So
with
we
the
have
development
multiple
agreement?
options at this point. The developer's in the room, so I don't want to show all my cards.
Close your ears, close your eyes.
So we need to get the counsel of our city attorney, what options we have. Second, we work with the developer to see what they can do and relieve the city of that obligation.
Mhm.
That would be my preferred recommendation to council, is to work with the developer so the city's relief for at least that segment of the road.
Mhm.
Because as I understand it, between all the segments, that is the most important segment to fall first. That's the first domino that ought to fall. So that would be my recommendation. The third option is if we are obligated to complete that segment, we would have to issue COs. We have no other option.
A strange question maybe, and I'd have to listen to recordings to remember the exact wording, but I remember sitting out there and I remember previous mayor asking the question, could the road be built without agreeing to the development? Is that still an option, or is that gone long?
No, we
finished,
just don't
gone
have the
bye-bye?
money.
Well, I know we don't have the money, but if we can't reach some kind of an agreement with the developer, the road's important, yes, but is this development something that is going to have to happen if we can't reach some kind of agreement that's going to help us out?
I think Jason alluded to that earlier, that the road has to be built so the developer has access to that land for development.
So I think what they're saying is the land is owned by the developer.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do that one of two ways, right? So they own it. We can do eminent domain and force them to build it. and then there probably is going to be some legal liability because we have a development agreement, or we try to work together with them to figure out how we build this road.
I think the work together would be the best option.
Well, that's always my go-to, but what I'm saying, ultimately, it's bought, sold, it's processed through the development agreement. There's very little we can do without breaking our agreement to have this road built just on the fact that we need a road that goes through there. The rest is gonna have to come. Like, I think ultimately, without some legal liability. And again, guys, I feel like the old mom that's saying, how do we learn from these lessons? Because I think the intent from Councilmember Laura Lee was spot on when she said this is a benefit. We had this building that we were gonna be able to build. And the intent was good because we wanted to bring something great to that area, but it's not a benefit if you can't build it. If within 5 years we don't have the funds, then it's really kind of up in the air. You don't have that. And even though the developer changed, the need for that road never changed. And so the $16 million, which is probably underbid by now, that's always there. We always needed $16 million regardless of who owned it. So the reality should have been, can we afford to build this road? And if we can, how do we, in what capacity do we do that as? Because as you've mentioned, this is a TERS. As we mentioned, the Meritage, the way their DA works was very strategic as well. They're taking money that goes into that TERS and using it to pay for a road that we required. So it's, again, on the backs of the taxpayers that live in that area. We're ultimately paying for that. I mean, in a strategic way, like that TERS is used, I think, in the most logical way that we can use a TERS. But again, that's money that now cannot be used anywhere else, and it can't help the Weekend Track. And that's how I consider it. It's City Point, Weekend Track. But so I think moving forward, we got to be realistic on what we can do as a city. It's, we have to say, do we need this road? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Can we afford this road in the next a year? Realistically, probably not, Mayor Pro Tem.
And let's letting everybody do all the talking because I was part of a lot of this. And it's true. I think the way I was looking at it, and we were looking at it, was also a connectivity that we needed desperately from that side of town to be able to connect going up. Because I believe the overall goal was, the mission was that we would be able to connect from 158 and have that extended road to lead us to Goforth. Because again, I think the whole plan was for us to continue to move forward and have that outer, basically look at this specific road as an outer rim east of Kyle, as a connectivity that would hit all the way to Bunton, or actually hit past Bunton, but go all the way up to Goforth, and Goforth all the way to BB Road. Because we do have a lot of residents that live in the Uland, and some people cut across from BB or come through these back roads just to get to Lockhart, just to get to these other areas. And so I think when I was looking at this, it was more of another much-needed outlet for that side of town to be able to connect, and that's kind of why we're driving forward. And I remember those conversations we had in executive, and I think that's kind of why the mayor was really pushing for that, to say, hey, let's get these people to help us with this. Let's collaborate with them and see how we can be able to get this road. But overall, that was the overall mission, is to have that outer rim connectivity from there. I'll never forget when we had a major accident over here off of 35, and where a car actually went off the road and slammed into an 18-wheeler, and it just engulfed it. And the traffic was backed up all the way past San Marcos just to get up north. And people were trying to get to Kyle, trying to get to other areas, and there was just no way that people could be able to get off the highway and go east or into the city because it was just cut off. So I think that was another issue. We were looking long-term, Mayor Flores Carroll, because we know that this was an area that it's much needed, and it is county. So it was a matter of combination. How can we include the county to say, hey, do your part and do our part, but we maybe just being proactive on our end, ma'am, to say, let's just go ahead and get this done because we need it and we need it now.
I understand. And you said it, and you voted for it, and now we're at a place where we can't do it. So I guess my kind of lesson is, even though it's needed, even though we want it, even though it's going to help alleviate, we have to make sure that we're budgeting and planning within the reality of our finances and the reality of our city, because otherwise, we have a DA that we can't honor. And that puts us in a way worse predicament than not, being, okay, well, we have this plan, but we can't do it right now. So we are committed, we have a DA, we have to figure that out, and we still don't have a road. And so take that into consideration as we're growing as council members, that yes, we do have desires and wants and absolute needs. But if we approve on those needs and we don't have the sources to fund it, it doesn't do us any good.
Mayor, for whatever it's worth, and I know I'm going to get emails, I'm going to add more work to my my responses. The business reasons, the connectivity reasons, all of that was done on the mark by council. It was needed, it was explained, it was clearly a needed project. I think the shortcoming was, in my opinion, this is strictly my opinion, staff failed to give you accurate information when you were making that decision.
Yes.
You relied on staff saying that monies were available.
Yes, sir.
Right? The business reason was all logical, was all perfect, and on spot on. The blame, I'm not trying to put blame. You were, as decision makers, you were provided not a complete picture.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right, so moving on, unless we have another, Councilmember McKinney.
Well, I think it's important to note that I don't think that anybody that was involved with this assumed it was going to be cash funded. Like, nobody was under the impression, or should not have been under the impression, that we just had the money sitting in reserves
Or
to
even
pay for
bonds.
it.
So then how was it going to get paid?
There were options as far as
Finance was not
COs
involved?
and-
I mean, should that be a question mark? Why wasn't finance involved in this decision?
That is a good question. Yeah.
I mean, and CO bonds are a big deal. And just to get a perspective of how CO bonds work, say we approve $1.8 billion in CO bonds, right? We could essentially do that, maybe, I don't know. But what that does is that makes our M&O go down. We have to balance it out. These are not GO bonds, so we cannot raise our taxes. But instead, what we have to do is we have to create an imbalance with or a balance, I should say, with our maintenance and operations. So as you're raising our CO bonds, our maintenance and operations are going to go down. And these lovely parks that you guys want to build and all the great maintenance that we have for mowing the yards and waste, other things, that all goes down. You have to balance a CO bond out with what we can do in order to maintain our city as well. Because you don't want to create such an imbalance as we have a whole bunch of nice, shiny new things, and then we can't maintain them.
Well, if revenues had come in where expected, we wouldn't be as far off from where that balance is.
No, I don't think that's true either, because CO bonds, I don't know how they take that into consideration. If we did, say, $50 million CO bonds, and now we have to offset it with maintenance and operations, maybe revenue will be up there, maybe it won't, but that's not how you should budget money. It should be like, this is how much we have, this is how, predictability. We were $4 million short when we started 2026. And that's on top of another $4 million. There was no accounting for that. It was just like, okay, we're short, moving forward. That's not balancing, and that's not responsibility. For me, I feel like it's taking a much-needed road, say $16 million, we do want a road. Say we all like, yes, that's a great idea, we want to do this. Let's take it to the taxpayers. And then they make the choice, and that's a GO bond, and it does not affect our maintenance and operations. That, to me, would be the responsible thing to do.
That's a policy discussion we should have.
And you will have that policy discussion, FYI. That's on the list. It's on the list when we get to that exercise. So
All right.
at the end, as we mentioned, we're going to go through some of these unfunded projects, and you're going to have that discussion about what direction you want to go. So you will have that opportunity on this project.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Just a quick point. This road is needed for this development to happen. This development will pay property taxes and sales tax because of the commercial that is also included in it. The developer and property owner provide the land. We did not have to do eminent domain to get the land for this road to go through. We did not have to buy the land for this road to go through. It was a thoughtful collaboration with the developer on this road. And we felt that the city had great advantages for doing that. CO bonds were a possibility to fund it if the TERS funds were inadequate. And truthfully, I don't remember us really talking a whole lot about the funding of that particular item because it was somewhat in the future. But this can't happen. This development can't happen without this road, and the developer has been very good about working with us on helping fund the cost of that road.
Okay, Councilmember Goza.
I just wanted to make a comment that by the time this was approved in October of last year, we already knew that the city, or somebody knew, I'm assuming Brian Langley and them, knew that we were already dipping into reserves based on shortfalls last year. And so I think that it would have been very critical for council to have known that, expressly known that, before making such choices as these. And so that is definitely something that needs to be addressed in the future. And I don't think we're going to have that problem now, but as just a note for future councils to be looking at that type of stuff before you start getting promising big things.
Yeah. Good point.
And Mayor, to your point, though, I would like to address on how we learn from this. I can tell you, staff has learned a great deal. My staff is fairly new and young, but I'm not. I've been around a while. So I think some of the things that you're going to see a different direction from city staff when we approach these negotiations is, it's been my experience, smaller towns, when they start doing DAs, they're under the assumption that, hey, we need to attract, we need to bring in, we're competing, and which is very true at the beginning. But at some point, you reach a point where now people literally are coming to us because they want a piece of the pie capital. And so we need to understand that moving forward, and so that we can say, hey, we're willing to give on certain things for certain unique projects, but we're not willing to sell the farm for things that, you know, if you can't make it work, you know, I quote a famous musician, thank you, next, there's always someone else in line. So staff is looking to change to that kind of philosophy as we do these deals. So to answer your question, that's how we're learning from our changes. So.
I completely appreciate that. I would like to see a process where planning and zoning takes a look at the development agreements as well. For a long time, they didn't get that access, or even now. And I'm thinking that's an extra set of eyes. They are the backbone to building our community. And so if they could get access to these development agreements and give us their feedback, that would be invaluable to the council.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, and that's a two-way street. We don't get what planning and zoning are doing. All of a sudden, something pops up and we're going, huh, what's that? So I think
So
there
shared
needs to be
information.
more communication between the two of us, the two groups.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, I've talked about the Kyle Mobility Plan, and so this is unfunded, and this is really placeholder funding as we have that prioritized set of projects coming out of that plan that you'll be seeing in July, is to have some funding to develop projects, particularly if you're looking at any of those projects being contemplated for a future bond election. It's just to have some money to advance some of those projects in development. Kyle Senior Community. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Zapata has a question.
Sorry about that. For the 1 million set aside, because we have listed on separate slides, like our sidewalk improvements, our pedestrian improvements. We have like the Vibe Trail included in one of the other parts. So what would this $1 million set aside be for if it's talking about implementing some of the items listed in the Kyle Mobility Plan?
Well, this wouldn't be for implementation. What you will get out of the Kyle Mobility Plan that you're going to be receiving an update on in July is you'll be getting recommended prioritized projects. And they're looking at projects based on, again, they talked about the exercise they were doing with the community to look at, connectivity, mobility, accessibility. Based on all those criteria, they're going to bring you a recommended set of prioritized projects. But they are just a list of projects. They have some initial information attached with them, but there's been no engineering work done on them. So what this money is for is just a bucket of funding to do some additional engineering design, basically preliminary engineering studies on projects if council so desires to move forward to look at some of those projects, particularly if you're looking at any subsequent bond election and advancing any of those projects. This is just some bucket funding to have some money available, because otherwise we don't have any money available to do any preliminary engineering studies on any of those projects you might want to advance. So this is basically just a placeholder to further develop those projects.
Okay, and so we'll get an update on that in the coming months?
Either July 7th or July 16th. I know you have
Okay.
a work session scheduled for July 16th. I know we're still talking about exactly what goes on there versus July 7th, but we've already talked with the consultant team and they're ready to go on either date, whatever's determined.
Okay, because I think I don't know, I know that we're supposed to decide today whether or not things get funded or unfunded, but I think it would be nice to know what projects are listed in the mobility plan, so that way I understand, am I choosing to support preliminary engineering on these things or not? But I don't know if I can make that decision without understanding that first.
And you'll have that option when we get to the exercise. This is one of those items that
Okay.
you can tell us, delay. And you'll have that option on a couple of different things. If you want to delay action because you want to have further conversation, or you want staff to do further analysis, or you want to say, yes, let's go ahead and proceed with that, you'll have that opportunity at the end with the exercise.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Did this Kyle Mobility Plan, was that done by an outside source?
It was done by an outside consultant.
Okay, and so there is a fee estimated with that. It says the amount spent to date. But what was that amount that we're paying this outside company in order to do this? Because if I'm understanding this right, the $1 million is for actually implementing some of it.
Mhm.
But how much did the Kyle Mobility Plan, because I was here in 2021 when we did the update. And I'd be really curious to see what the difference is between then and now, and the cost for that. So do we know how much we paid for this plan?
I might need some backup on this, but I think it's about $500,000 that we're paying for the plan. Is that right? Yes, about $500,000.
And I think we've talked about it once or twice, maybe 3 times since I've been on the dais, because I know I've had like a lot of feedback to it. So, but yeah, I think understanding what projects are listed in it is going to be really helpful.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the Kyle Senior Community Center driveway. And again, I do want to say it's probably a little more than a driveway that we're talking about here, because it includes not only driveway, really more access. And there's a couple of different options that staff is looking at, and staff will be coming back to you with some of those options for how to gain access to this property. Definitely a couple of those options include an access point, basically a driveway to Daisy Loop. But staff is looking at those options with the consultant right now, and we anticipate bringing those back to take further look at.
And council, this project is funded.
Okay. I think this is a great idea. That road is really, really scary. And so if we can give people the ability to just go down, not just the seniors, but, for that whole area, and to exit off into a safer place, it's totally worth the cost.
And pedestrian crossing treatments, these are listed unfunded, but I think these are now funded because we just got direction from you guys to move forward with these. Again, these include the Veterans Drive and Gregg crossings, the FM 2770 Jack Ryan, Daisy Lane and Chapel Middle School. And I think we just talked about that and got direction, so I think we are including these as funded.
Thank you.
And then traffic capacity improvements at Kyle Crossing and Coolidge Crossing. So as some of you may recall, this intersection was actually initially contemplated to have a roundabout. Again, since we have our traffic engineering expert, Raul Cosaraggio, on board now, we were able to go back and take a look at this intersection. And now, based on further analysis, we're actually recommending this be a permanently signalized intersection. Right now, they're currently temporary signals. And so this will include putting in the permanent signals as well as some other intersection improvements, a longer left turn lane on Coolidge Crossing, and et cetera. So this funding includes that. And then,
Councilmember Zapata.
oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, this is just a comment. What I'm hearing is that Rivali is invaluable.
She is, I
Like,
love
that is what I am hearing just consistently through this
I
conversation.
will tell you that 2, 3, 4 times.
Yes, she's amazing.
So I just wanted to give her roses right now.
She is an amazing expert, and Kyle's lucky to have her.
Yeah, we are.
I like her bluntness and I like her straightforwardness too. It's refreshing. I hope all the staff can feel like they can just tell us when we're wrong or gonna let us know. So, but yes, thank you for that because Ravalli is great.
Couldn't agree more.
But that doesn't come with a raise at this time.
Right? Maybe next year.
Okay, so Jackson Hayes Trail. So we've talked about this project a lot in the context of the road bond, but it's not actually a road bond project. And so I want to be clear about that. What was determined, and again, this is before my time, but it was determined that the road bond would pay for design of Jackson Hayes Trail. And again, the reason it's talked about so much in relation to the old Stagecoach project is because it basically improves the other side of that intersection. So you're looking at an expansion to a 4-lane configuration and improving the intersection of the old Stagecoach. So it stands to reason that you would make the improvement for a complete intersection improvement. So this basically improves that connection on north of Old Stagecoach on Jackson Hayes FM 2770. There's been a lot of coordination with TxDOT on this intersection as well. But again, this was not road bond funded. This wouldn't include part of the bond program. So this is currently an unfunded project for the construction phase.
I want to say that that's going to be much needed, but what's going to come with that is going to be a tremendous amount of eminent domain to get those right-of-ways on the sides. I remember talking about this back in 2021 maybe, and just having like the list of how it's going to be affected. So it's going to be really important to be able to address that proactively and to make sure that we're doing it in a way that's respectful.
Yes, Mayor, and absolutely. We've actually made a lot of progress. We've actually been working on the right-of-way acquisitions. Yeah, we have it all. We have it all.
Yay! Okay, thank you. That makes my life so much easier. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I remember you've been working with Plum Creek, HOA on that, and the ownership of the, especially on the Plum Creek side. I know that you've been working with the property owners on the side of the schools. So it's all done now?
We have all the right-of-way we need.
That's
It's really
wonderful.
about getting the funding for the construction, finishing out the design.
Okay.
And this is so needed. The traffic is awful there. There should be a left turn, there is a left turn lane there that is tiny. We really need a right turn lane. Everybody just goes off the road to turn right. It's a mess. So thank you very much.
Okay, and for unfunded capital projects for parks, I will turn it back over to Mr. Elizondo.
Thank you. If, when we went through the other parks projects, the funded parks projects, you were saying to yourself, I know we've talked about so many other parks projects before, we come to unfunded capital projects for Parks and Recreation. You will know a lot of these projects, but you may not have known that they were unfunded. The first one is Steeplechase Park Phase 1. So if you will recall with our Parks Master Plan, we did a full high-level overview update of our Parks Master Plan, and then out of that, and pulling from the data from that, we did sub-master plans for all of the different parks across our system. So each one of our parks now has a sub-master plan that rolls up into the larger master plan. These sub-master plans now contemplate all these different elements for our parks, which are all, I think everyone would agree, wonderful for these parks. However, they are costly and expensive. So for Steeplechase Park Phase 1, currently nothing's been spent to date, but I couldn't wait to get this item, Councilmember Zapata. We did get a Texas Parks and Wildlife $750,000 grant for this park. I believe as we were doing the sub-master plan for it, we submitted for that and received it. I believe it's a 50-50 match, so that's $750 from us, $750 from them. That puts us at 1.5. The entire build-out, you can see kind of in the bullet points there, is 3.8. That includes full design that follows the master plan, disc golf upgrades, sports courts, Vibe Trail, and splash pad. So I would say current plan for staff moving forward is to utilize that $750 for design, disc golf, and the sports courts. We feel like that's probably the highest and best use moving forward to get the grant money out and the match. Beyond that, we talked about Vibe Trail, evaluating whether, which portions we could maybe save money on, and we'll come back with those options as well. And then the splash pad at Steeplechase, we all know those splash pads are heavily, heavily utilized. However, after 3 years, there have been some mechanical issues, some paint issues, and some just general space issues. We've gotten a lot of comments from the public that they'd like to see them bigger and expanded. So anyway, it's a large cost to upgrade those splash pads. Given current budget constraints, it may be something we wait on as far as upgrading those, maybe in future years. But our current recommendation moving forward with this is design, disc golf, and the sports courts to get the grant money moving and the match moving.
Gosh, look how beautiful that looks. It looks nice. And those splash pads, thank you. There's a lot of kids that are waiting, especially you have some of the ones that have those home daycares in the neighborhoods. I mean, they could utilize that like right now, but.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll get to that portion in the exercise
Councilmember
at
Harris
the
had a
end.
question, yes.
I just want to make a note that the disc golf is so utilized. We have people there all the time. They have contests all the time. And that I want to also say thank you to Steeplechase residents. They built one of the restrooms, the one that is actually there by the splash pad. They built it, we didn't, so thanks to them. The Vibe Trail, the sidewalk that it goes through the park right now is probably pretty adequate for now. If we need to delay the Vibe Trail, I don't see a problem with that either.
I think as we move into those elements that go beyond the match for the grant, we'll absolutely come back to council with Vibe Trail and splash pad upgrades. You'll see that as we move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
The cost for design, that $620,000, is that design including the splash pad, the sports court, disc golf, concert? I guess I'm wondering, what does that design total include?
Yes, that includes everything that's contemplated in that master plan.
Okay, are we going to pay the total design fees for all of that if we're not going to be looking at making all of those improvements right now?
That's a great point. We could look at just what we need to do for the match and what we would get from those and design that first, save some money on the design.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking might be a good approach.
Good
And
feedback.
then maybe we could also find other ways, depending on where we fall on that match, because the design cost eats up like the largest chunk of that. So we might potentially have some wiggle room to like do some other small little improvements there that might be good.
Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Harris?
Is that design anticipated to be outsourced, or can we do that in-house?
I believe that would be, we would have a company do that design. I don't believe we would do that in-house.
I think she's asking, can we?
Can we?
I would have to check on that. I don't know how complicated it would be to do engineering and design all this in-house.
Well, the ones we were talking about, I'll bet that our current staff could do that, but.
We can check into it.
Check on that.
We can check into it.
We outsource a lot of our design and evaluation things that perhaps we could bring some of that in-house. Thank you.
We'll definitely look into it. The next unfunded project is the Greg Clark Park splash pad. Again, we have some, after 3 years, it heavily utilized. I drive by this all the time and see it just packed full of people when it's running. After 3 years, there are some plumbing, paint, erosion, and some mechanical issues that have arisen. Also, just the general size of it. Same kind of feedback from residents that they'd like to see it bigger, more features. We have this contemplated in 2029 at 1.25 million. Again, maybe something that we push out based on council feedback, or not. This is just up for council feedback.
Okay, I think we're good for now.
This will come back with the
This will come
at the
back,
end. Yes.
okay.
In addition to that, our Greg Clark Park playground and parking. So the playground is over 20 years old. We upgraded Steeplechase and Waterley playgrounds to great success with all of the residents that live there. We had huge ribbon cuttings for them. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback on it. This one is one that we, obviously in the rotation, need to upgrade. However, it's about $1.25 million to upgrade those. So we have that. We have that in 2030, along with $900,000 for the parking. In 2030, I think the parking's probably going to go up. For $900,000 is currently what it would cost. These are upgrades that are definitely needed for this park, but again, unfunded, so we have them out in 2030, and these will also be in the exercise at the end.
Now, I do feel like Great Clark Park has got some upgrades in their park equipment. Now, maybe not this one in specific, but there's 2 different areas, and I think we also made it ADA compatible. So I would be, when making a vote, I would want to make sure that we're not talking about just this area that's not seen any updates, but like overall what the updates have been, because I do feel like probably within the last couple years, there's been some major updates.
I think there were some significant upgrades to the roller rink, and then also, of course, the skate park that's being built out there is a significant upgrade as well to that park. If you're talking about the playground equipment specifically, I don't believe we've had any full replacements over there.
I
But I can check.
I do
I can
remember
check.
like a little flower that like went around real fast, made you sick. Like I remember like them changing it because we used to go there a lot. And so I don't know if we can say it's been like 10 years or whatever. I feel like it's been, I would like to get a better idea. I don't know if park maintenance is here, or we could ask them like, hey, what's been.
We can find
Okay, thank
find
you.
out. We can dig in and find out.
Okay, thank you.
And then, of course, everyone knows Lake Kensington Park. To date, we have a task force for this that has met extensively on it. We have a master plan that they met on and did a workshop on, an all-day workshop on. To this point, that's where we're at. We're currently under design. After the master plan, they're going into deeper design of this project. However, we have 2029, 2030, $7 million unfunded currently for build-out. This is one of those projects that if council gave direction on funding, we would absolutely have the task force come back, start looking at that design, and all of it would all start coming before council as we move forward. But as it is currently contemplated, we will have master plan and conceptual designs complete soon. However, after that, nothing else is funded, and we'd have to do, I believe COs were what was originally going to be done for this part.
Councilmember Zapata?
Is there a way that we could look at like a public-private partnership for this? The only reason I'm asking is because in Kerrville, their HEB has now given around $10.4 million for them to be able to revamp their local park. And I know that HEB with some of their newer stores have been trying to develop more like conservation friendly and teach folks like about how to conserve and save water and all of that. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for our literal only HEB in town to be able to partner with us on maybe some of this funding for different opportunities, if that's something that is mimicked in other cities in Texas.
I don't think that we have looked into that or approached any partners like that, but certainly, if we move forward with this, we could invite them to task force meetings, maybe have some of those conversations with them. It's definitely
Yeah,
possible.
I think that might be something to possibly look into.
The other portion of this is the design phase. Anyone on the task force knows is pretty extensive. There's a lot. It's beautiful. There's a lot in the conceptual plans of this. There has also been a lot of conversation on a more natural approach, leaving a lot of the elements alone and only touching certain elements, trails and things like that, which significantly reduce the cost. And it just is a policy decision for council how they'd like to build it out.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, speaking of grant opportunities, this is our perfect grant opportunity for state and federal nature grants. Preservation of trees, especially for here. That lake is a phenomenal asset, and it does flood, that area does flood. So we, as being part of the design, the team on this one, we really were having to look at what is the best use of that when it floods, which it will eventually, what would not be damaged, what can be put there. This area has something like 5 distinct ecoregions. It's Blackland Prairie, but then there are some other ecoregions in this. It is a very complex and important natural area right now. And I think that we have some state and federal funds that would be delighted to help preserve this and make it usable. It's beautiful back there.
Agreed. I believe in the contract with Mesa Design, we built in them submitting for and going after several grant funds, state and federal, for this project.
So I actually know the lady who used to pull all the invasive trees out with the previous owner. And she said one of the things that, and I literally just talked to her last night, she said one of the things that we can do to simplify and beautify it is to remove all these invasive species, let it be more natural. But you know, the hope is, and she, I mean, at one point she had the opportunity to probably purchase this too, and kicking herself now, but what she said was somehow to make it more natural, making maybe a pier so people can fish on. I know we only own half of the lake, but doing something very simplistic, because sometimes people just want to go out and walk with their dogs, and that probably is not going to cost $14 million, but just to keep the conservation aspect of it, to keep it simple and to allow people the opportunity, because right now it's like, what are we waiting for? Why can't we open this and let people go and enjoy it? That costs us nothing. Well, they probably got to mow it down a few bit, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is we have this, and I don't want to hold it up, but I also am not comfortable spending $14 million when we can have something that's very holistic and like natural for people to go and sit, even if you just want to sit outside and ponder your thoughts. Like, that's a great opportunity and a great place. Councilmember McKinney?
When I brought these exact same questions up a year ago, I was like, why does it cost $14 million to preserve what's already there? That number I was told by the previous mayor was kind of an arbitrary number to simply match what had been spent on parks on the west side, to match for the east side. And so we're not under any obligation to hit a certain dollar amount. It's just that was what was put out there, so that, you know, there was an allocation up to a certain amount that matched to keep a balance between the east and west side.
I'd much rather use that money for sidewalks.
Agreed.
And so,
There's
so I do appreciate the tit for tat, but at the same time, we've got to strategically moving forward. We just got to make sure it's the best use. Councilmember Harris?
I think you'll be delighted with the most recent plans that Mesa brought to the committee just recently. When will those come back so that we can take a look
This
at
whole
that?
project will get up and running again once we get direction from council and in this meeting of how we're
Might
gonna
want to see
move forward.
their most recent plans that we looked at, because they were exactly what the mayor's talking about.
And Mayor, if that's the direction from council, it doesn't even have to be fully built out, even if it's smaller elements. We
Yeah.
could do it in phases, just
That's
like
what
you
they
said, to
said.
get the park up and running. Certain elements can be completed and others can be added as we go.
Okay. All right. I'm next.
I think I'm next on this one, but you can flip it as well.
Okay, I'll take it. Okay, we just have a couple of facilities projects to talk about. One is the animal shelter, which I know you guys are pretty familiar with. And again, this is part of that tri-party agreement between Hays County, Buda, and the city of Kyle. And then we have not moved into design on this. I think one of the challenges is that the current site is on property that was dedicated as parkland. And obviously, there's some issues with trying to transition this to non-recreational purposes. So right now, staff is trying to evaluate other options for sites for the animal shelter at this time. So right now, we have not advanced into full design on this yet, but this is currently as listed as an unfunded project.
Mayor?
Anybody have a question? Okay,
Yeah.
Dr. Harris?
So is my understanding that that's not clear, that it was simply parkland? So could we take a look at what that resolution or transfer to the city actually looks like?
Councilmember, we have on July 21st, we're bringing a full, extensive, deep dive into the land, all three tracks, the land itself, the dedications, everything to get it before council, so y'all have full transparency on what's going on with that
Would
land.
appreciate that, because we did look at several sites.
And
It
options.
wasn't like we just went, hey, there.
And options.
Yeah, we had, I think, 5 options that we're taking a look at, and this one got the council vote as the most practical and most available. for a lot of reasons. So it's not like we're starting for zero on this at all. And there has been a great deal of concern about whether or not this was really dedicated as parkland when it was given to the city. So yes, let's look at that.
That's coming July 21st.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question. In the event the city does not build this animal shelter, do we know who's responsible for building it, for maintaining animal control within our city or county? We are. No, I'm just saying state, like,
Well, I would defer to our legal for the exact answer to that, but I believe that if we do not have any animal control or we're not taking care of it within our own city, it defaults to the county.
okay. That's information that I think we might need to know, because I think ultimately, and I've always felt like this, City of Kyle's gotta look out for City of Kyle. We're doing the exact same thing that San Marcos is doing that failed, which is picking up other people's responsibility. And I've always felt like this is a county issue, and we already pay as Hayes County residents, we already pay these taxes. And so I just want to question, if we don't do this, then who picks up that responsibility? And are they legally required to? And if they are, then that's something that we need to discuss.
The second half of that presentation on July 21st, apart from the land itself, will be options and explanations of what happens if, different scenarios take place.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
For clarification, that estimated cost of 10 million, that is our total share?
That would depend on the size and cost of the facility. We actually estimated it as 7 or 8, but yes, 10 million was the CO. I think that's the amount we put down as a CO bond in the
Okay.
CIP plan.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I would like to see the legal requirements, because I don't believe that the county has any legal requirements within the city limits of any city. So I think we really would need to consider that. I think that I'd like to see that.
We'll break all that out on the
Comes
21st.
back.
Thank you.
Okay, the other facility proposal is modular building. And so, as you know, we have some pretty substantial space issues in the city. Currently, staff constraints. I know you got an update as part of that Facilities Master Plan 1A study about some of those constraints and what's projected. And so what staff is teeing up for your consideration is getting some modular office buildings, which would allow us to get kind of an interim solution for office space, hopefully address those needs over the next 3 to 5 years as the city continues to work on some of those longer-term strategies for office space going forward. So what's included here is basically enough funding for about 3 of these modular buildings, and we would contemplate using some of the spaces that are here in downtown. We have the lot next door, and we have some of the other lots that have been recently purchased. And so again, this is just something for council to consider as an interim solution to address some of our space issues, because we do have some pretty substantial constraints space-wise.
$3 million is a lot. I wonder would that be better spent renovating? And what that would look like as well. We absolutely 100% need the space. I completely agree and understand. But I guess before we invest $3 million into a temporary, would this be a modular building that we keep long-term, or would this just be?
We would purchase this. This would be an asset that the city would own. That's why we have it listed in the CIP.
All right, I'd be okay with that. Okay.
Mayor, we'll bring back options that would include both purchase versus leasing.
Okay. Questions? All right, you're good.
And then we've talked a lot about grants. So here's some more discussion about grants. And so we did want to note, the main point of this slide is to note that we do have several grants that we've been able to take advantage of or that are pending. And so there's a Safe Streets for All grant. I mentioned the Federal Railroad Administration grant application that's pending for our Colors Crossing Railroad Overpass. You can see some of the other grant programs and that are paired up with projects there. We've talked about several of these already. Right now, this totals up to about $34 million million that the city's been able to leverage based on some of these grants that are listed here, and that probably doesn't cover everything that we've been able to leverage. But also, we're looking at some additional, hopefully, federal funding through FRA as well. This also does not include the $10 million that I mentioned that TxDOT was approved or approved to get funding from Campo in their call for projects for Culler's and 35.
Councilmember Ken.
I just want to take this moment to thank Mike and his team for doing all the paperwork so well so that it made my lobbying easy. No amount of arguing from my perspective would have done any good if he hadn't done everything ahead of time to get the projects where they scored well, and it's a big testament to him. I'll give him the majority of the credit for bringing these dollars back to the city of Kyle.
Thank you, Councilmember, and then I'm going to have to turn immediately over and give a lot of credit to my team who does a lot of that work, and they are phenomenal. I can't tell you what a great team we have there in TPW, so thank you.
I do have a question. There has been talk of a $10 million grant for the parks and rec, but I don't see it on this list. And I haven't seen it come to council. Was there a $10 million grant that was applied for or that was approved, or because the talk is there was a $10 million grant and now that staff is gone, that grant will be gone. And so I just want to clarify for residents and for the council exactly what that would have been like or what that would have looked like. I think there was a process where we would have had to approve. But again, I don't know. I just want to make certain that we are all on the same page and that the residents are aware of that. So there was no $10 million?
We're unaware of a $10 million grant for Parks and Rec. If you have one or find one, let me know.
I'll let you know. All right, thank you. All right.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Holly, who's been patiently waiting to give you the CIP financial forecast. So, Holly. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Okay. We're good? Okay. Before we proceed, I just want to make sure nobody wants to take a break before we get into talking about the most interesting part, which is always the finances. Shall
we good?
Proceed? Is everybody good, or do we want a few minutes?
Take 5. We'll take 5,
Okay.
but it's got to be 5. So actually, let's be 7. 2:30. At 2:30, we'll reconvene.
Okay.
It's
Thank
2:30.
you.
I'll do.
Oh, it is.
2:40. That's my
2:40.
dyslexia at its finest.
2:40.
Approve, not approve.
All right. I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead. We have enough. It's 2:43. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council. Holly Holt Torres, Assistant Director of Finance. I will now transition from the project level discussion into the financial implications of the capital improvement program. The purpose of this section is to provide a clear understanding of the following: the city's current outstanding debt obligations, the annual debt service associated with that debt, the amount of additional debt that would be required if the preliminary FY 2027 through FY 2031 CIP spending plan were fully implemented, and the policy decisions that will ultimately be required from council regarding unfunded projects. The financial forecast presented today overlays the city's existing debt portfolio with the debt that would be necessary to fund the preliminary FY 2027 through FY 2031 CIP plan, allowing council to see the cumulative long-term impact before any future debt issuance decisions are made, and afford staff the opportunity to receive direction from council. Before discussing future debt, it is important to understand where the city stands today. The city currently has approximately $385.3 million in outstanding principal debt obligations. This amount represents debt that has already been issued and is currently being repaid through various revenue sources across the organization. These obligations support critical infrastructure investments that have already been approved and implemented, including transportation improvements, water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure, and redevelopment initiatives. Importantly, this figure includes the city's share of debt associated with the Alliance Regional Water Authority, or ARWA, which is a critical component of the city's long-term water supply strategy. This slide establishes our starting point before considering any future CIP borrowing. Council can see on this slide how the current $385.3 million in debt is distributed among funding sources. Approximately $155.9 million, or 40.5%, is supported by property taxes and is paid through the city's property tax interest and sinking fund. $122.4 million, or 31.8%, is associated with the city's share of ARWA debt. $40.8 million, or 10.6%, is supported by water utility revenues. $40 million, or 10.4%, is supported by wastewater utility revenues. $17.4 million, or 4.5%, is supported through TERS number 2. $8.8 million, or 2.3%, is supported through TERS number 1. A key takeaway is that nearly 3/4 of all outstanding debt is currently associated with either property tax-supported debt or water-related infrastructure investments. This reflects the city's historic prioritization on transportation infrastructure, regional water supply, and utility system expansion. While outstanding principal is approximately $385 million, debt must ultimately be repaid with interest. When interest costs are included through maturity, the city's total repayment obligation increases to approximately $611.3 million. This means the city will pay approximately $226 million in interest over the remaining life of these obligations. The largest repayment categories remain property tax-supported debt at approximately $242.6 million total repayment, ARWA debt at approximately $180.4 million total repayment, water utility debt at approximately $78.4 million, wastewater debt at approximately $68.9 million. This slide illustrates why debt decisions are significant long-term policy decisions. Every dollar of principal issued today creates repayment obligations that extend many years into the future. This slide shows annual debt service requirements through maturity. Debt service consists of both principal and interest payments, as I've said, that must be budgeted each fiscal year. Several important observations can be made. Annual debt service remains relatively stable over much of the repayment period. Interest expense gradually declines over time as debt balances are reduced. Principal payments continue through approximately fiscal year 2055. Existing debt obligations have already created long-term commitments that future budgets must accommodate. This is a snapshot in time. The schedule reflects debt that has already been issued and does not yet include future borrowing associated with any of the projects included in the preliminary FY 2027 through FY 2031 CIP spending plan. This slide illustrates how debt service responsibilities are distributed across the city as various funds. Debt is not repaid from a single source. Instead, general fund debt service is primarily supported through property taxes. Water debt service is supported through water utility revenues. Wastewater debt service is supported through wastewater utility revenues. TERS debt service is supported through tax increment revenues generated within the respective districts. This distinction is important because future borrowing impacts each fund differently. For example, new transportation, park, or facility projects generally affect tax-supported debt. Water projects affect water utility rates. Wastewater projects, wastewater utility rates. Drainage projects impact drainage utility revenues. Understanding the repayment source is critical when evaluating the affordability of future CIP projects because debt obligations for each repayment source impacts future capacity. This slide represents the core financial analysis of this presentation. The top row shows existing outstanding debt gradually declining from approximately $385.3 million today to approximately $311.6 million by fiscal year 2031 as the outstanding principal is being repaid. The second row shows the estimated debt that would be needed to be issued in each fiscal year of the preliminary FY 2027-2031 through 2031 CIP spending plan were implemented as it has currently been presented today. Under the current funding assumptions, the city would need to issue approximately $341.8 million in fiscal year 2027, $237.2 million in fiscal year 2028, $133.9 million in fiscal year 2029, $63 million in fiscal year 2030, and $40.2 million in fiscal year 2031. Cumulatively, this represents approximately $816.1 million in new debt issuance over the 5-year planning period. When combined with existing debt, total obligations are projected to exceed $1 billion over the planning horizon. I want to emphasize that this is not a recommendation to issue this amount of debt. Rather, this analysis illustrates the extent of debt that would be required if every project in the preliminary plan were to move forward. This slide breaks down the projected $816.1 million of new debt by funding source. As we discussed, the debt is not paid for just by one source, it's multiple sources. The largest component is tax-supported debt. Approximately $404.9 million would be supported by property tax revenues. $283.9 million would be supported by wastewater utility revenues. $112.5 million would be supported by water utility revenues. $11 million would be supported by storm drainage utility revenues. $3.8 million would be supported through TERS number 4. The largest anticipating borrowing occurs in fiscal year 2027 and fiscal year 2028 due to the timing of major transportation, wastewater, and utility infrastructure projects that have been presented today.
I do have a question about TERS 2. I don't see that their colors, the bonding out for the roundabouts. Is that not included? I know it starts in 2027. I don't know if this was supposed to start in 2026, but how would that be included into that debt?
Oh, sir. Purvis?
Oh, sure. Couple of things that are happening with TERS number 2. Some of it has already been issued. So for like the roundabouts, we've already issued that for that through TERS number 2. And the median improvements that Lou talked about.
Okay, so that's going to be in 2025 or 2026?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
This slide highlights that nearly half of all proposed future borrowing would ultimately be supported by taxpayers through the property tax-supported debt structure. This slide summarizes the total projected debt required to implement the preliminary 5-year CIP spending plan. Of the estimated $816.1 million, 49.6% is tax-supported, 34.8% is wastewater utility supported, 13.8% is water utility supported, 1.3% is stormwater supported, and an additional 0.5% is TERS supported. The significance of this slide is that it quantifies the financial implications of the entire proposed CIP plan. It also illustrates that the largest policy decisions before council involve tax-supported projects, since those projects ultimately impact future debt capacity and potentially future tax rate discussions. All right, at this point.
So, Holly,
Yes, sir.
can we pause just, can you go back to
Of
slide
course.
66 real quick?
Of course.
So Mayor and Council, this is a very important slide to share with y'all and discuss with y'all. So this is the annual debt service on existing debt of the city. What we owe today, $385 million. So what we're trying to show you by color coding this on each bar, the red is general fund, the dark blue is water fund, the light blue is wastewater, Green is TERS 1, and the yellow or mustardy color is TERS number 2. You will see that over time, the red, let's focus on just the red general fund because that's where most of our discussion today happened. So the red is declining over time, right? Just like your mortgage, your principal declines over time, and towards the end of the mortgage, it's very little that you're paying on interest. You're just paying off most of it as principal portion. So the red represents, as the debt service payment, principal and interest, is being paid over time, it is declining because the principal is getting paid off for the general fund, what it owes. So what we try to do as new projects come on and we have to issue debt, we try to backfill where those declining line is. So the tax rate impact stays about the same, right? So let's assume in 2027, we're right below $15 million, our principal and interest payment. So in that year, to pay that amount, we've already set the tax rate for the INS portion of the tax rate, right? So the goal now is, as new debt is loaded, we try to backfill such that whatever capacity is being created by paying off debt, we don't add any more impact on the tax rate. So it's less of a burden on our taxpayers. But you'll notice that up until 2033, or at least, up until 2033, it's pretty much flat, the red portion. So the debt capacity really starts to show up right after 2033. So when we issue debt now for the new projects, or even for the existing projects, for the road bond, for example, and we try to backfill where the rate impact is not as much, we would have to literally start backfilling in year 2034 and more of it in 2043, 44, 45, in those years. However, it used to be easy to do that because bondholders would wait to make more money and have that bond paid off later in the years. Now the bond market has shifted such that the investors are more looking for 5 and 10-year maturities rather than 25 and 30-year maturities. They don't want to wait. They want to get their money, make their money, and get out. So it is getting harder and harder for us to backfill on bonds that are 20 years, 25 years, and 30 years. So I just wanted to point out that the challenges we're facing in backfilling the debt payment, the investors are getting impatient. They don't want to wait long because it used to be you could forecast the economy for 10 years, 15 years based on U.S. Treasury bonds. They would sync up with Treasury bonds. Now the market has shifted that most investors don't want to go beyond 5 years. And the ones that are brave, they want to stick in the 10 and 15-year maturity window. So it is getting harder for us to backfill. Even some of the underwriters, if you backfill too far back, they're not willing to buy your bonds. So we have to keep the debt service pretty much levelized over the life of the debt. So it used to be we could backfill, push some of the new principal towards the back, so your red bar would be about the same all throughout. But now it's getting harder and harder to do that. I just wanted to point that out to y'all, that there might be some tax rate impacts as we load up debt. There might be water and wastewater rate impacts as we load those debt. Because as you saw, the water and wastewater fund, those numbers are pretty large, especially for the treatment plant. That by itself is 160 million or 200 million, close to it.
Yep.
210, I believe. So I just want you to realize that when we bring the proposed budget, not only for this coming year, but the year after that also, that you will see some impact, because I don't want to leave any false impression on y'all that we can have all this CIP program and not have an impact on the tax rates or on the water and wastewater rates. So, but this is a very good slide to show you how we have managed in the past, and that challenge is getting greater and greater for us to deal with it because the investors are getting spooky, is the best way I can describe it. They don't want to commit to loaning us the money for a long time.
So that really makes a lot of sense there when we hear not just our residents, but everywhere, how everything is going up in price. Water, our utility bills, our taxes, and so forth. Because as cities and counties and states, they have investors that loan us the money in a sense or helps us invest, but they're not wanting to do the 20-year, 30-year mortgage anymore. They're just like, when you buy property, you sell it quickly, and that way you can make your profit to invest again. So I guess that's kind of how I'm looking at it, correct? In a
That's
sense
correct.
to where we're no longer doing this long 30-year plan. These investors, people who are helping cities out or whatever it is they're saying, we're only giving you 5 years, you got to pay this debt off. So then, of course, it does pass on to the taxpayer, passes on to the consumer, and that's where we're seeing these high prices on a lot of things where residents say, man, everything's just going up in price, which we're all paying. But it kind of makes more logical sense in that reason why things are high right now.
And you're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
And if we do find investors who have the patience for 20 and 25-year maturities, they are demanding a higher premium on the interest rate because they're taking a risk for a longer period.
Question, Councilmember Harris?
So if we finance a bond at a short period, like a 10-year, 5-year, 10-year, and we know that it's really needs to be paid off over 30 years, would we, at that point, refinance that? And of course, that would be at the going rate, which is probably going to be higher, or is it just our risk? It's like, oh, maybe we can refinance it and maybe we can't?
Maybe I should clarify. We don't issue 10-year bonds. We issue for like parks and roads, those are 20-year maturities because the economic life of those assets don't really go beyond 20 years.
Right.
Right? So when we issue, let's say, a 20-year bond, they're issued in, the best way I can describe it is they're issued in slices.
Right.
Right? So they have 1-year maturity, 3-year maturity, 5-year maturity, 10-year maturity, all the way to 20-year maturities. So we don't have to refinance, but we have to agree with the underwriters and the bondholders up front they're willing to loan us the money for individual slices of time that they're risking their money.
Bless you.
And the rates may go up during that period of time, depending on when we draw that money?
Yes. So when let's say we issue $10 million next month, a 20-year bond that we went to the market will have different maturities. And each maturity, the interest coupon is going to float on the longer the bond term, higher the premium on the interest, because that investor is taking a risk for a longer period. I don't know if that helped
Well,
answer
we're
your
taking a
question.
risk that the interest rate will go up during that period.
True.
So we're both taking risk, I see. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember McKinney?
There's kind of a steep drop-off between 26 and 27. Can you explain to us what leads to, like, what is the cause of that?
26, if you recall, Councilmember, that's the defeasance, the $5 million defeasance that council approved. So we prepaid principal in 26 that was due in the future. We brought it forward and paid that early at council's direction. So that one-time event goes away in 27. So now we're back to our natural principal and interest.
So does that mean we should be able to lower the tax rate since now we have less, all things constant, meaning we don't add any more? Is it feasible to lower the tax rate since we now have less in debt?
Okay, so let me answer that question in two parts. Part A, no guarantee, because I don't have the certified tax roll yet. Based on the preliminary tax roll, our overall taxable valuation went down, except for within TERSs. So if you just look at the core city, our valuation, taxable valuations went down. It was negative. If that trend continues with the certified tax rolls in July 25th by state law, they have to give us our certified tax roll. If that negative continues, then the defeasance impact that we will benefit in 27 may not be as much. So not knowing that, I don't know if we'll be able to reduce the tax rate. I'm hoping that we can at least stay at no new revenue tax rate, which will be less than our 59, 57 that we are currently at.
So we'll know in July if paying off $5 million was actually a benefit. I mean, I know they said we wanted to pay off, we wanted to pay off early these bonds. My assumption is to bring some relief at some point to the residents, right? But if the year that it should be shown is in between 26 and 27, and in July it doesn't show that there's going to be this $5 million tax relief,
So that defeasance was basically prepaying the principal early. It saved us some interest over the long term. That was the whole idea behind defeasance.
So no real relief to the residents as far as we're paying this off and now we're going to have, there still is kind of a possibility that we can bring that rate or keep it the same, but paying off.
Well, we increased the tax rates by 12 cents to pay that $5 million.
Okay, Councilmember Harris, did I see your hand up?
Well, the benefit is we aren't paying the interest on that in the additional years. There's a point at which you can defease a bond. Prior to that, the bondholder will not allow that. Is that true? I could have that wrong. Like, you can defease your bond when it's so many years till maturity.
They have to be eligible to be called, yes. Because we have to guarantee the underwriters or the bondholders that we would not prepay bonds until they make enough money.
Right.
And mostly it's about 10 years.
And so the interest rate on that is what would go really in the budget, that we won't be paying that interest rate.
Like I said before, Councilmember, we have to weigh the benefit of that interest savings versus the added burden on the taxpayer.
Right.
Right? So was it worth saving 1 million or 2 million, whatever we saved, I can't remember off the top of my head, was it worth raising the tax rate by 12 cents in 1 year?
If that rate doesn't come down, it's not just 1 year, right? If that rate remains constant, even if it doesn't change, you're still charging a higher rate than you needed to if you had never done your defeasance.
The INS, remember, tax rate has two parts. M&O portion, which is the operations and maintenance of the city, the parks employees, the police officers, finance people, all of that general fund, general operations is paid out of the M&O tax rate. The INS, which is the interest and sinking fund, is only for principal and interest due on tax-supported debt. It cannot be used for anything else. So that portion of the tax rate was increased to pay the $5 million prepayment of defeasance. That's a one-time event.
It's a one-time event and it's 12%, right? But if we'd never done this event and it was never increased 12% and then remained constant 12% over the time, then it's not just this one-time event. It's now we've raised it 12% this year, this year, this year, and this year. So to me, I feel like it's compounded because if you never raised it, you never paid off that $5 million, you wouldn't have had to increase it. And if it didn't remain constant, you wouldn't have been paying that over until we can decrease that rate eventually at some time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have a question. So is our city of Kyle limited by the amount of CO bonds that we can issue?
Our debt management policy has some limitations, yes. We have not hit that point yet.
Yeah, and if my recollection is correct, last year or the year before last, they increased the city's ability to bring on debt, like they raised the debt capacity?
Yes, we amended the debt management policy, yes.
Okay. Also, do CO bonds affect our overall bond rating?
Yes.
Okay. All right, those are the only questions I had. Anybody else? All right, carry on.
Sorry, Holly.
No. You're the expert, sir. I'm glad to have you. All right. So at this point, though, council must consider not only what projects should move forward, but also how those projects should be financed. There are generally two approaches available. We've talked about these throughout the presentation. I want to bring them back for your consideration before we move on to the unfunded projects for decision-making time. The first is general obligation bonds, which require voter approval through an election and are typically used for major discretionary capital projects such as parks, facilities, and community investments. The second is certificates of obligation, which we're all very familiar with, which may be authorized by the governing body without a public election and are often used for urgent infrastructure, transportation, utility, or time-sensitive capital needs. This approach, the CO bond approach, represents the city's internal policy in the most recent years. The key distinction is public authorization versus direct council authorization. All right.
Back to that, when you're saying that's the internal policy, what does that mean?
Well, I'll start with the answer to that, and then I'll certainly I know Pervez will want to speak to this as well. What I would say is when there's not cash to fund capital projects, cities have a couple of different options. And in the past, most recent years, I would say the internal policy of the city, the approach has been to issue CO bonds, is what I would say. And that is to say to not go to the voters for a bond election, but to have the decisions made at the dais, is what I would say.
Okay, and so when we do CO bonds, as I was saying, is it correct that we have to adjust as we do CO bonds our M&O, maintenance and operations? And so that's how that balances out, is that correct? Because if not, why don't we just do CO bonds and then it's like, no big deal, we can just raise the rate. I don't know how they correlate, so we would protect taxpayer dollars and make sure that we can maintain our city.
So as you add new debt, it increases our debt service payment for the next year, right? So all things staying constant, if that debt service payment goes up next year, we must increase the INS portion of the tax rate to be able to pay that additional debt service. However, if the taxable assessed valuations go up and we can recoup that increase from the increase in our certified tax roll, then we don't have to increase that INS tax rate, right? But we're seeing a negative increase in our tax roll, at least based on preliminary. So let's assume, for discussion purposes, tax roll stays the same. Then you would have to increase the INS rate to be able to pay the additional principal and interest. However, City Council can decide that no, we're not going to increase the INS rate, we'll keep our tax rate the same. So that means the other side of the tax rate equation, which is the M&O rate, must come down, right? M&O plus INS equals tax rate. So if INS is going up, M&O must come down to keep it the same. So that means you'll have less money coming from property tax rate to support the city's operations and maintenance. So if everything stays the same, we'll have to make cuts to absorb that. That makes sense?
I completely understand it. I want to make sure everybody at home and everybody here is understanding what that looks like. Can you just make it very elementary and vanilla, like, hey, if I have a lunch balance and I have to do this, and could you just simplify? I know it's hard for you because you are super involved, but if you can.
I'll put it to where it connects to our daily lives.
Okay.
So you have a mortgage payment, right? You have credit card payments. You have a car payment. And husband and wife makes X. So pretty much the household budget is based on that income that comes in and the commitments that the family or household has made for the debt they have taken on and the expenditures they have every day to live on. Food, shelter, those kinds of things. So now you have a high schooler getting his or her driver's license.
Getting real now, 16-year-old daughter. Yep.
And now you have to buy another car, right? The income hasn't changed for this family, but now you have to take on a car loan. Your debt has gone up. Your payments have gone up, right? So to balance your budget, now you're going to have to cut back on eating out or movies or whatever. So that's what we are looking at. If our INS goes up, we have to make room on the M&O side where we pay our daily bills for salaries and fuel and electricity and chemicals and that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
That's exactly what we needed to understand. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I totally get that. But there is one piece of that also, that you're paying down the debt each month. So that first car may get paid off in a year. So there's also that, which we see in that big chart that
that's the red
you
bar I was
showed.
trying to
Yeah,
say.
that's that red bar. So you're paying off debt as you're incurring debt. If you're running your household well, you balance that out. You know, you don't take on more debt until you've begun to pay off the debt. So that red bar really shows us what that's
But most of the
going on with
time,
that.
though, your mortgage is fixed. Even though your principal is coming down, right?
Well,
You're paying
that's
that.
one of the
Right.
pieces.
Your
but the-
car payment
Your car
stays-
payment's fixed.
stays the
Everything's
same.
fixed.
Well, they begin to get paid off. So
Yeah.
at some point, those get paid off.
But you won't see that you won't see the effects of that until the car's paid off, because my car payment is $500 for 5 years. Even if I get another car and my interest is going down and my payment's going down, I still have a $500 car payment for 5 years.
Yeah,
So
and
I
then at the end
understand.
of that 5 years, you no longer have that car payment.
Again, exactly. So you won't really see the effects of that until the car is paid
So
off.
you may have two more teenagers driving and getting two cars.
Yeah, it changes. The whole point being, like, when you
There's a
have,
balance there.
when you have a consistent variable, meaning we have staff, we have things that have to be
Especially on
done.
the income if the income is fixed and it's not going up, you're going to have to make room for it, for the commitments, liabilities that you're adding to your balance sheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Very well stated. I appreciate it. So, moving on.
All right, this slide is intended to facilitate council discussion and policy direction. The preliminary CIP includes several projects that are currently identified as unfunded. Staff is seeking council guidance on whether these projects should continue under the current policy framework and be financed through CO bonds or certificates of obligation, for the record, be deferred and considered as part of a future general obligation bond election, potentially in 2028, or be delayed until alternative funding sources become available. The decisions made regarding these unfunded projects will materially impact future debt issuance requirements, long-term debt capacity, future property tax considerations, utility rate implications, and the overall affordability of the city's long-range CIP program. Following council's direction, staff will refine the proposed CIP spending plan and incorporate those policy decisions into the fiscal year 2027 budget development process. Mayor and council, the purpose of this analysis is not to advocate for additional debt, but rather to provide complete transparency regarding the financial implications of the preliminary CIP plan. The analysis demonstrates both the city's current obligations and the potential debt required to implement the proposed projects, allowing council to make informed policy decisions regarding priorities, timing, and funding strategies. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Trimble, and we will begin our exercise. Thank you.
Oh, that's right. We're going live for this one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now the fun part. So we've covered, the proposed CIP plan, spending plan, and as we mentioned, that includes, and as Holly's mentioned, funded and unfunded projects. So what we wanted to do now is go through the exercise with you to get that direction that Holly mentioned. And so we have a list of the unfunded projects by category for transportation, public works, for parks, and then for facilities that we had talked about. I do want to note that there are a couple of projects on this list that we are recommending to include in the funded category because we've already gotten specific council direction on those. And that includes the Langley Road. That includes the pedestrian crossing treatments. That includes the Senior Community Center Parkway and Daisy and Downing intersections, because again, we've received that direction to basically to move forward and get those improvements done. So we're recommending those go ahead.
And council, those 4 projects that he identified are funded, so we don't need direction on that.
Right. So, and what I'm recommending is we just kind of go down this list and just get your feedback. And what we'd like to do is actually get a vote on each of these projects based on the direction, so we can then incorporate that into this, the updated draft of the CIP plan.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
Before we jump into this, is there a recommended sustainable debt amount that finance has for us? Because I'd rather be approaching this from that angle to where I don't feel like I'm just picking these things and estimating it. I rather have a target that I'm trying to get to so I can figure out where we need to spend things at and where we don't need to spend things at.
It's basically the chicken or the egg question,
Well, I think it's a valid question. I think what she's saying is like, is there a place that we can be comfortable saying we can issue, but I think they want that from us. Like, for me, the animal shelter, I feel like we have to do it. Like, it's $10 million. How do we do this? And as long as it stays within the boundaries. Some things that we just have to do, but some things, I think they're asking, do we?
I mean, I think I understand that. I think I just want to figure out what is the ultimate number, like target goal that we are trying to look at and enter. I think that helps me better understand like what that goal is. So for example, with like the mortgage payment and the car payment and whatnot, I kind of know what number I need to save up in order to make that payment. So I feel like that would really help me moving through this, help me understand. And I know that in a perfect world, no debt would be, the best part. But I know that that's not achievable, especially in a city. So I just wonder, what is the sustainable debt amount that is most recommended at this time for us to be able to achieve?
Councilmember, that's a very difficult question to answer because there are so many variables, credit rating, our certified tax roll, which to me is unknown until July 25th, the best way I can give you a scale that you could maybe use as a gauge how you want to prioritize these would be if everything stays constant as is today. If you were to pick all of these projects that Mike is about to walk you through, these are all tax-related projects. So if you fund all of them, they will impact tax rate. So the best way to connect that I would recommend you use as a yardstick is if you were to fund all of these projects, what will be the tax rate impact if everything stays constant?
Do we know that information?
Yeah.
Because maybe we can take it from that rate and then figure out from there.
Yeah, that, and I think it's also, I think as we were going through the slides, we also identified several opportunities to save some money as we were going through the slides. So I think in my mind, I'm also like, okay, if we don't spend the whole $620,000 on the design and engineering costs, then does that free up money here? And if we don't spend $899,000 on the bathroom, does that mean that we could fund the deceleration lane improvements? Like, so that's the way in which my brain was moving throughout this entire process. And so what I'm trying to figure out is how can we get those numbers reflected beforehand as we move into this? Because I would like to see how much, based on the feedback that we've given, how much cost savings we've already incurred so we can better understand the decisions that we're making here. Because the way that I see it, it's like tick for tack. You know, we're really having to pick and prioritize, but I don't necessarily know how much money it is that we're saving up, so that way I can then choose some things off of this or prioritize them differently.
All right, go ahead.
So some of the grant opportunities that we talked about, they're subject to future application, future approval. So I'm assuming what we showed you, if we had to pay for it, what would be the tax rate impact? Okay. If we did everything on Mike's list, it's another 25 cents per $100.
Do we know what increase in?
We're at
what the rate-
59.
Yeah. And are we even allowed to increase it anymore without taxpayer approval? I think they maxed out with that $5 million defeasance.
No, you're still within the state law, so I think we're at 59, 57. If somebody could verify that, our tax rate. Andy, can you look it up real quick? 59, 57, so I was right. If you added another 25 cents to that, 25, 26, 84, 83. That's assuming everything stays constant, right? We know property tax valuations are still out there. We know there will be some principal payment this year. But I'm just giving you, if everything stayed constant, what would be the tax rate impact?
And that's just for the 181 million. That doesn't include parks or anything else, does it?
No, it includes 215 million, actually.
215, okay.
So it includes all of the transportation projects, includes all of the parks projects, and it includes all of the facilities projects.
Well, I think we are all in agreement that that is not at a rate that we want to be at.
And then I just had one more question. And then I also was made aware that there was going to be a 10% salary reduction for staff earning over $90,000 a year. And so I wanted to know what was the total cost savings of that, because And I also wanted to know what percentage of employees live in Kyle that earn that amount or above that. Because I would really, really like to do my best to ensure that we're not reducing salaries, especially when we all know that we're in really tough economic times. So anything that I can do on this side of things as we're going through these unfunded projects in order to help keep staff supported, I would want to try to take that route. So I was just wondering what number that is, so that way I'm just aware of how to take these things into consideration moving forward.
So we won't know the total picture until I have the entire proposed budget compiled together. But I can give you a rough estimate what 10% would result, because not all employees will be included in the 10%. If we go that route, I don't even know if I'm going to propose to you 5%, 10%, or 15%. I won't know that until mid-July, until we have the certified tax rolls. Let's say 10%. I cannot include in that calculation, I have to exclude, exempt, sworn officers. So that population is out. Then if I am looking at the median household income in Hays County, which is what I would like to peg this cutoff at, that's about $85,000. And the last estimate I saw, without Mike's savings that he just gave us yesterday, was about 1.1 million. So it doesn't move the needle much.
Okay. Because I would rather figure out how do we figure that out on our end, so that way staff doesn't have to take hits.
65% of our budget is personnel, so I don't see how I can get around that.
Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, just one quick question. I know I'm a little behind on some of my emails, but was that sent out to us recently that there's going to be a pay cut for?
No,
Okay.
it was all internal discussion.
Okay. So internal with us, or did I miss a meeting?
No, it was just me discussing with the department heads.
Okay.
I think she's trying to figure out where that information, because it's obviously not fully baked.
It is not.
There was obviously an idea and it's been brought forward, and maybe that's why it wasn't disclosed to council, is because it's not July, we don't know. And so I think ensuring that, I guess my question would be to Councilmember Zapata.
I
like, how did you know
literally
that?
don't know. I got an email about it, and it was from like an anonymous email. So I literally don't know who sent it, but that's how I found out.
Okay. And again, we got to be careful, like, with the $10 million grant that was out there for Parks and Rec and all this misinformation. I think we have a really great council that's transparent. And so coming to the source, having this conversation, bringing it out here, you can even place it on the agenda as a conversation. And at that point, we can discuss what our responsibilities are as council members versus staff. And so having that conversation is going to be important instead of making these assumptions, because the last thing we want to do is scare our staff, scare our residents. And I don't even want to say scare. What they need from us as leadership is security. And so I think we have these internal conversations. I think that's good to have. And I think that's a great question. Like, I would want to know too. But instead of just putting it out there and making assumptions, having a conversation and saying, okay, where are we at? What does this look like? And allowing time for our staff. And that doesn't mean just Perez. It means our ACMs, our deputy, our directors, having them all have an opportunity to discuss that and then come to us. And I'm telling you, that's a really hard line to walk, because I remember when I was first elected, you want to know that information. But in my second term, there's been times I just have to take the response from previous and current city management and know my place and just say, okay, this will come to us or it won't. We'll figure it out. But knowing your place as a council member and as a mayor is important to ensuring that there's stability with our staff and our leadership internally as well. So I do appreciate asking that question. I do appreciate figuring out how that came to us.
And it's important to note that today we're talking about CIP budget. We're not talking about operating budget. I brought that up so everybody on council is clear. I brought that up with the department heads as an idea, concept, to get their feedback. If we had to go this route, what do y'all think? And this just happened last Monday. And I went around the table, asked each one specifically, if this proposal was included in the proposed budget, would you support it? Or do you think your staff would support it? That was the whole exercise. I'm not saying, I didn't say that it would be included. I really honestly don't know until I put the budget together. And that won't happen until mid-July, at least until I have the certified tax roll. So be patient. If you hear something, don't run off with it. That is the gospel truth. Wait till I formally hand you a proposed budget for next fiscal year. And then you can shred it to pieces if you want. You can amend it, you can adjust it, that's your prerogative. But until then, I don't have a budget to discuss.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to bring that out there so it was public knowledge. Like, I didn't want to be also the only one to be sitting with that information. I'd rather all of us know that information equally. So that's also why I brought it up. And I think the other part of that is that I do think that because we set the budget and we approve it and we approve all the positions and if FTEs are brought on, I think we do owe it to our staff to also be taking these things into consideration as we're moving forward.
No, I agree. And the beauty of that process is it's not even budget time yet. Like, we are not talking budget until we get our 20 in July, our rates, and that time will come. And I've sat through 3 budgets already, and it's tough, and you sit and you talk. But again, it has to be with complete knowledge and transparency, and we're going to all give our feedback, and we're not going to agree. And but at the end of the day, it's going to be what's presented to us, and from there, we'll go and figure out how we want the budget to look. Ultimately, we have a say in the budget. But to begin with, we don't have time to sit and interview every department and every staff and figure out what their needs are. So, and that's why we pay our city management to take that lead. Councilmember Harris.
That's true, what you've both said. But changes are being made right now based on decisions that are being made right now. It's not like it's in the future. It's not like this is stuff that starts next September or October. It's starting now, and we do need to know the implications of that. We need to know the budget implications. We need to know the staffing implications of that. Because it is current. It's not like in our next budget. This is stuff that's being implemented now.
I completely agree, and I'm gonna respond with, I never once questioned when Brian Langley hired somebody, and I never once questioned when they fired somebody, because that is not my role. And so if everybody remembers in 2024, there was a huge outflux of staff from Harper to Sandra to Mariana, that's a bad situation in of itself. The way the city has historically went through its hiring and termination process has not been ideal. And I brought that to council in previous meetings. But at the end of the day, it is not our say. If there's a policy or procedure that we'd like to form, we can bring that to the council and we can have a conversation and we can direct our city manager from there. But what we cannot do is question him one by one and give our personal opinion as if it comes from the dais. And no, we are not at any point obligated to know who is leaving and going. Did anybody here know Rachel Sanier left? She was a communicator. I didn't. I had to ask. And then on top of that, when I asked if there was a non-disclosure, I was told that is not information that they wanted to give me. And you know what I did? I said, yes, sir. Okay. I knew my place. As a mayor, I knew my place because even though I could bring a policy about NDAs, I knew there wasn't a policy, and therefore I had no room to question that. Any other questions before Councilmember Harris? Go ahead.
I just want to say that I understand the personnel issues. This is also budget issues. There are major changes being made to this current budget by the decisions that are being made, and I think that does come back to us. It's our responsibility to handle budgets, to know where the money is going, how that's being spent. I do understand the individual management of the staff. Certainly, that belongs to the city manager.
Well, so when there's a budget.
There are implications, big implications to what's going on now to try to balance the budget that we have approved.
Yes, I agree. And I also agree that there are changes that were made to prior administration, such as the bathrooms that were supposed to go to Mary Calhartson Park that ended up across the street in Post Oak, and it didn't come to council. I don't remember anybody having a say on that. And this was before our time. So this is not out of the ordinary. This is part of the process. And if we don't like it, what we need to do as a council member is put this on an agenda and we talk about it collectively and we give that direction to our staff. And
So,
everybody has the.
Things that have happened in the past, as you're saying, may or may not be correct. So let's have things more transparent now than maybe they were in the past. That's all I'm saying. I think transparency is important. I think knowing what changes are going on within our city, that's important. We know that we have a budget deficit that we would like to manage before the end of the year. That's important. That's all council work. That's not taking anything away from the responsibility of the city manager. That is all council work. So if it needs to be cleaned up, let's clean it up now.
I agree. And I think having these additional council meetings is going to be imperative to bringing that information forward. And when we do these additional meetings, I encourage everybody to place something on the agenda that matters. If you're not getting information and you think we should, write it on the agenda. I think that's fair. And that puts Perez in a much more neutral place too, because he sits in a really tough spot, as does all our leadership. You know what I mean? We just need to make sure we're making their lives as easy during this transition. We're all struggling, every single one of us. This is tough. I told leadership the other day in a meeting, I said, you know, I come before, like, my previous mayor was here for 9 years and have never had to deal with the things that we dealt with. This is a really, really tough time. And I applaud everybody, every staff member, every council member that shows up, that's here, that's fighting the struggle, because this is not easy. This is not easy on anybody's mental health. This is hard. And for us to be able to sit here and to overcome this is going to be spectacular at the end of the day. And I cannot thank our staff and every one of you guys. This is the easiest meeting we've ever had. This is great. This is us working together and not even agreeing, but being able to discuss things in a very mature way to push our city forward, because at the end of the day, that's what's most important. Not stopping development, not stopping the roads, but how do we push forward with the constraints that we have? And so I want to thank you, everybody watching, everybody sitting, all the staff. You guys mean the world to us, to me especially during this hard time. And so thank you for that. And I don't know how we got off on this tangent, but I'm glad we did, because I think it's important. Budget. It's all budget. Money gets people emotional. So I want to thank everybody, because we're going to be moving mountains and we're going to be making really hard decisions. But I have no doubt that we're going to make the best decisions that we can now in the most transparent way. And so I look forward to that. Moving on. So we're going to do unfunded and funded projects. I think Councilmember Zapata has an excellent point of, we don't want to just say we're willing to do this, but with the rate given by Perez, I know for a fact there's no way I'm going to approve every single one of these to create an almost 0.85% rate.
So I'll try to make your life at least a little bit easier on this list. For a couple projects, we'd mentioned that there's some projects that are already funded, so we can take those off on the TPW side. Also, the T5, the Colors intersection improvements at Kyle Crossing and Marketplace, that included the Marketplace and the roundabout, but as I mentioned, we're reevaluating that, so I would actually reduce that number to $4 million, which is just the Colors and Kyle Crossing, the signals, putting in the permanent signals there at that intersection. So that number would be reduced to $4 million that I would recommend even considering at this point. The siding project, I don't really think you need to consider right now because that doesn't get done unless we get the overpass project done. And with the FRA grant funding that's contemplated in August, just one thing you could consider is the match that's needed, which is $7 million. That would be the match that we would be required to have for that FRA grant. So again, just to make your lives easier, that could be something you contemplate versus the full $35 million in this conversation. And as we mentioned, that would be T6, 7, 8, and T4 would come off the list. So hopefully it makes your life at least a little bit easier on this discussion.
All right, you're just gonna, okay, that's good. I need to see the words. 6, 7, 8, okay. Okay. So, and can we work, because I would like to move forward with 158. That is going to be an important road, especially if the weekend track comes. But how do we get county participation in that?
With your direction that we've received today, we would go back and have that conversation with the county.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable? Yes, go ahead.
T11?
T1.
So T11 is still on the table.
Yes, so far. We haven't, I don't think we made it that far. I'm
Okay.
just going to go from the top and go to the bottom. So County Road 158, I am all for moving forward with that and hopefully getting some kind of county participation. Is there any conversation on that? Councilmember Zapata?
Well, I think this is where I come back to, as we were going through the slides, we identified cost savings in other areas. So instead of even having to look at CO and maybe we would have to partner with county, maybe we wouldn't have to. But I think that there has been cost savings identified as we've moved forward through this that could cover that.
Okay, so I'm also been made aware that, from my staff, that the segment that we're talking about is actually our road on CR 158, even though it's county road.
Okay,
That
okay,
portion is
perfect.
our road. So
Never mind then.
Okay.
I'm okay moving forward with that.
thank God for staff texting me.
Yes.
And also, a council member, and again, if it's okay for me to say this, well, I'm leaving, so I'll say it. Just kidding. I think we could take the direction that, as we look at these projects and scrub them a little bit more, if we find some savings, we can just take that as, yes, we would go back and see if there's money that we could allocate to other projects. We could just take that direction, use that as we develop the revised draft CIP.
Okay, yeah, because I don't feel like we have to put CO just yet, because I feel like that's such a low number that we can figure that out.
Is that true, Perez? I mean, I agree with that. I feel like 500,000. Man, if we're struggling for 500,000, I'm really worried.
Yeah,
But,
I was gonna say.
But if
We are.
we are, I know we are. That's not funny. Okay. Okay. So, but if we can, I think that would, Council or Mayor Pro
Medina,
Tem.
you go first. You've been waiting.
So living over in that area, my vote would be to defer or delay the project until we have free money available to use without having to take out any CO bonds. Only because if you're coming up the 35 access road where they've built Waterstone, they have that, whatever you call that, egress, ingress thing to go onto Waterstone, which takes you the same direction as you're going to go if you're going on 158. So I use that now to safely get on Old Post Road to go home the back way. So we have that option right now. Yes, 158's not safe, but I feel like that's something that could be delayed until a further time.
All right. So that's coming from that area. They're saying that's, and I guess, can you explain exactly what you guys are going to be doing to that so we get a good
That's a lot of slides to
understanding.
go back to. But basically, it's a deceleration lane. So if you think about the northbound frontage road as it comes up to 158, it would basically be creating a deceleration lane for traffic.
To get off.
To get off of the 35 frontage road and then turn onto CR 158.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're turning right there.
Yeah, so it's cutting off like into the shoulder, making a separate little
Yeah.
right-hand turning lane
And
to
that's
go
not
into that.
The frontage road is TxDOT right away, but since it's that, we would be requesting it, basically. They're not looking at that, and they haven't recommended that. It would be a project that we'd be compelled to fund, basically, because it's also connecting to our road there.
Okay, so that's just allowing traffic into 158, and it wouldn't be helping to get out of 158.
It's just the deceleration lane.
I'm okay holding that off.
Can I get a vote?
Councilmember,
Yes.
okay.
Go ahead and go, because
Yeah, go.
same thing. I'm going to go with procedures. So if you want,
Councilmember
Mayor, if you
Guzman.
want to go with that.
I was just going to say, I drive that frequently as well, and I don't see the need for an immediate need for that deceleration lane.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
All right, I'm going to get back on track if you don't mind. So how would, Ms. Rivera, how would you want us to do this? You want this to go down the list in forms of motions, so that way it's officially on the books? Do you say majority on all of these here? So that way we can make these votes, and then that way we know exactly where we are at. To go back to where
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Zapata is, what is our dollar amount?
Mayor Pro Tem, my recommendation would be we take one at a time.
Exactly.
And give us a vote.
Okay.
All right. So number
This,
one,
this way, 6 months from now, a year from now, there's a record what council directed staff and what staff did or didn't do.
If we need to add these at a future budget, here's a year or two from now, we
Right.
can see where we're at on this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
so that's going to require a motion to defer or delay item T1. I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-1.
To defer.
To defer. To defer, yeah, I mean, yes.
Should we wait for Mark to get back? Because I
Yes,
think he stepped
yes,
to the
sir.
bathroom.
Let's give him a minute.
So while we're waiting on Councilmember McKinney to come back, I would like to clarify my personal opinion early when I shared with y'all about the Chevo Pastrana Senior Parkway extension, that perhaps council had the right reasons and the logic to make that decision, and staff did not provide the accurate information at the time y'all were making decision. I want to clarify what that staff means. The staff that was involved in that decision-making is not sitting at this table. So Amber was not included in that decision. Jesse was not included in that decision. Mike Trimble was not included in the decision. Holly and I certainly were not included in that decision. There were only 3 individuals that made that decision. So I want that record to be clear. That's all I had to say to
I mean,
clarify that.
I do appreciate you, for the staff that's still here, we need to clarify that, just to make sure.
Yeah, because the term staff is very broad in
It
general.
is.
I want to make sure that y'all knew that.
I get it. My husband tells me all the time, you got to use names. I'm like, oh, it's so much harder. But yeah, I appreciate that. And again, I appreciate you guys. So-
Thank you.
Okay, we waited for you to come back. So we didn't include you in T1. Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with delaying that.
Okay, so can we say that he voted 7, okay. So it was 7-0. Thank you. All right, next we have the Kyle Mobility Plan implementation. Now, this plan is not even completed yet, right?
It is not. It's being brought to you for your consideration in July. You'll get a full briefing on it and then what the recommendations are from the plan. And as a refresher for this one, this was, again, just placeholder funding to develop some of the projects that may come out of that, assuming that council would have some interest in developing some of those priority projects out of that Cal Mobility Plan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to defer it based on what we receive at that July 25th meeting.
Second. So I think we need more information on that. So T2 is going to be a motion to, how about we say until July?
Table.
Yeah, I think until July.
Yeah, as soon as we get that report back, that would be fantastic. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have.
Who was the second?
Me.
Okay.
Sorry.
To defer?
To defer, yes. Yes.
Yes.
You bet. How many people do we have
Sorry,
here?
who's helping us with real time?
I was like, people are popping out of corners.
Chris,
Like, oh my God.
Sorry, guys. You know what? Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure you guys understand.
So I had to table. Is it defer or table?
It's going to be to defer until we get the.
Until we get,
I think it's basically the same thing. You're just
yeah, I
deferring
think
to
it's
a
the
later
same
date.
thing, just pushing it back, whatever that means. Yeah.
All right. The traffic capacity improvements, Jackson Hayes Trail, item T3, cost is $6.25 million. And this is going to be for.
This is those intersection
sidewalks.
improvements at Veterans and Jackson Hayes. Again, completing the intersection improvement that matches up with what's being done on Old Stagecoach with the road bond.
That's right. Okay.
I feel like the timing on that should probably be equivalent. I mean, that way you're only impacting that intersection one time. How feasible is it to time the scheduling on that? And what would that timeline look like?
Actually, that was already the implementation plan, was to actually sync those projects up, the Old Stagecoach Road North project and this Jackson Hayes Trail project. The question was, how was it going to be funded? But the project team is already looking at syncing up those projects and actually bidding them out at the same time. And that would happen in the fall, if we were to get it funded.
All right. I think for the sake of minimizing the impact on our residents, and I have to imagine it would be cheaper too to do it at the same time versus spreading it out over multiple projects. I feel like that one we should stay on track.
How far are we with the engineering plans?
We are nearing 100% design on Old Stagecoach Road North.
And this is the one we had 100% of the right-of-way?
Yes.
Want to make a motion?
Make a motion to stay on policy with T3.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Councilmember Harris. Any discussion? 6.25. I'm torn because one, we're so far along, right? And it's hard. For me, I'm like, okay, this needs to get done for sure. But what are we giving up on the other side? You know what I mean? So, okay, we'll just go ahead and do, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We move forward 7-0. Kohler's intersection improvements at Kyle Crossing and Marketplace Avenue.
And again, this is just the $4 million for the Kohler's intersection and Kyle Crossing. This is to put in the permanent signals in addition to some additional intersection improvements. And the $4 million also includes some widening of the intersection to accommodate the signals and some of the other intersection improvements.
Okay, so this is gonna be permanent signals.
I feel like we have temporary that are working okay right now. Is there an immediate need for those temporary signals elsewhere?
Well, that intersection actually has, they don't have the pop-up.
Right.
Right, we moved those. We actually have temporary signals that are basically on cables, basically out there on poles. What this would do is get in the steel mast arms, the full permanent signal like what you have at Marketplace in 1626 that we just put in with that project.
So the temporary lights that were there, McKinney, are now at the Daisy and Downey. And what they installed was the makeshift kind of things, but they're working, like you said, they're working fine. But it's just adding the actual infrastructure itself, which is $4 million.
Wait, do we have the funding for Daisy and Downing? For the
Yes.
signal
We're-
lights? We
Yeah,
do.
we're including that as funded.
Okay.
I felt like we can get by with the temporary ones that we have for now.
I agree. I agree. We can maybe deferral, delay, like, I don't think we need that right now.
And just to be clear, this does include additional intersection improvements. I think it includes an additional turning lane. Robley, I don't know if we have any other information about the intersection improvements that we want to talk about, just so they can make an informed decision on this.
Thank you.
Bringing back the expert.
We're gonna set that by high for you, high for you.
I'll let her answer.
Oh, there we go. So, yes, Mike's right. It is specifically to add a second eastbound left turn lane at the intersection, and then to support that with the receiving lane on the north leg of the intersection. So right now, especially during peak hours, that intersection backs up quite a bit with that left turn, because the predominant movement there at any given time in the day is that left turn to get onto the north side of Cal Crossing and then get up to Windy Hill to then exit. That is the main movement that's happening there. So this would be to support the capacity needed to serve that movement. So that the signal improvements, because we're there, we would be converting the temporary signals to permanent signals, but mainly it is to add that additional lanes on the west leg and the north leg.
So it's lengthening that, that left turn lane?
Adding a second left turn lane.
Adding a second, okay.
Correct, yeah.
Councilmember Zapata?
What is the option that we have if we were to move forward with the lanes but not the lights at this time?
We would have to take down the temporary, and we would then just put them back on, update the span, update the overhead setup to accommodate the additional lanes. I will say, like a typical traffic signal that's on poles and mast arms and all of that, last I checked is between 600 to 750,000. And for us to take down the existing temporary signals that are there and readjust them to accommodate the capacity, we're probably looking at another 300 to 400,000. So that really is not the driving factor in this cost. It's not the signals. Obviously there is a cost to them, but it's a small portion compared to the added lanes that we would like to put in there to provide relief to the left turn traffic.
Okay, because I think what I'm trying to figure out is, I know it's, like you just mentioned, a small cost, but it's still a cost, right?
Absolutely.
Like,
Yes,
that's the way that I
yes.
see it, is I'm like, at this
Yeah.
point, anything that we can save, I'm like, let's save it.
Yeah, one other thing that I'll mention, actually maybe two other things, is the west leg, the span that's on the west leg did recently just get hit because it got caught by a truck. Well, I don't know, it's a truck. It was kind of a hit and run type situation, so we don't have any documentation. So temporary signals especially tend to sag over time with wind and elements and things like that. So they're not great. I mean, the word literally suggests temporary. So they're supposed to be kind of an interim option while we're coming back to do additional improvements to add back the signals. But that said, though, we can certainly look at, if you were to go ahead, right, like Safe Streets for All, that's a great intersection for us to come up with the recommendations out of the safety action plan to then go back in future years for implementation dollars. Because just because, y'all are saying this is gonna get funded today, it's not like we're ready to go out there and start construction, right? We're still a few years out, so we can certainly look at grant options as well. For what it's worth, if we are making capacity improvements there, I would recommend converting the signals to permanent. That way we're not having to deal with the maintenance challenges that come with temporary, because the intent is, but we could certainly separate those two.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that, which is, I think one of the things we're probably going to need to look at more is phasing of projects, right, from an affordability standpoint. And one thing we could do is look at a phase where maybe the initial phase is to add those lanes, but then come back as a next phase and then add the permanent signals. In other words, for now, move forward with that component. But then the next phase of that project, when we're ready to fund that, is to do the permanent signals.
Yeah, and I think that might be where I'm thinking, because if the capacity is the most important part of it, then let's get those lanes in and figure, unless I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure this out on the spot with y'all. But, I don't know if the Safe Streets for All would fund light changes, for example. I feel like they would only get applied to like the actual lanes that we have. But I know that we also have other options for Safe Streets for All grant opportunities. But I think if I'm looking at us trying to increase the capacity of these roads as much as possible and alleviate some of those issues that people have, then it would be, let's keep the temporary lights and do the lanes themselves.
So Ravali, are you saying if we make the additional lane and keep the temporary lights, you would still have to adjust the temporary lights to accommodate the second lane, and that would cost you about $300,000, right? But a permanent signal will cost you $600,000. So we would end up spending $300,000 with the temporary. You still have to mess with the temporary to accommodate the second lane, and then come back, spend another $650 or $600 for the permanent.
Right. Well, I mean, in the future, obviously, the 600 would be higher, but yeah, correct. And I'm not supposed to, I did see a hand up, so I don't know how that.
Sorry, I'm trying to look at the map and figure it out. Go ahead, Councilmember Goza.
I was gonna say, this lies right next to TERS number 2. So my thought is, can we move the boundary of TERS number 2 to cover this intersection so then it could be paid for out of the TERS?
TERS number 2 has no money.
TERS 1.
It's TERS 1. Oh, this is TERS 1?
Correct.
Oh, that's even better, because they might have money. Does TERS 1 have money? How can we fund it?
So I'm looking at the map right now on the city website, and it shows it as just adjacent to TERS number 2.
Can we get confirmation of which TERS it's in?
Yeah, it is 1. I have Lou pointing one
Okay.
finger at me, so.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. How much money does TERS 1 have?
If it is inside the TERS boundary, it is for the benefit of within TERS, it has adequate funds to cover it.
Okay, that's.
I can have, again, I'm a numbers person, but not dollars. So.
Come on, Lou.
Is the signal, the intersection, within TERS 1 boundary?
Yeah, half the intersections within TERS 1 boundary, and it will benefit TERS 1.
That's how I'd like to proceed.
So if y'all could make that motion.
Yeah, I'd like
include
to, this is T5. I'd like to make a motion to approve T5 using TERS 1 funds.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good teamwork, guys. All right, next up, we have T9 Kohler's Overpass Project.
And the amount you have there is for the full funding for the project. And again, one option for you could be to fund just the match for the FRA grant that's being, hopefully we get word on in August.
Okay, so we're not even looking to like move forward with that until later in the year. So even if we say yes, and it could be the 7 million, not that that's not a lot, but the 7 million, and then do we have the engineering done with that, for this?
We've finished 60% design.
Okay.
Do we know when we would need to know when that 7 million would be allocated and accounted for, assuming that we get that grant?
It'll be in this next fiscal year. So, I mean, I think we would definitely recommend that if you are interested in funding that match, that you put it into the FY27
And the
budget.
match is how much?
7 million.
Councilmember Goza?
Can we put it up for a vote to the voters to see if they even want that project?
We definitely could,
Another option.
but for us right now, do we want to delay it until we get the feedback on that grant? And then, I mean, we could sit here and say, yeah, we'll keep 7 million, but if we don't even get the grant, it's not the 7 million, it's going to be the 35 million. So would it be best if we just said, okay, we're going to bring this back after the grant
Once we get word
application?
of the
Yes,
grant.
yes.
Yeah.
Will that still be in time for a bond or for an election?
Yes, yeah. definitely. So
Okay.
we'll get word we'll get word in August. I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know if we have an exact date for when we would get that, but.
They don't give us an exact date, but it should be, it's into July, early August, so by the end of August, it should have been in.
Okay.
Councilmember Spada?
And then I was also going to state that this is so that way we can move the train stopping from down here. I just want to make sure
Yes.
that everyone knows that that's exactly what
Yes.
this is. And so if the question is, will we spend $7 million to move the train elsewhere? I feel like SpongeBob when he's like, why don't we just push it elsewhere? That is exactly what I'm thinking is like, it would definitely be worth $7 million to move the train from stopping right here in the middle of downtown.
It actually solves two, Councilmember. One is downtown where it stops here, and then if you recall Marketplace with the,
Yes,
where the
with the
roundabout is,
mhm.
it stops there as well. So it would relieve both those from being a stop location for the train.
Yes.
And the siding project can't proceed without the overpass project. So
Mhm.
Okay.
that's why I said that's probably not worth talking about right now unless we get the overpass project moved forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
Another
it-
aspect of this particular project is, I mean, it's right next to our police department. And when you start talking about response times and things like that, you know, if they've got to sit and wait for a train to be able to respond to an emergency situation, like, that's definitely something to take into consideration.
Okay, so my motion is going to be to delay T9 until we get the grant information back. It's a motion.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, up next, Cheva Pastrana Senior Parkway Extension. Thoughts, feedback? Concerns? I mean, $100 million, that's a lot of money. I mean, for me, that's going to have to go to voters.
Yeah, agreed.
And-
That
And-
absolutely should be a bond election.
And I would strongly recommend for the development of this project, because I don't think it's going to be $100 million. You've got floodplain issues, we're probably going to have to do some bridges at certain locations, and we just need more information. My recommendation, from just my standpoint, would be do a better feasibility study on this corridor, lock down what your right-of-way and your alignment is, and then you can figure out the right phasing of this project, because it's going to have to be done in phases, and it's going to have to be done over multiple funding cycles. So a bond program would be a good candidate for funding.
Okay. Now, when you say feasibility study, where are we at with, like, what do we know about this? Cheva Pastrana, what do we know about?
So the challenge we have is we've done a little more work, but only for certain segments, right? So we have a preliminary engineering study that's been done on that segment from 150 to 158. Obviously, Meritage has done a lot more advancement of the project for that segment by Limestone Creek, because they've been advancing that, as you know. But some of the other segments, the balance of that, there really hasn't been a lot of more substantial work done. So I would definitely want to do a new feasibility study and get better numbers on this and get a better dimensions and alignment for the roadway, so you have something more to talk about with the voters and with the community.
Okay, so my question with the DA and Meritage is in that DA, there's an agreement that the TERS will pay it back. So my question is, if there's not money in that TERS, how does it get paid back?
That's a good question, and that could be something you contemplate as a certain segments of this project to think about, and
So
that is.
there are two DAs, right? Meritage DA, it already has built in that TERS number 4 would repay them. And I believe based on the consultant's assessment, there will be sufficient funding to repay Meritage. So Meritage segment is okay. It's the next piece, which is City Point DA, that we do not have any funds in the TERS number 4.
Okay, so for the sake of pushing this forward, can we move forward with the Meritage piece, have that TERS pay them back, and then it would be less than the 100 million, right? Because that was like 16 million, I think.
That one, I believe, is 5 million.
5 million? Okay. So many numbers. So, yeah, if we can we move forward with the Meritage to keep this road going? Because that it is going to be an essential part of our system. Do we want to move forward with this road? I guess ultimately is yes or no. And
We just notified Meritage that they can wait a year before they start building their segment.
Okay.
The second segment, which is City Point, is the domino that needs to happen sooner than later.
But we are moving forward with Meritage. You're just going to wait a year.
Yes.
So that part is going to be constructed, but the major construction part is going to be the weekend track.
Yes, and the segments after that.
Okay, does anybody have a motion? Because if not, I'm going to motion for this to go to a bond. Okay, with that said, T11 Chevro Pastrano Senior Parkway Extension, I motion that be put to a GEO bond. But before we do the GEO bond, I would also like to make sure that we have schematics done. And there's going to be cost in that, but what I don't want to see is a half-baked plan. I want to see an exact number, so when we take this to our voters, they know exactly what to expect.
And we'll have an answer on the development agreement issue with City Point as well.
Okay, so can I get a second before we move forward?
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, now we're in discussion. As we look at that, if there's a way to break it up into other phases, I know that we have it kind of like outlined, but if there's ways to break it up into smaller phases too, I think that would help give people a lot more information and they would understand how it would impact them in years to come.
That's actually my recommendation.
Okay.
I think you're going to have to do this corridor in segments.
Mhm.
Just again, because of the different context, that you're coming just from strictly a project standpoint. As I mentioned, we have some segments that include more floodplain and probably some bridges that we need to do. So I would strongly recommend doing this in phases. But I think if we do that feasibility study, we can look at what that looks like and then come back with recommendations for the phasing of that. And that could be a part of your bond development for a GEO bond.
Okay, so that would be your recommendation is a GEO bond specified in phases or a GEO bond that covers the whole thing and then we separate and delegate it into
Probably
phases?
prioritizing a couple of different segments and phases, because you're going to have to do this probably over a couple of different funding cycles. I don't
Mhm.
think it's going to be 100 million. I
Okay.
can almost guarantee you when we come back and we look at everything, it's probably going to be more than
Okay,
that.
so a GEO bond would be for specific phases of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But as we get more information, we can also have that conversation, and we're going to talk about the bond development. If you get a bond task force, a citizen advisory task force, we can provide them that information, and they can look at that and then provide you a recommendation on what they think the community would want to see, basically.
Councilmember Harris?
That clarified.
That clarifies. I think, first of all, I think that is an excellent idea to get the feedback from the people in a way that they can analyze and understand the bond, and that way we're getting genuine feedback. So, all right, so with that said, I have a motion by me, a second by Councilmember Medina. Do I need to repeat the motion, or you guys are good?
Can I get some clarification if we're talking about the entire thing?
Right, I mean, I think that's what she just asked, and I think that it is kind of up in the air, and I think what Mike is saying is if we're gonna do the whole thing, it's gonna be more than $100 million. And so, but my fear is if we do increments and somewhere along the way, there's a council that does not want this to go, we've committed this far. So my GEO bond would be, might be, and maybe we just bring it back and get the numbers so we can understand, because you're saying it's gonna be a big number. And maybe that happens in 5 years and we're in a better financial place. If you could just bring that information back to us.
And I would love to be wrong and it comes back less than 100 million.
Right.
But also that is something exactly that a bond election advisory task force, a citizen board can help you to think through in conversations with the community. That's exactly what they're for, is to think through, should we do everything right now? Or do we need to do this in phases because, the communities just can't, bear that burden.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah. So if we're going to do that, then what happens with that project? I mean, because that's a project that is kind of waiting on us to get started.
I'm sorry, did you say that?
We were going to be waiting to hear on the development agreement because we obviously cannot build the road by 2028. So we were waiting to see on that answer.
Yeah, and I think that's what I would say. There's probably a related but separate conversation on that section from 150 to 158, because that is in a different situation than the
Get
balance
that.
of the corridor.
Mhm.
Is that probably needs to be a discussion about what happens with that probably in the near term. What I'm hearing though is maybe for that segment, and again, I'm just taking your discussion, is maybe you want to delay that based on some of the other information that's going to be coming forward based on the prior conversation.
Right, based on what the outcome is of the development agreement that we can't meet, what negotiations can we reach? Where do we go from there? And then possibly roll that into the same bond for the voters.
Jason, did you have something more to add on that?
No, I don't have anything to add. I think you're correct. I think the agreement itself gives some flexibility for the developer to move forward on his own, but obviously some kind of amendment will have to come forward at some point to this council. So I'll start working with the developer, at least in the interim, to see what next steps are and get those meetings scheduled sooner rather than later.
Okay.
But we cannot guarantee reimbursement at this point.
Correct.
If it's going to the voters.
That's true. Okay.
That was my follow-up question was, do we want to exclude that portion or do we want to keep it lumped in together? Do we want to wait until we've heard back from staff as far as where the negotiations have gotten us?
So I will say right now we're at, how do we want to proceed? And I think we all can agree collectively with a geo bond. How that's going to look, I think it is going to take more detail and more time. So if we can have staff bring that back, we can vote on doing a geo bond. And then what that geo bond will look like, because we're not putting this out for bond until probably 2028. We're going to need all of next year to get schematics, to get a good idea, and then coming back. And, and it could maybe be early 2028, March, because we have different opportunities. Although I very much want to see it in a November bond. But I feel like right now to push through to the next level, are we in agreement of doing a geo bond? Like, we clearly don't want to do a CO bond, right?
No.
Okay, and especially without having all the knowledge. So we agree that we are okay putting this on a bond, but we need to have certain information provided to us during the interim while we build that bond. Go ahead, Rapali.
I was just gonna say, I think you'd mentioned this earlier, we as staff still need funding to do the schematic and bring back, what the firmed up construction costs are going to be. So that would need to be factored in.
For sure. Okay, so that's a good point, and we don't know how much funding is going to be, right, for that, for the schematics? That's a whole other process as well.
So can I make a recommendation then? Okay. Well, I think we're right on track as far as a geo bond, okay? We're looking at 2 years out. Okay, we will have the majority of our road bonds from 2022 completed. We'll see also where our tax rate's at, right? So we have all those in factors on that end. Yes, we do need to be able to pay for the schematics and look at the design and everything like that. I think right now what we're trying to decide is to say with T11, we're going to look at basically going with the geo bond because we already know it's going to be at a very higher amount versus what we have here. So we understand that. Could it be later on that we decide to get all that information, get through the DA agreement, and then we can bring it as an agenda item, maybe by next year, okay, to say, okay, we're going to start with the concept designs and everything like that. And then that way, when we start having those open houses, we start having the public input, the bond committee, all of that will already be in play because we've set, we're not paying for it now. We're looking at next year to see where we're at with our finances to where we could be able to fund that. So we can also just basically say with this council, this is going to be one of the bigger projects we have today, but we're putting it on a bond in 2 years or 3 years from now. And it may be pushed back to 29. We'll see. But I think that's probably where the direction is going because this is a main artery on the east side, south of Kyle, that's going to possibly go all the way, like I've stated, all the way to Goforth. So we're looking at about a good 10 miles, maybe a little bit more. But it's just a start. So that's what I would probably, that's how I've been thinking about, because I'm getting pieces from Zapata, from you, Medina, you guys, and saying maybe that could be the finalized plan, is we vote now to say with this specific project, we're all in agreement, or we don't know yet with the vote, it's going to be on geo bond, but at the same time, we're getting all that other information first before we even start with the bond committee. Take it in steps and phases, because you're right. It may take more phases or more time. It may be a 5-year project before it gets completed. But at least maybe by 2028, we'll see where we're at as far as our tax rate goes.
You're
Maybe by
speaking my language, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
And setting me up for some of the slides to come, because I'm going to talk you through a whole proposed bond development timeline, which includes coming back.
Hold on. We got to get a vote on this.
I know,
one.
but let me just to answer that question, because I do want to add another thought, is that I'm going to talk you through all that. But for this particular project, I would recommend probably doing some type of authorization to start the feasibility study sooner rather than later. And just for your consideration, what I'd want to do is go back with staff and see what that would look like from a cost, and we can just bring that back to you as a separate item at a later council date, sometime in the next.
Yes, because as we're reducing some of these costs, some of that funding could be available.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
So
where we're at.
the motion is for a geo bond. And then if you guys want to, and this isn't included in the motion, but I can always adjust it. But then you guys are going to bring back some additional information as far as schematics and bond.
Yes.
So we can move forward, maybe possibly 2028. Okay, so I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Medina. Do we have any other questions or comments? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Okay. As Bon Jovi says, we're halfway there. So parks and recreation projects. And so Jesse talked you through these unfunded projects. And we're done. Okay, so we have listed Steeplechase Park improvements, the Greg Clark Park splash pad, the Greg Clark Park playground and parking area, and Lake Kensington Park. And so those are here for your consideration, P1, P2, P3, and P4.
We'll start with Steeplechase, and I'll just remind the council that this was the 750 match was 50/50, so it could be that we do a CO, you could say you would undo a CO for that 750 to match the grant, and then we come back for the alternate elements, the vibe trail and the splash pad. It doesn't have to be the full 3.8, but obviously it's up to council. Or we could defer the entire project.
Oh, I'm not giving up $750,000. So I think that's an excellent idea. And I think this is the one that had a lot,
Yeah, and I think this is the one where maybe it might be best for us to do the match. And then with the engineering cost, that 620,000, we can also bring that down. So we may not even have to expend an entire 750.
If we're looking at the 750 match, then we would only do the design for those elements that we're going to pay for, which would bring the design cost down.
I guess that also reminds me, because, well, I guess that's fine. Never mind. I was going to say something, but I was like, it's best if we don't spend more money. Because I was going to say, because that would mean that the grant matching total would then come down, because they're going to just match whatever it is that we spend. So,
right.
Up to
So
750.
we should spend at least the 750 to
Yeah.
receive the 750.
Yeah, so if there's also little other things that, let's say the 620 comes down after we take out
Sure.
the other designs, if there's other smaller improvements that have needed to be made at Steeplechase, if we could get those added into that.
Yeah, I was gonna add that. This is just a vote on funding. All the actual elements of when we come forward and what we're gonna do and how much we're gonna spend will all come before council. It's not like these will be built after this vote.
Yeah.
This is just for the funding of how we're gonna fund it.
You tell me you're not going out there right now?
Okay.
So I guess that would be motion to approve CEO for 750 matching the grant funds for P1.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata, second by Councilmember Kinney. Do you guys need any clarification, or is there any discussion on the item? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have Greg Clark Park Splash Pad. And I wish we had park maintenance here.
Miles, can you add 750 on that vote, please? That authorization is only for 750 of COs, right?
Yes. So I've been to Greg Clark Park, and this splash pad does need to be updated. I'll give them that. I don't know if we need to spend $1.25 million, because that whole splash pad altogether is, maybe 4 years old? So I would like to see what we can do. I don't want it to be, I want to, really value our parks, and But I would like to get the feedback from park maintenance to see what we can do internally to fix it up. And if they come back and they say, we really got to spend X amount of dollars, then I think that's a discussion. But I would really like to get their feedback. So I would like to defer this one if everybody's okay with that.
I would also like to make sure that we have the capability of maintaining after the fact. 'Cause that's the issue we're running into right now, that we don't have the ability to. And that's, before you spend additional monies, you need to make sure you can take care of it.
Right, right. And I know that probably falls within the realm of change of who was taking care of it at a certain time. I know we hired a tech, the tech was gone, but before that, I think it was park maintenance, and it seemed to be okay, but maybe they need more help, and they just need to let us know that. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to defer P2 until we get some feedback from park maintenance.
Feedback and options, I think would be good, of different, just scaled up options of what we could do. It doesn't have to be 1.25, it could be alternate options to enhance it. We can do that.
Perfect. Yep, that's perfect. So I've got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, next up, we have Greg Clark Park Playground and Parking Area. This is the,
We could, I would assume that that same thought would apply for the splash pad at I'm sorry, we already did the Greg Clark splash pad. This is the parking and the playground, so we had 900,000 for the parking and 1.25 for the playground at Greg Clark.
you know, I need feedback on how old that equipment is too. Some of it's newer. I'm trying to think of Greg Clark Park. They have, it does need some maintenance, because I think they have this little thing that you can hit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and it's noise. But they also have 2 other play areas. But I think we're already putting so much into this park right now.
What is this, adding or replacing?
This is, yeah, that's a good question. Is it replacing?
This is
Go
a
ahead.
this is a full replacement of the park playground.
Okay, could we have park staff come up and just give us a little breakdown?
Will Atkinson for the record. This is replacing both playgrounds there on the same essentially the same footprint. And then the parking area would be between the playground and where the Ash Pavilion is. We know we don't have much parking over there, and with the popularity of the anticipated completion of the skate park, it would seem like a good idea to account for that accordingly.
I think we definitely need the parking.
Agreed.
That's 900,000. And are we gonna do that in-house, do you know?
It needs to be designed accordingly, but we haven't completed our conceptual designs yet for Greg Clark Park we have an open contract with Friesen Nichols on. So that was gonna be our direction to them, was to account for that accordingly.
Okay, so.
So that was kind of my question with the designs that we voted on, long time ago here. We're voting on these improvements now, but we're still waiting on the design of what Greg Clark Park's going to look like in the future. So why would we put money into a splash pad that might not be in that same spot when we revamp the park?
That's part of the ongoing discussion in terms of, as was stated earlier, how much of it do we need to account for on the cost for the 1.25 that we show there? Maybe there's some less expensive options, we're not quite sure just yet. But we're trying to think in advance in terms from a funding perspective, and also account for stuff that's already in those locations. So whenever we do the full design of Greg Clark Park, that part's already accounted for from a funding perspective.
So I know on the slide, it said fiscal year 2029 for the 1.25 for the playground and parking. Then would we anticipate we're not actually funding and building this until then, once we have the concept for what the park is going to look like, if we're moving the playground, if we're moving the parking and all the other options that we were going with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was just told that we could design a parking lot in-house.
We did design it in-house, okay.
No, they can
They
design it.
can?
Yes.
Okay, that would be phenomenal. Because if nothing else, we can get at least started on that. But to Councilmember Medina's point, if we haven't even finalized the park yet, is this worth delaying until we get that final agreement?
I think Councilmember Medina hit it on the head. This is, again, we're talking about funding here. The actual CIP build-out plan, I think, was 29 or 30, so we would certainly have the layout of the park before council and approve, before we are even considering the building of this.
Yeah, can we delay this then? Until we at least finalize the park plans? And then now that we know that we can do it in-house, maybe we can get some solid numbers together?
And probably bringing them back separately, because it sounds like parking might be something that's more desired.
Yes.
And maybe the playgrounds after, but we could bring them back separately.
Yeah.
Both P2 and P3 are excellent candidates for deferral because we don't even have a plan yet.
Okay, I agree. So, Councilmember Zapata?
And then I just had a question what the timeline for bringing that back would be. Like, when do we expect to be able to?
To see the
Yeah,
plan,
to see like
to
the
vote on the plan.
finalized like presentation with.
It's been pushed back a little bit with the Greg Clark Park plan. Part of it was based on meetings today. And we are also still coordinating from a drainage design perspective with the engineering department. So once we get that cleared up, we can get the ball rolling again and then knock it out. So sometime in the next few months.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, bless you.
Sorry,
Bless
I'm so
you.
sorry. I hope I didn't sneeze on anybody. Okay, so then I'm going to make a motion to delay this until we get the park master plan back, but with the assumption that we are going to move forward with the parking lot? Sooner rather than later? Okay. All right.
Second.
I got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Medina. Is there any questions? Clarifications? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Up next, Lake Kensington Park. Feedback. I'm gonna use the restroom. Tobias, you take over? Okay, I got a potty.
All right, next up we have Lake Kensington Park. We have any feedback from the dais?
Can we?
Go ahead, Councilmember Zapata, I'm sorry.
Okay. Like I said, I'm trying really hard to follow the rules today. Can we get a timeline for when the updates made by the task force, do we have an understanding when that'll be brought back? Because it seems from the plans have changed a little bit, so it may not even hit that 14 million. So I would want a clearer understanding of what it is that number might be.
We have some early higher numbers that need to be significantly refined. But that was based on before the budget cuts started coming up earlier, or a few months ago. So right now, that project's on hold with the intent of getting it finally approved sometime this fall. Now, with that, we're going to have discussions with them in terms of how we can further refine it. Right now, we've got it down to 2 design plans based on the task force, and then that will ultimately come back to y'all for your final approval.
Okay. And I think this is one where I want to stress like either grant opportunities or public-private partnerships, exploring that I think might be beneficial to us. So,
We have that, we have much of that built into the contract with Mesa that we would apply for those. I think it was really great feedback just in discussion of Kensington and that $14 million number. With this direction, before the vote on just funding, we'll bring everything back to the task force and then back to the council. But I think moving forward, we'll come back with that kind of, after the task force meetings, that kind of scaled down plan and kind of phased plan as far as what we're doing with Kensington. And then this number, however we decide to fund it, will be much more refined and much more specific to what we're actually building out there. I think that'll be very helpful.
That's good.
And just for council's information, the city has issued already $1.1 million in CO bonds for the design of Lake Kensington.
Okay, Dr. Harris?
Just a question about timing. So if we go with CO, we can do that at any point.
That's
If we go with bond election, that is very specific timing and takes a much longer time. to get that approved.
The earliest would be 2028.
20 what?
28.
28.
Well, are we all in agreement that $14 million is what we want to spend in this area? So I think we
Not
can start with
necessarily.
that. I don't think anybody wants to spend, I like the idea of like, hey, you get this, I get that, but I just feel like I would rather spend, if we had that $14 million on much other projects. So maybe first of all saying, okay, what does it look like to mow this area down and you make it usable? How can we open this up by middle summer?
That'd be a good question. I mean, I'm being on the task force and with Dr. Harris, we've had some real lengthy discussions, especially with the overall goal and the mission of what this park was going to be. And I think we all agree it's going to be more of a nature-based, environmentally sound park to where people can go. I know we took out the recreational aspect of it, because I mean, we were talking about most of it, you know, like no basketball goals and, you know, things like that. But I think if we get still all the feedback we're getting from Mesa and from our dollar amounts and so forth before we pursue it, and I brought that up to the mayor before, because we've driven around East Kyle lately and we've been kind of seeing where it's at, and it's like, well, what would be the cost if this area over here is protected, that we know that it's probably has the species that we're talking about, but this area over here, could we just, what would be the cost to mow some of it down and get at least something going on that end? Because we do have residents that are saying, hey, why is it taking so long? And then you also have that entranceway that's fallen apart, you know, that's still part of ours. So I guess that could be the question as well, to see where could we, what would be the cost to be able to at least get something going now, but at the same time, long-term with the group? And if it means that we deferred it for now until we get all that information back, I'm still okay, because I, just like the senior building, like Ms. Conley goes, I know we should have it up and already by now, by June, but I don't mind waiting till a grand opening in September or October, as long as we do it right. And we can afford it.
And to answer y'all's questions, this summer, I'm fairly certain is not achievable. However, once we figure out generally the direction we want to go in terms of the set improvements that are definitely within the $14 million, then we can turn around and see if those need to be designed appropriately from a civil engineering plan based on ADA, water utilities, wastewater, all that kind of fun stuff, because we're going to need restrooms and all that, plus all the conservation-minded items that are also extremely important to the site. We'll turn around and get a contract rolling for that on full design, get that knocked out, and then start with that following with construction. But it's really dependent on the exact elements we're looking for at that time.
The other thing I'd say is, let's get the task force back together with this new direction. I'd like to point out this is brand new direction for Lake Kensington to staff. Before, it was a $14 million full build-out design park. This would be much easier to do in phases, get before Mesa and say, hey, this is really what we're looking at. We're changing kind of the design of this. What could we do as quickly as possible first, as a first phase, to get this park open, to get people in it, to have them enjoying the open space? And then what's the second phase, maybe, to get them by the water and things like that. And we could do that step by step. And we can, Chris, if you'll just put a question mark next to the 14 million, because that was a bit of an arbitrary number. As we move forward with the phases, we can have exact numbers, which will be, I believe, much less than that 14 million. And then the funding can come back before council as well. So I think with this new direction, I think it makes it much easier to break it into phases and get that park open. And as people enjoying that park and enjoying that open space, they can anticipate phase 2 and phase 3 as it gets built out.
I think that's great. I think, the most important is what do we do to get people there? Because I think you're talking parking lots, you're talking like other things that are going to need to be incorporated into that. And so my request would be to, was that like a defer delay, like get more information, then bring it back to us?
I would say defer delay, because if we come back and say, hey, based on this new direction, it's 700,000 to get this first phase one open, you might say, oh, CO it. You know what I mean? It might completely change the conversation based on the numbers. So I would say defer and let the task force meet, and let's bring back to council a phased plan of how we can move forward with actual numbers of what it costs to carry it out.
All right, that's it. I mean, that's excellent. So is that going to be like a whole, did the task force disband? Do we need to put them back together? They didn't.
No.
All right, so what do we do to get them together? Like, what's the next step?
I believe Claudia is on the task force as well.
Okay,
We were waiting for this conversation. Now we can book that meeting and get it rolling again.
Do it.
awesome. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to defer Lake Kensington until the task force can get together and bring us back some ideas.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, what's next? Oh, gosh.
Okay. So the last category of unfunded projects is facilities, and we only have two to get through. One is the animal shelter, and then the other one are the modular buildings for office space needs for the city.
All right, F1, animal shelter. How do we feel about that? I mean, it's already been, I feel like wasn't there already CO bond for that?
That was what was contemplated for this.
That was the policy direction initially for this.
Yeah, I thought that was included though with the senior center and the animal, like, was all that already approved?
No, I don't think so.
We have not issued any CO debt for
Okay,
this.
all right.
So I think it would make sense to do the deferred delay if we were waiting on the information to come back to us regarding the land for the park dedication.
Is that a motion?
Unless, unless I interrupted anybody else, that would be a
I
motion
mean, you
to
can always put make a
defer or
motion
delay.
and say, yeah, okay,
Yes.
so there is a motion, I second that. Is there, how do we want to discuss this? Because one, I do not want to scare off San Marcos from, right now, they're still abiding by our agreement, I want to be respectful of them. And I know we need to get something put in place, but I think it is a good idea to get all this information because the area that we chose, I'm not certain, but there may be limitations on it that we have as a city. And so we want to be respectful of that. So what is the discussion? What is the?
I
any
believe the
concerns?
same thing, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Go ahead.
If we could just, I know that was an area that we had looked at, and, you know, it's been kind of controversial as far as the land use, park area. I think there's some ordinances that are in place that refer to not being animals and so forth. So I think it's just a matter of really deep down looking at it and see what that usage of that land is. Because there's other places in Kyle that are city owned that I found out a couple of years ago that we own 14 acres over there behind my neighborhood that that we acquired back in 2005, 2003, and the city approached our HOA about making a park there, and our HOA shot it down. So there's other areas in the city, so it's just not this one by Daisy. So I think it would be best if we kind of defer to make sure what land usage is there before we move forward. And also, it's $10 million, and we don't really have that in the bank right now. And so we've got to, you know, we can CO it, yes, but again, we've got to be able to make sure how are we going to pay for it, whether it's a GO or CO. And I know a lot of people are really anticipating us getting on the ball of getting this, getting an animal shelter for San Marcos and to alleviate some of the overcapacity. But this is one of the things where we really have to really look at not only just the facility, but we have to look at the operation cost of running one of these facilities. You know, we can go on and on about, well, we can team up with nonprofits and we can get donations, but that only lasts for so long, especially for animals, because that dog food gets expensive. And you're talking veterinarian bills, and you're talking about vaccinations, and you're talking about a 24-hour facility that's going to need to be at 70 degrees with air conditioning and also heaters when you got live animals in there. So it's just not the shelter building facility itself. It's the whole operation, including employees, including everything else. And but I know what the focus is. It's just the facility itself. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Councilmember Zapata?
So I think we really, really do need an animal shelter, but as we are sitting here and talking about different locations, my mind keeps on coming back to, well, we're still gonna have to fund it anyway, right? Wherever, no matter where it's located, we're gonna find ourselves in the same position. Are we gonna go GO or CO or just not? So I think in my mind, the idea around location, how much of that 10 million is reliant upon the location of it. Like, I mean, I would assume that we would have to go back, to the drawing board and redesign it and whatnot, depending on the location. So this price also might go up, correct? If we're having to go back to the design board and whatnot?
You'll see on July 21st when we walk through, we're not just walking through the land, we're walking through different options, locations, a little bit of history of everything we've done. This is, as everyone knows, has been going on for quite some time. You're exactly right, depending on the usage of the ILA we have in place, depending on the location, depending on redesign, that number could change drastically. So that's absolutely something that we need to. My recommendation would be defer till we have that conversation on the 21st, as Councilmember Medina, I believe, said, because there's so many elements that could change what we're doing and how much it costs after that conversation.
No, and I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with the deferring. I think I just wanted to put it out there into the ether that, hey, it might be more expensive if we have to go back to the drawing board, find everything, renegotiate, lose the partnership if we lose the interlocal agreement. And so, yeah, I just wanted to put that in perspective.
I would say, based on everything I've seen working on this over the last couple of years, I would not expect that number to go down.
Okay, Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, the last couple of years, we've covered a lot of ground on this. We actually do have the operating expenses estimated. We did look at, I think, 4 other potential sites for this. We've worked with the county and Buda to work on what the needs will be. So we're not starting from zero, I hope, because that's not necessary. We've got all of that in writing, and on the 21st, I'm sure Jesse will bring that to us. I'm fine with deferring this until that discussion, but not for long, because San Marcos is going to close it to us, and soon. They've given us a deadline, and they are serious about it. They're not going to go, oh, well, okay, Kyle, we'll give you another 2 years.
Right.
They're just not going to. So we've got to get this done. And the plans are there. Site, we've looked at a bunch of sites. I don't mind looking at that whole thing again on the 21st. So I make a motion that we defer this conversation until we get the discussion on the 21st.
We already made a motion. Sorry, there was already a motion made.
Oh,
yeah.
Excuse me.
And a second. You're okay. That's probably.
I'm just so anxious
You're
to
good.
get that
I know.
done.
We all are. I get it. Can I ask how much design we've done for the building?
Yes, great question. So we have Jackson and Ryan under a $1.6 million contract that was approved. However, the first portion of that contract was a program confirmation. So it was, if you recall, and I won't go through the whole thing, but if you recall, we had a feasibility study. It was within the city, but it was kind of matched with what we were doing with the county. And so the program confirmation was to have a stakeholders meeting, which they held, and a open house for the community, which they held, which was to marry the two, the initial feasibility and then what we're taking on from the county. That is all they have done to this point. Because we knew these conversations were coming up and we were going to go to the 21st, we told them, before you start any design, to put your pencils down and wait until we come back to you. So there's a small amount of costs that were incurred for that stakeholders meeting and the open house, but they have not started any design to this point, and they are waiting for future direction, which will come after the 21st.
Well, I've seen design.
Those were just conceptual. She's talking about.
We've got
the
conceptual.
mayor's referring to actual
Yes.
schematic design and moving forward with construction plans.
Correct. Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Medina, a second by myself to defer until July. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? 7-0. All right, finally, we got the modular buildings, $3 million. And this is gonna be to give us some expansion at City Hall.
And to relocate administrative staff from the public safety building.
Which is been on the top of my list since 2021. How we got over there is beyond me. That was never a vote taken. So how council ended up in those, at the police department, which I will always refer it to, I never understood. So I am excited to get us back down to downtown in the city hall. I do, when we talked about this earlier, I appreciated the fact that it didn't necessarily have to be in one area. Like, we have other areas that we could have utilized for these modular buildings. Is that correct? Like, it didn't have to be just next door?
That's correct, yeah. Based on some of the properties that we have acquired, and, you know, we've basically gotten rid of a lot of the facilities there, like the old car wash. I know we've talked internally about maybe that would be a potential site. Obviously, we've got the dirt lot right next to us, right next to City Hall, so it'd be kind of a nice annex. So, you know, in effect, if we got a couple of these in place, which I think we're going to need over the next 3 to 5 years, you'd start to kind of see like a little, you know, interim city complex forming based on some of the
And
lots.
because those two lots already have utility connections, water, sewer, power, gas.
I mean, I feel that I'm torn because I'm like 3 million. I mean, that'll give us great buildings, but are we investing it in the right way? Do we want to expand City Hall? Like, how do we want that to look as far as we're spending, you know, millions of dollars we may not. I mean, if we decide at the end we're going to get rid of them. Go ahead, Councilmember Zapata. No, you're good.
I was gonna say, I think we did have a conversation about like expansion of City Hall, like what would it look like if we reorganized in here, if we built on, if we tear this whole thing down, built it back up. And I think from my understanding from that conversation is that I think staff came back and said that y'all have reorganized in here as much as possible and reorganized in PSC as much as possible. And then the other part of that was that the 3 million would barely get us anywhere if we were going to like extend or add on. And so I think that was the reason why we talked about the modular buildings and how it was more of an asset for us to purchase them versus just lease them. And so I think the other question that I have with the modular building is, how do we account for parking? Like what does that influx of staff look like downtown? Like how many cars are we adding on the roads and like how are we going to manage that?
Yeah, so it would be leveraging the existing parking that we have, but also other parking that we have kind of around this downtown area. So you think about some of the parking spaces we have around the park. There's some other spaces that typically don't get utilized quite as much during the work week. Staff would be able to utilize those spaces as well.
Okay, and we feel like that would be sufficient because I think what I'm worried about is people parking in neighborhoods, you know, or like parking in front of cars or like homes and whatnot. And so I'm not trying to have that happen. So yeah, as long as we can figure something out, then I think that'll be okay.
And the other thing, yes, and I think the other thing that you can think about too is, again, phasing being the theme. You know, you could also look at phasing this in. So in other words, if the $3 million number is a big one, we could start with one and get that in, see how it performs. You guys get a chance to see what it looks like. We all get a chance to see how it functions. And then you could do, you know, other modulars, you know, as funding is available. So that is just another option for you to do too.
I love that idea. And I like the idea, if you guys could kindly bring back, like if we decide to buy these $3 million worth of modulars, ideas how we can use them after we expand too. So it's not just a one and done, but look, we can also use it over here and over here. That would be phenomenal.
We can do that. We had already started to talk about that we could definitely find uses for these because we're always going to need that kind of space. And there's other city facilities and spaces that we could put those if we were going to actually build out like a full municipal building.
And we had talked about police substations that we
Yes.
currently don't have. We had talked about public works facilities, parks facilities, maintenance
Now,
yards.
that's not in the unfunded projects either that we're not talking about.
We did not include that in this discussion today. That's not included at all.
Okay.
The headquarters,
So
yeah.
that's another 35 mil. Okay, so I think I'm okay moving forward with the $3 million to expand our offices. I think our city needs that, with the understanding that you guys would bring back ideas how we would use these modular buildings in the future as well. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve, I guess, the CO?
Did you want to approve all three at one time or phase them in?
Yeah, let's talk about that. Are we okay just doing the 3 million?
Well, I think if we approve the COs, we would only issue those as needed, right, Pervez?
That's correct.
So we could approve then the full amount and then bring in one, see how that functions. If it's great, bring in the next. If it's not great, then we just don't issue the rest of it.
We just stop there.
Okay.
Okay, you guys are okay with that? And staff understands?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to proceed with the motion to approve Project F2 modular buildings for $3 million in CO bonds.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. I think that concludes
Is that it?
the exercise. So
I want to give everybody a
Good
round of
job.
applause.
Good job, Mayor and Council.
Those were some really, really hard decisions. We held it together like a champ. I saw people come in and go and come in and go, and so thank you. I see Jeff Barton's here. You guys, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. All right, we're adjourned.
We're almost done.
You still got more slides. We're not done.
Sorry. I swear we're almost
Too
done.
late.
We've got
Too
like-
late. I already said we're adjourned.
Yeah, just a 30 minutes. No, just real quick, Mayor, we just wanted to walk through, we had been talking about a bond election and what that timeline, I'll quickly get through that and then I'll turn it over to Pervez to start wrapping up.
All right.
But just to kind of give you an idea of what that timeline looks like, and again, you can kind of play with the dates a little bit, but generally, what I would recommend is coming back and then getting direction from council to really initiate the bond development process. And that's really where you start your needs assessment. So your needs assessment is developing those projects and that list of priorities based on what types of propositions council is interested in doing. So in other words, a parks proposition, a transportation proposition, a facilities proposition, you would basically give direction to staff to go ahead and initiate that process. We would continue to develop that needs assessment, develop those projects really over that next year. And then at some point next year, we would also, finance would come back and give you the information you need on debt capacity, what that looks like, and kind of how that works. Then you have those kind of conversations about debt capacity and what that looks like. And then with that, and then with your list of projects, as you start to get through 27 next year, you would call your bond election advisory task force. Get them organized. You would appoint your appointees. And again, there's a lot of examples for what that looks like. And we can definitely get you examples of what that task force looks like as far as composition, size, what the bylaws are typically for that, the mission for them. You get them in place and then you give them that information, the financial information, the debt capacity, and then direction from council on what they should be considering as far as that goes. And then their prioritized list of projects, the needs assessment, and then that's what they work with. They work with the community. They can break out in subcommittees. You could have a transportation subcommittee, a parks subcommittee, however they want to do it. But then they'll come back with a recommendation to you in the spring of '28. And then typically, staff will provide you their technical recommendation as well, based on which projects are feasible to move forward. And then council would use that then to come up with the final bond package. They'd have those deliberations into July. Typically of a 28, and then you would work to then actually develop your bond package and put that ballot language together. So again, it sounds simple. It's not. It takes a long time. That's why I would highly recommend initiating that process if you're interested in doing so, probably in this fall.
Where were you in 2022? That's what I got, because this is an excellent road plan to get to make it fair to the residents, to make it fair to us. I mean, our 2022 road bond was like boom, bam, boom, like I think months. And so to put this kind of thought into it is invaluable, not to just the council, but to the residents. So I hope we can follow this roadmap.
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
This is perfect because this is 2 years out. Of course, I'll be long gone by then, so good luck on you
maybe
guys. But this is perfect now because if we are bringing a 2028 bond for whatever projects we have, we are on the clock now at 5:03, starting today. People now know that a 2028 election will be coming forward with projects. So they've got 2 years to start preparing for, hey, what's the city going to come back? And I think this is great, how you're breaking everything down into steps, by months, getting a bond committee going, getting the information, again, seeing where our tax rate would be at. Again, we'll have some of our projects already halfway done, from the ones that we're starting Monday, and we can see where we're at from there, and we can start building from there, and then we can be more transparent to our residents, we can be more forthcoming, and we will let them know ahead of time now that, get ready. We still got a long way to go, but at least we're doing this in steps, and we can let the residents know that this is what we're doing for them. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And just a few more things, since I'm not going to be here for this process with you, that I recommend for you. And one is definitely have staff put together information about the realities of implementation. So, all the challenges we've had with right-of-way, all the challenges we've had with utilities, the challenges with site locations, all those types of things. Have those conversations early and often with the community through your bond election advisory task force. I'm sure they'll be asking a lot of questions about those things. Also, as you put together a final bond package, when you get to that point, also make sure you're allowing for those program management costs, those project management costs, all those things, whatever approach your staff decides to take and recommend to you, just make sure you're allowing for all those actual costs it's going to take to get that bond program done, because as you know, we're dealing with some of those challenges now with the 2022 road bond, and unfortunately, I think some of that information wasn't provided to you probably the way it should have been initially.
So my question would be to Perez, is there a way that we can codify this kind of process? So anytime our city goes out to a bond election, we have a very clear-cut process on what Mr. Trimble has provided to us. The feedback that he just gave us is invaluable. And so, like he said, everything that he just stated off, laundry list of things that we need to consider, that's what we need to make sure in the event we do have a bond, group, that they understand that that's what we need. So if we could put this into a policy, an ordinance, whatever it's going to be to protect our city's future in bond elections, I would love to see that done.
Certainly. We can use this as a template. So in October, if we follow the schedule, when we bring forth the resolution, in the resolution there could be an exhibit that outlines this process. And I truly believe that when Mike Trimble was doing this flow chart, that's when he decided, I'm out of here.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
So-
I think this
No,
is
that's a great idea.
information.
We'll use
yes.
this as a template.
Yes.
It's beautifully put together.
And on an ending note, with these votes that we just had, how comfortable do you feel, Perez, with what we did as far as our budget? I know you got to go through the numbers, but some of these things we deferred, and some of these things we're not saying we're not going just yet. I understand this is going to be just the first step with our budget. How confident do you see right now where we're at? I know you don't have the final numbers, but what do you gather from today and the thumbs up, thumbs down scenario that you got from us, sir?
I feel I am in a much better place than I was last week or even yesterday, given y'all's direction. Today is going to be very helpful in putting together the 5-year CIP plan. So when staff goes back now and re-scrubs for the final time, we'll have a good set of numbers that we can use in our projections for debt service, for tax rates, for utility rates, and it will also help us in terms of determining, are we going for a 28 or a 29 bond election cycle?
Okay, that's good. Thank you. And thank you all for being here, and of course, the Finance Director, Holly, everybody, Alejandro, Jennifer, everybody for staying with us. It's 5 o'clock, and I know everybody needs to get home.
We got one more slide.
Just real quick.
One more slide.
Real
I'm ready to
quick.
go.
I have to remind you that today we did the CIP on June 27th. Then it's also a Saturday. We're scheduled to do a similar work session with y'all. And the two main topics we're going to cover in that session, Parks and Recreation special events that they sponsor, that department sponsors. And we'll show you the list of all the special events that they carry out during a fiscal year, the associated direct cost, and also we'll show you the indirect cost, what other city departments end up incurring to support those outdoor events. So we'll go through that. The next big item we want to discuss and get direction from council is the public transportation program and the estimated cost. This is the Uber 314 program that we'll talk about. And then we get our certified tax roll July 25th. August 1st is the city charter deadline that the city manager must present the proposed budget. And then August 15th, we'll talk about property tax rates, water and wastewater service rates, and hopefully we won't have to do the resolution. I just put it on the calendar should it become necessary. The state law requires that if you adopt a tax rate that is higher than the no new rate, that the city council must take a roll call vote and publish that roll call vote in the newspaper, that you would consider a tax rate at a future council meeting. So on September 5th, we start the first set of public hearings, first reading of the budget and tax rate ordinances. September 15th will be the second round of public hearings and tax rates. So that's our budget calendar.
All right, we're doing it. We're doing it, guys. So is that it?
That's it.
We're
Thank
adjourned.
y'all.
We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
No, good job, y'all. Thank you, Mike.